Mr. Speaker.
Ke tau loto. E atua mafi ko ta e malie iho o wha mo inga hei taupua ki hono kotoa. O tuku ho mau loto ka mau hua tu ke malu i ange mua ai tu i mo tataki ange e mau fua whatongia i he whalea lea. Aki ai poto whakai o tua, ofa pe moe urunganga malu koe uhi, koe mo ui pe moe melino ai whonua. O mau kolea tanga he meana hono kotoa e wafo alo pe taha ko sisu kalaisi, ka ko mawhaka mo ui e meni.
A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Jade Steele requesting that the House urge the government not to increase glyphosate residue limits in food and to hold an independent reassessment of glyphosate's safety.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 3 papers.
International Labour Organisation report of delegates to the International Labour Conference. Government responses to the report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Kajim Online Limited and the referral of the petition of Nick Mills.
The bills are set down for the papers are published under the authority of the House. 2 select committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the Consumer Guarantees Right to Repair Amendment Bill. Report of the Governance and Administration Committee on the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill.
Those bills are set down for second reading. Clerk's been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Summary offences, demonstrations near residential premises amendment bill, introduction. Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, introduction.
House comes now to oral questions. Point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal statement.
Generally have to outline concerning, personal statement concerning. Sorry, the rules have changed a little bit.
It's about a comment I made on the 2nd of April this year in this House.
Yeah. Leave us thought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of April this year, more than 4 months ago, in a general debate, I made a comment which on reflection I should withdraw and apologise for. I said, quotes, the number of frauds committed by the Green Party in the last election knows no bounds, end of quotes. That remark was in the heat of a noisy heckling period and I misread my notes. Everyone in this House at the time would understand that it was clearly not the Green Party being referenced.
We'll come now to oral questions. First, the name of Dan Pedwar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen a recent report from Fitch, the international ratings agency, affirming New Zealand's AA+ foreign currency.
Points of order should be, I was going to say relevant, which is probably not the right way to put it, but let's give the Minister a chance to say 1 or 2 things before there's too much comment. The Honourable Nicola Willis, start again.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen a recent report from Fitch, the international ratings agency, affirming New Zealand's AA+ foreign currency rating with a stable outlook. New Zealand also has a AA+ rating from S&P and a AAA rating from Moody's. These ratings are important. They affect the cost of government borrowing. And for members who don't have the dollar figures off the top of their head, I can confirm that the government's interest bill is forecast to be $9.5 billion this year, compared with an average of $3.5 billion in the 2010s.
Supplementary. How does New Zealand's interest bill compare to other items of government spending?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously $9.5 billion is a lot of money, despite some people saying as recently as this morning that it's relatively small. To put it in context, members, it would fund 4 water view tunnels and 3 transmission gullies each and every year. Putting it another way, the amount we pay each year in interest would roughly fund the annual operating costs of the Defence Force, the police, corrections, the Ministry of Justice and the Customs Service put together.
A supplementary. How does our credit rating affect the cost of borrowing in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, a sovereign credit rating is a measure of how likely the government is to default or how worthy it is to receive new credit. A downgrade would result in higher interest costs for the government as lenders demand greater compensation for risk. It would also result in higher interest costs for households and businesses, as New Zealand would be seen by lenders as a more risky proposition overall. New Zealand is one of only 12 countries in the world to have a AA+ or AAA rating from Fitch. That means we are able to borrow on world markets at reasonable rates. Any change to that would put extra costs on New Zealand households, businesses and taxpayers.
Supplementary. What did Fitch have to say about New Zealand's ability to maintain its current credit rating?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Fitch report sends a very clear warning. It says New Zealand's current rating is underpinned by the current government's strong commitment to fiscal consolidation and an expectation that debt as a percentage of GDP will start to reduce. But it warns, that quote, evidence of a weakening in the culture of fiscal commitment to fiscal responsibility would affect creditworthiness. And it says that lower confidence of government debt reducing as a percentage of GDP could lead to a downgrade. We cannot take our good credit rating for granted. And those who seek to ramp up government spending and debt should think hard about what that would do to New Zealand's hard-won international reputation and to borrowing costs that ultimately fall on everyday New Zealand households, businesses and taxpayers.
Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Why has his government prioritised pay increases of up to 80% for board directors whilst offering school teachers a pay increase of only 1%, less than the rate of inflation, and effectively a pay cut?
Well, they're two separate issues. One is we need to make sure when we're spending a huge amount of government spending that our entities are well governed and well managed. And so that is about what director pay has been adjusted for. With respect to the second leg of the question around teacher pay, I think he has the numbers wrong.
Supplementary question. Is he really in a position to say that other people have got their numbers wrong when it comes to school teachers' pay?
Well, I certainly would think that member is not in a position to say he's got numbers wrong. He is the $66 billion man that doesn't know the cost of the debt that he ran up. He doesn't know the cost of the ferry projects. He doesn't know the cost of the Dunedin Hospital project or the debt that was run up under KO.
Supplementary question. Why did his government prioritise a $3 billion tax cut for landlords whilst cutting funding for emergency housing and increasing the number of people who are living homeless on the streets?
Well, because we actually want people out of motels. And as the member would understand, in his time of government, homelessness went up 34%, despite spending $1 billion on emergency housing. We have got good management, good ministers, they've done the work, and they've managed to get families with kids into warm, dry homes. That's a good thing. I'd hope that member would celebrate that.
Supplementary. Why did his government prioritise a $300 million tax cut for tobacco companies, whilst his government is allowing the cost of visiting a doctor to nudge closer to $100?
A point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, no one should be allowed to get up in this House, put out a shibboleth and base the question on that. How on earth can a $300 million tax cut, and it wasn't, it was beyond it was $200 million, how could that if the tax cut came from a reduction in the sale of cigarettes and tobacco, and a reduction in the sales was a reduction in the tariffs go to the government, amount to what he's just claimed to be at the beginning of his question. And they've done it for the umpteenth time.
Yes, and it is true that one voice at the moment. Thank you, Dr. Woods. It is true that assertions like that should not be made in questions. Equally, though, if that is the case, then I think the answer the Prime Minister gives would certainly be able to rebuff any inappropriate suggestion.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
My question was interrupted in the middle. Can I ask the question so that the Prime Minister can actually know what the question is?
Let me put it this way: if you're going to ask the question again, ask it within the confines of standing orders. So,
it is.
No, you made an assertion that was not in the nature of a question. I'm sure you can work that out.
Why did the government change the
No,
tax?
hang on. All calm. No one else speaking. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Why did the government change the tax rules around tobacco, resulting in the government taking $300 million less in revenue, whilst allowing the cost of visiting a doctor to nudge closer to $100 for everyday Kiwi families trying to stay healthy?
Well, again, it's not surprising to me the member doesn't understand the difference between a contingency put aside for a loss of excise revenue and tax. That they are two quite different things. With respect to the second leg of the question, that is why this government's spending a huge amount, is spending more than any previous government in the history of New Zealand into healthcare. $17 billion extra last year, 7% more this year, and expanding urgent care and more primary care for people to be able to see their GPs in a much quicker fashion.
Supplementary.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that rents for New Zealanders have actually fallen since the government made the tax rules for rental property the same as every other part of the economy?
Yes, under the previous government, rents went up $180 a week. Under this government, they're down 5.
A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
There's nothing wrong with the question, sir, but the answer certainly is in breach of the guidance that you've given ministers consistently throughout this term.
Well, except, no, hang on. I actually hadn't heard enough of the answer to leap to that conclusion. But I think the answer should be within the bounds of standing orders. Prime Minister.
Rents have proudly fallen $5 a week. That is very different from the record of the previous government.
Why did his government prioritise funding for his failed family boost policy, which has resulted in not one single family receiving the full $250 a fortnight he promised them, whilst cutting entitlements to free early childhood education that would have benefited tens of thousands of Kiwi families?
Well, look, I thank the member for his regular questions on Family Boost because we want to tell as many New Zealanders as possible to jump on myird.gov.nz. And with our expanded settings, we think there'll be another 22,000 families that will be entitled to Family Boost support, and that is a good thing for low and middle income working New Zealanders.
Supplementary question. Why did his government prioritise over $500 million in tax breaks for multinational tech companies like Google and Facebook?
Oh, sorry, was there a point of order?
Oh, it's a question.
Okay, my apologies, I didn't see that the member raised. We'll continue with that and then I'll come to the member.
Why did his government prioritise over $500 million in tax breaks for multinational tech companies like Google and Facebook, whilst 72,000 Kiwis have given up on his leadership and left the country in the past year, the highest since 2012?
Again, I'd say to the member, we are wanting to grow this economy, and one of the ways we do that is we make sure that we get more innovation technology into this country so we can create high-paying jobs for New Zealanders into the future. That's why this government has a great economic plan about building our education, making sure we embrace more science, technology, innovation, modern, reliable infrastructure, get rid of the red tape and the bureaucracy, and more trade and investment. If we can do that, we will lift collective living standards and raise the wages and incomes of all New Zealanders.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Prime Minister what is his government's view when someone regards the reduction in tobacco and cigarette use, which leads to a $300 million decline in tax revenue to the government as being a $300 million gift to the tobacco industry. What's his view when somebody makes that stupid statement?
Well, that is a total mischaracterisation of the policy of this government.
Good. Supplementary, Right Honourable Chris Hipkins. House will return. Point of order, the Honourable Winston.
Mr. Speaker, we have sat here for month after month after month while those members have repeated that lie in this House. I am seeking to correct it. And why do you think it's a matter of no importance?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of no importance. That's why your question stood and the Prime Minister was called to answer. Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, last week you ejected a member and named them for saying that they were struggling to find members with a backbone. How is accusing other members of repeatedly lying in the House any different?
Well, it is quite different in my head. One was directed very personally at members of Parliament. The other was a question about repeating a lie. Now, if you're taking a point of order on that,
Yes.
then wait on. What I would say to you is that I don't like his next name. The member knows that there is a remedy by way of the standing orders.
Well, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Hang on, well, I'm finished.
Okay.
To have that corrected.
Well, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yep.
It has never been the case that where a member has called another member or group of members liars, that they have to raise a privilege complaint to have the Speaker do something about it.
No. I'm sorry, you're pushing it too far. To suggest that there is something out there that is a lie and it's being repeated is not an allegation against any individual member or group of members. Do you have a supplementary?
Supplementary question. Why did his government spend less on infrastructure projects in 2024 than in the year before, leaving Kiwis out of work, whilst increasing government spending on job seeker benefits for those very same Kiwis who lost their jobs because of his government's decisions?
Well, as I've said to the member before, the construction industry has certainly been very challenged because his government drove up interest rates and we're bringing them down. We now have $207 billion worth of projects in the infrastructure pipeline. We've got $6 billion happening before Christmas. We are relentlessly focused on growth. And I just say to that member, reverse your decision on fast track, get in behind, support the construction industry and stop the crocodile tears.
Supplementary question. Why did his government choose to increase the minimum wage by below the rate of inflation for 2 years in a row, meaning minimum wage workers have had their pay cut in real terms 2 years in a row, while Kiwis continue to struggle with the cost of living, a crisis that's getting worse, not better, under his leadership?
Well, it's exactly why this government supported tax relief for the first time in 14 years for low and middle income working New Zealanders. It wasn't deeply ideological, it was just lifting the tax thresholds. Any party could have got on board with that. It was common sense. Sadly, his party didn't. If he backed low and middle income working New Zealanders, he would have supported that. He'd support Family Boost, he'd support Fast Track, he'd support repealing the oil and gas ban.
When he says that the economy and the country are turning the corner while food prices continue to skyrocket, unemployment continues to go up, more and more businesses go broke, and hundreds of Kiwis leave the country permanently every day, why won't he simply admit that his government is all delulu and no salulu?
And so much as the Prime Minister, and so much
Sorry, could he repeat the question?
I don't think we need the question repeated. We'll move on to question number 3, Maria Meno Kapakigi.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Tēnā tātou te whare. My question is to the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety. Does she stand by her statement that this government denounces sex-based discrimination in the workplace? If so, does she think that the submission made by Pay Equity Aotearoa urging the United Nations to investigate whether the changes to pay equity law breach the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women is consistent with the statement?
The Honourable Brooke
Mr.
Pambell.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I stand by my statement and I am confident that the changes this government has made to pay equity legislation are consistent with the convention the member has asked about. In particular, I am satisfied that this government remains compliant with our international obligations as the new pay equity model continues to ensure women receive equal pay for work of equal value.
Supplementary. Does she agree with NZCTU Secretary Melissa Ansell-Bridges that, quote, cancelling pay equity for more than 180,000 working women was a flagrant attack on their economic and political rights? It also breaches our international commitments to uphold women's rights, end quote.
Mr. Speaker, no, I do not.
Supplementary. Does she agree that her Equal Pay Amendment Bill breaches the following 3 fundamental human rights? Freedom from gender-based pay discrimination, the right to natural justice, and the right to fair legal process?
Mr. Speaker, no. The Acting Attorney General considered the bill and found it was consistent with our Bill of Rights Act.
Supplementary.
One more.
Thank you. If she is truly committed to denouncing sex-based discrimination in the workplace, why have 5 unions taken the government to court over her changes to pay equity laws, might you say?
Well, I'm not responsible for the unions. Unfortunately for people in the opposition, that could be quite fun. But, you know, the difficulty here is I'm only responsible for the legislation that underpins the Equal Pay Act, not the unions.
So you're right, Honourable Winston Peters.
Minister, when Pay Equity Aotearoa approached the United Nations, which country did they say they were from?
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate I'm not responsible for the unions or any representation to the UN.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And no other voices.
Can she explain why the government has chosen to spend millions of dollars fighting wahine workers in court when that money could have been spent on delivering pay equity?
Mr. Speaker, the government hasn't chosen to do that. I don't believe that there is a case at the High Court yet. I believe that there are members of unions who have suggested to media they may take a court case, but I am not of the opinion or have been led to the opinion yet that that has happened yet.
Bridget, it's supplementary. Does the Minister accept responsibility for what Dame Judy McGregor has called the most significant rollback of women's rights in over a generation? If so, will she commit to righting this wrong by repealing her Equity Pay Amendment Act?
Mr. Speaker, no, because there's something that many members of this House continue to fail to recognise. The Equal Pay Act stays. Pay equity stays. There is still a process for equal pay and pay equity. This government is committed to finding and stamping out sex-based discrimination, and the processes put in place by this government will allow that to happen.
Question number 4, Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what announcements has she made regarding lifting educational achievement?
Mr. Speaker, today I announced that our Writing Action Plan to supercharge writing achievement and better support young people. The latest Curriculum Insights and Progress Study data collected in Term 4 2024 provides a baseline snapshot of achievement prior to the introduction of our education reform program this year. It shows that 24% of Year 8 students are at expectations to experience success at high school in writing. Parents know this government has established a clear pattern of responding to data with comprehensive plans, like the Literacy Guarantee, so children can learn to read, the Maths Action Plan so they can do maths. And today we've launched our Make It Right Action Plan to lift writing achievement.
Supplementary. How will she support students who need additional help with their writing?
Mr Speaker, our educational reforms are already underway in literacy and numeracy, especially with literacy starting this year with the new curriculum and structured literacy. But in addition to this, we are introducing a suite of targeted initiatives to help students accelerate their learning in writing. We're doing this with a new writing acceleration tool, which will help support 120,000 students in year 6 to 8. From term 1 next year, the tool will support teachers to accelerate students' progress through regular opportunities to practice and refine their skills. We can see from the data intervention is needed surgically at years 6 to 8 for students who need extra help who do not have the full benefit of our education reforms.
Supplementary. How will she support schools with implementing structured literacy approaches?
Mr Speaker, many students are arriving at high school without the literacy skills they need to succeed. Teachers have been calling for training in structured literacy to help kids catch up because this isn't a government prepared to sit by and watch while kids get left behind. We're funding training, announcing today, for a structured literacy intervention teacher in every intermediate and secondary school for training for them, professional learning and development for those teachers in structured literacy. The training will be tailored for older students and extends on what is already available for those teaching in years 0 to 6. The teachers will be able to learn through in-person workshops and ongoing coaching over 12 months. And a huge thank you to Lifting Literacy Aotearoa for proposing the policy and for being such strong advocates for structured literacy.
Supplementary. What else has she announced as part of the Writing Action Plan?
Mr Speaker, one of the strongest indicators of reading capability is handwriting. When a child can write fluently, they don't have to think about forming their letters. They're freed up to think more about what they want to write. To support this, we're providing new handwriting teacher guidance to support explicit teaching from year 0 to 8, and this aligns with our refreshed English knowledge-rich curriculum. It is fully updated, evidence-based resource that reflects the latest research and classroom practice. Every student deserves the chance to succeed at school and beyond, and our education reforms are helping make sure that every student has that chance.
Supplementary, the Honourable
The Minister of
Jones.
Education, can she give the House any updates as to, after her announcements, what's been the response by the Labour Party opposition spokesman on education?
No, she has no responsibility for anything that anyone says other than herself. Point of order, the Honourable
It's a matter
Jones.
of some significance, and I'm asking for the Minister's response. I'm not asking her to talk on behalf of the opposition. Surely she's capable of owning her own response.
Yes, and the member also knows that it's contrary to standing orders to use the question time to design a question designed to attack the opposition. And that's, I think, where we were heading. Question number 5, Barbara Edmonds.
Ma lo ililei, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, in context, yes.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement about the Cook Strait ferries that, quote, I've delivered, unquote, when she has spent $671 million and has delivered nothing?
Mr Speaker, because even after including the costs associated with cancelling Labor's failed IREX project, this government is going to deliver a safe, reliable service for far less than Labor's bloated project would have cost.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement that the additional 16,000 unemployed people, quote, shouldn't take it personally, unquote, when there are reports of 1,000 people applying for one job?
Because, Mr Speaker, as was canvassed extensively in the House last week in the other auditionee for the finance role, Ginny Anderson's questions, the statement that I made was simply to make clear...
Just stop and start the question again without the little barb on there.
Because, Mr
wasn't
Speaker...
referring to barb over here either.
Because, Mr Speaker, as my statement in its full context made clear, my point was that those people who have lost their jobs shouldn't take it as a reflection on their own abilities. It is a reflection of an economy which is shedding jobs at a lower rate than was forecast prior to the election under the previous government's policies, but an economy that is recovering from an extended downturn after period of very high inflation and high interest rates. And my message to those people that I shared in the statement in its full context is that the government is working hard every day to ensure there are more job opportunities in future.
The right honourable Winston Peters.
Ask the Minister, of the 671 million mentioned by the questioner, is she aware that 424 million, that's 424 million, had already been wasted on Project IREX before this government even came to power? And despite all that extraordinary expense, we will save the taxpayer billions with our ferry solution.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is...
No, stop right there. Okay, now you're trying to make a point. The point is not very well made, and I will, well, you might think it is, so not a good time to be interrupting. I will refer to the Speaker's rulings quite harshly if it continues. A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters' questions contained an assertion in them, which he has objected to earlier. It is our contention that the assertion in that question is a lie. There is no difference in saying that to the assertion that he made before, that something that I had asserted was a lie.
Speaking of the point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
I am happy to refute that allegation that what I'm questioning is based on a lie, because we can itemise with particularity to the last cent the 471 million they spent before we even got the job.
Well, that is so. Look, I think I've said what I've said on this, and I think I'd ask members to show some restraint in what they might offer by way of interjection. The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand that to be correct. We won't take responsibility for the mess we inherited with Project IREX. We do take responsibility for cleaning up that mess. It's the putting right that counts.
How can she stand by her statement that, quote, National will take action to get food prices under control, quote, when food prices have increased 5% overall, butter is up 42%, beef is up 25%, and milk up 16%?
Because, Mr. Speaker, the facts make it clear that our action to get food prices under control has resulted in food price inflation reducing from its highs in June 2023 of 12.3% down considerably to 5% in the latest update, after a period in which for many quarters from March 2022 to December 2023, the rate of food price inflation was far higher than it currently is. We have had success in bringing inflation and indeed food price inflation down.
Supplementary. Why does she stand by her statement that an average income household with young children up to $250 a fortnight will be better off when she cannot find a single family that received the full $250?
Because, Mr. Speaker, rather than just scoring political points, I think about the 60,000 families who, as a consequence of the Family Boost policy, have received additional income to their households. I think of the Uber driver who stopped me outside Parliament to say to me, Nicola, can I have a photo? The Family Boost policy has made an extraordinary difference to my family, and I care more about the difference we are making to him and his family than your Barb.
That is the one unruly outburst that we'll have today.
Supplementary. Why should Kiwis believe her when she can't deliver ferries, can't deliver jobs, can't deliver lower food costs, and can't find a single family who has received the full $250?
Because, Mr. Speaker, on our watch, inflation is down. Interest rates are down, growth is returning, and we are working very hard to make a difference to the New Zealanders who we understand have been through an extremely difficult economic period, who we feel very deeply for, and which are the reason why We are pursuing policies to make this economy far, far stronger, and we regret the recklessness of the previous administration, but we are working very hard to clean it up.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Speaker, I seek leave to table an article of the 15th of February 2024, when at a select committee where Arena Williams was in attendance, KiwiRail told the Labour Party precisely the figure that I gave about their expenditure before the government, this present government, even took office on that matter.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Well, there appears to be none. A point of order.
This is great news for the opposition. So it's now in order for us to seek leave to table articles, is it?
No, I probably should have thought a bit more about that. You're quite right. But it wasn't an article. It was actually a commentary to a select committee, which is quite different.
He said article. That is great. That's great.
Okay. That's enough. That's enough. I take the point. The moment has passed. Question number 6, Dr. Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Internal Affairs. What increased efficiencies has she seen across the Department of Internal Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I've seen some fantastic news that the number of people waiting for an outcome of their citizenship by grant application is at a 5-year low, and the department is now picking up applications from just 2 months ago compared to 13 months when I first started as the Minister. While application numbers have remained relatively constant over the past year, the department has made a big push to clear the backlog and has increased efficiency through cross-skilling staff and improving processes. I've also seen the department change to use English first in their logo and communications at a low cost.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you. How many people are currently waiting
Hang on. Start again.
Thank you. How many people are currently waiting for citizenship by grant?
Currently, there are just over 12,700 people waiting for a decision on their citizenship application, down from a high point of 37,690 in April 2022, a 66% reduction. These are not just numbers. These are individuals who contribute to our economy and our community. I'm sure the department's rapid improvement in efficiency will be welcomed by those who wish to gain New Zealand citizenship and call themselves Kiwis.
Supplementary. What other efficiencies has she seen from the Department of Internal Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I've instructed the department to use English first in their logo and communications to the public to make it easier for people to engage with the department. I also made it clear that this should not come at a large cost or use of staff time, to be respectful of taxpayer money. And I'm pleased that the department has completed its rebrand for less than $1,000 and very little staff time.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Supplementary. What further efficiencies does she expect to see in the Department of Internal Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I am continuing to work with the department to identify areas of efficiency, including how the National Library and Archives can better work together to share resources, minimise duplication and reduce cost. Getting value for taxpayer money while maintaining good standard of service is one of my top priorities for the Internal Affairs portfolio.
Question number 7, the Honourable Marama. Point of order, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, sir. I seek leave to table the document which shows Christopher Luxon as the most least popular Prime Minister in 30 years.
Well, given the interjections or the pleas made before, I'd have to ask, is that a publicly available document?
I didn't think it had to be, sir.
Well, I just made it clear I made a mistake. It does have to be.
Oh, so point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
If you're now conceding, sir, that you made a mistake, how then can you say that the motion is passed? Shouldn't the question be put again?
No. I said the motion was agreed. Once I've done that, it moves on. You've got to look at the flow to these things. You can disrupt the House all you like. I'm not changing my mind. If you can tell me your document is not publicly available, then it can obviously have the leave put. No, you're missing the point. It's about your document now. It's publicly available. Good. Well, stop trifling in my direction. The Honourable Maraba Davidson.
Thank you, e te mangai. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero.
No, hang on. There was a conversation going on over here that shouldn't be. Please start your question again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Does he agree that all rangatahi should be able to grow up in a stable and supported home? And if so, what is he doing to help the over 50% of homeless people under the age of 25?
Well, this is why this government is proud of the record that it's building in housing. We are doing everything we can to make housing more affordable. It starts with the planning laws to actually enable the supply of more houses to be built. It goes to the rental market where we actually have rents down $5 a week compared to 180. It goes to the social and the state house wait list, which is down 6,000 people. And it goes to the emergency housing accommodation where 2,134 kids are now in warm, dry homes. That's a good outcome. There's always more to do, but we've got a good housing team here working very hard.
So does he think that emergency housing rejections increasing by 386% in the last year is contributing to increasing rates of homelessness, with young people leaving care or custody finding it increasingly difficult to access emergency accommodation and are living rough on the streets instead?
Well, as that member would understand in her former role as the Minister for Homelessness, where people without shelter increased 37% despite $1 billion being spent on emergency housing, homelessness is something that no Kiwi wants to see. It's an incredibly difficult and complex issue that needs to be resolved. People often have complex needs. That is why this government makes aside $550 million worth of support to organisations to support people with complex needs, and that's why MSD services are available, and it's also why the ministers are looking at what more they can do to make any tweaks to support people who are in that situation.
So will he commit to a fast release fund to support community organisations responding to the crisis our tamariki and rangatahi are facing, with a focus on prioritising investment into alternative models to motel-based emergency housing?
Well, as I said, this government's record on emergency housing has been very impressive in terms of the way the work has been undertaken, the way that we have moved children out of motel accommodation into warm, dry houses after a Labor legacy of housing which was abysmal. But again, the Minister is talking to people in the sector and is working with them and is open for any tweaks that we can make to support people in homeless situations.
What is his response to Mahira Maihi, Chief Executive of Mā Te Huruhuru, who observed, quote, "There are currently no strategies or policies to support the rangatahi in transitioning from temporary accommodation into permanent housing, leaving a gap many fall through."
As I've explained to the member before, there has been good work on reducing the state house wait list. There has been good work on reducing the people in emergency housing, and the ministers are open for any further tweaks that they can make.
What does he say to the rangatahi who have lost count of how many friends that have died while experiencing homelessness, some being described as, quote, full of life and potential, but they died without a safe and stable home?
Well, that's an incredibly tragic situation. I just say it is not something to be politicised. This is a government that is doing, it is fixing up a failed legacy on housing for the home ownership, for the rental market, for the state and social housing market. And as I've said before, ministers are working with stakeholders in the sector to see what tweaks they can make as well. But to take 2,124 children out of motels, which a Labor Greens government was quite happy to leave them in, it's good progress.
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Sir, Standing Order 390, content of questions. How can that possibly have passed muster with you to have deliberately exploited for shallow political gain The death may be there otherwise, and then attributed that as a responsibility of the government. That is not consistent with Standing Order 390.
Well, I'd suggest you get hold of the Hansard afterwards, because the way I heard it, it was the statement of fact or of a circumstance that existed, and a question about what the Minister thought of it, Prime Minister thought of it, and what he was doing about it. And that, if you can't ask a question around that, then there'll be very few questions that could ever be asked in the House. And I know that that is a concern for some of your colleagues. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that 50% of people on the social housing register need a one-bedroom unit, but only around 12% of Kaingaora's stock is one bedroom? And the government has recently changed the funding settings to make sure that the government is commissioning and building more one-bedroom units to help those who need a house.
Again, that is exactly the situation. It's a function of a previous government that didn't understand the people it's trying to help. That led to a fourfold increase.
A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
It seems almost every question time, sir, we have to go through the same thing. This was a question from their own side. The answer was given immediately. He then went on to provide his own opinion and commentary on what the previous government did. It shouldn't be allowed. If we want to maintain...
I'm sorry, sit down, because I'm pretty much over this. The reality is, and I've said it to this House a number of times, a government can refer to situations that they have taken over and that they are dealing with. That is not unreasonable. And the question itself was totally in order.
Point of order. Sir, I wasn't disputing the question.
I realise that, and I've just told you the answer's in order.
And well, in that case, may I respectfully ask you to reflect on that, maybe check the Hansard, because that was not a reflection of what the government has as a matter of fact inherited. It was the Prime Minister's opinion and a description of what the previous government did, the very thing you've told them not to do.
And with all due respect, he started his answer with, yes, I can confirm, or words to that effect, but I will look at Hansard and I will come back to the member. We'll move now to the Honourable Penny Henare.
Malo lele, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he stand by all his actions in preparing the health system for winter 2025?
The Honourable Simeon,
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is why we now have more doctors and nurses employed at Health New Zealand since coming into government, why we brought back the health target for 95% of patients to be admitted, discharged or transferred from an emergency department within 6 hours. This was a critical step after performance had fallen sharply between years 2017-18 and 2023-24, dropping from 89.2% to 67.5%.
Supplementary question to the Minister. Has he seen any reports that Māori and people from high deprivation neighbourhoods have a higher rate of hospital admissions for heart disease, and does he agree that these admissions are preventable?
Mr. Speaker, yes, there is been pressure on the emergency departments for a range of issues. It is winter time. That's why we've made our expectation very clear to Health New Zealand that they have winter preparedness plans in place to address surge capacity.
Supplementary. Why is the cost of general practitioner visits to diagnose and treat heart disease higher under his government?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we do know is, sadly, too many Kiwis can't get to their GPs because books were closed or it took too long. So that's why we've invested heavily into our GPs, not only to open up books to ensure that people can now be seen 24/7 digitally online, but we've also capped the co-payment at 3% to ensure that it is affordable for all Kiwis.
Supplementary to the Minister. When 1,500 people were treated in the corridor of Middlemore Hospital in a single month, how many were there because they couldn't afford an early GP visit?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there will be a range of reasons why people turn up to the ED department, and the questioner is right. We need to ensure that we get primary care right. We need to open that up. That is not only the Monday to Friday 9 to 5, but also after hours. This government has invested significantly into after hours and telehealth. In fact, a record extra $16.68 billion over 3 budgets to address that issue.
Question number Number
9, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, number 9, Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, sir. My question is to the Minister of Building and Construction and asks, what recent announcement has the government made about the building consent system?
The Honourable Chris
Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday we announced the biggest change to our building consent system since the Building Act came into force in 2004. First, we're putting responsibility for bad building work where it belongs by scrapping the current joint and several liability model and replacing it with proportionate liability. Second, we will remove regulatory barriers which will support New Zealand's 66 separate council building consent authorities to voluntarily consolidate and join up their functions.
Why does the system need to change?
Mr. Speaker, councils are currently understandably hesitant to sign off building work that Kiwis desperately need. This is because they can be left carrying the can for the full cost of building defects, even when they are not responsible to that extent. Ratepayers pay twice, once through slow, inefficient consenting, and again when councils cover for cowboy builders who've ridden off into the sunset, saddling the ratepayer with the bill. And with the 66 different building consent authorities, we have that many different interpretations of the single building code. Builders face needless delays, and modular home builders hit barriers when they cross a regional line. The system is broken currently, sir. We will fix it and get more homes built.
Supplementary. Will homeowners still be protected under the new system?
Mr. Speaker, protecting homeowners must always come first. We're backing the shift by exploring consumer protections like home warranty schemes, which are mandatory in Australian states, and professional indemnity insurance for high-risk professions. We're cracking down on cowboys by giving licensing boards more teeth, creating a new licence class for wet areas, and toughening penalties for those who cut corners. My colleague, the Honourable Scott Simpson, is leading work to tackle phoenixing, where dodgy operators shut one company one day and then reopen the next under a different name. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, people are less likely to do shoddy work in the first instance if they know that they'll end up bearing the cost.
Supplementary.
Ryan Hamilton.
What feedback has the Minister received about this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback has been clear and overwhelmingly positive. I was very pleased to discuss this earlier today at a function in the House, attended by a number of parliamentary colleagues with the New Zealand Chinese Building Industry Association, a few of whose members are still here. Local Government New Zealand, meanwhile, said that the changes will have, quote, an instant and positive impact on housing growth. Councils will be in a better position to consent more efficiently with less legal risk borne by local government and therefore ratepayers, end quote. The Building Officials Institute of New Zealand, meanwhile, called the reforms, quote, a win for ratepayers, homeowners, investors and the wider economy, end quote. And finally, sir, the New Zealand Certified Builders described them as, quote, the most significant change for the building industry in a generation, a long time coming and welcomed by industry, end quote.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How does this announcement help fulfil the National Act Coalition Agreement for building consents, and what does this announcement mean for tradies?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and I acknowledge that the New Zealand Act Coalition Agreement contains an item around changing liability settings reflecting Act party policy going into the last election. The policy and indeed the coalition agreement was around exploring allowing builders to opt out of needing a builder consent if they were to have long-term insurance for the building work. So this announcement is a key step in that right direction, putting more accountability on the individual tradesperson and increasing the uptake of insurance products.
Question number 10, Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Public Service, does she stand by her statement about public sector industrial action that there's going to be a lot of options that we're looking at as a government? If so, what specific options is the government considering?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The answer is yes. The government has a duty to all New Zealanders to ensure critical public services like hospitals and schools that they rely on every day will not be unnecessarily disrupted. We are looking for ways to improve the bargaining system because the right to strike is important, but so is the right for students to learn and for patients to access the health care that they need.
Will she rule out altering or diminishing teachers' right to strike?
Well, I certainly haven't been considering altering or diminishing the right to strike. I have, however, suggested that it's always good, if you're going to be bargaining, to be at the bargaining table, not organising a marketing campaign for a strike that's unnecessary.
Will she then rule out altering or diminishing nurses or any public sector workers' right to strike?
Well, I think I've made it very clear that we're looking at how we can strengthen the bargaining system so that people might have better options available before racing off to strike, such as, for instance, mediation, any other sorts of facilitated bargaining. I think most people would understand that the people who are hurt the most in these situations are often quite vulnerable people, either children or they are patients in the healthcare system. So I'm not actually ruling out things, but I am saying nobody's considering removing the right to strike.
Has she requested or received any advice from the Public Service Commission or any other agency regarding compulsory arbitration for teachers, nurses or firefighters?
Well, the member's given me all these new ideas today.
I hope so.
So I don't think I actually have asked for that, but I'm always happy to take her ideas and consider them.
Supplementary. How can she say that bargaining requires genuine engagement when during a period of bargaining she refuses to rule out measures that would limit the ability to take strike action?
I think I have pretty much said I'm not looking to rule out strike action at all. I'm not sure quite what she's talking about.
Supplementary. Why do appointees to Crown boards deserve an up to 80% pay rise, but teachers struggling with the cost of living get a 1% pay offer?
Well, of course, it's a framework that's based on the fact that very few people are qualified to do the role of Crown Board entity directors or chairs, and the fact that some of these people are paid less than $30,000 for undertaking enormous work on behalf of the taxpayers of New Zealand, responsible in some cases multi-millions of dollars, hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars of taxpayer funds. So I actually think it's a matter that we do, and we're competing with the private sector. So these are all issues. It's sort of unfair to equate one position with that of others, but I do think that they're not actually related.
Question number 11, Chloe Swarbrick.
E te Premier, e totoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Is the Prime Minister aware which of his government's decisions came into effect in August 2024, which have resulted in the decline of emergency housing applications rising from 4% to 32%?
What I am aware of is that we have moved 2,124 children out of dank motels into warm, dry houses. And of course, that's a good thing because it means kids have housing security and they can attend schools and get good medical treatment on the basis of that.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that under his government's decisions, the recorded number of New Zealanders sleeping rough in Auckland alone has nearly doubled from 426 in September 2024 to 809 in May 2025, as Auckland Council reports?
Well, as the member will be aware, our homeless data is not great. No New Zealander likes seeing people in a homeless situation. That is why our government is talking to the stakeholders and open to making tweaks if we can help support people in homeless situations. But as the member would understand from the previous Labor Greens government, where homelessness went up 34% despite $1 billion being spent on emergency housing, these are not simple issues. They are complex and they are often people who have very complex needs that need proper support.
So when will the government reverse its decisions to tighten eligibility criteria for emergency housing, which has evidently seen an explosion in homelessness across every community in this country?
Well, it's a government that's taken 6,000 people off the state social housing wait list after an increase 4 times. It's a government that has lowered rents by $5 a week rather than up $180 a week. It's a government that's reinventing our planning laws so that we can get more houses built and more affordably. And it's a government that's open to looking what else we can do around homelessness to support people in that situation.
Is the Prime Minister aware of any person's life circumstances that have ever been improved by them being denied emergency housing and being forced to sleep on the street?
Well, this is a government that spends $550 million with a range of service organisations to support people in difficult circumstances. It's a government that has an MSD agency that is actually available and will always offer support to people who need it. But it is a government that is fixing the failed housing legacy of the previous Greens Labor government. And this is a government that can stand proud to say we are building more houses and making it easier to do so with planning laws. We have got rents going backwards, if not stable. We have got more people coming off the State House wait list, which is a good thing. And we have moved 2,124 children out of motel rooms through Priority 1 into warm, dry houses. And yes, we don't like seeing homelessness. No New Zealander does. And we're open for further setting changes if we need to.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister think of an example of somebody's life being made better by dependence on government? And does this government want something better for the future of New Zealand?
Well, it's a government that's working hard to lift the collective living standards of all New Zealanders. And the way that we are doing that is by making sure our kids have an outstanding education system, by making sure we embrace more science, technology and add value to the products and services we sell the world, more infrastructure, less red and green tape and more trade and investment. Those are the things that will lift our collective living standards and lift incomes for all New Zealanders.
Supplementary. Well done. When, if ever, does the Prime Minister intend to respond to my multiple invitations to walk the streets of Auckland Central to meet the people, including the children, who his government's decisions have made homeless?
Well, what's important is that the ministers for infrastructure and social housing have been engaging with the sector, and they have said publicly that they are very open to looking at any tweaks that they can make to improve the homeless situation in New Zealand. But I'd just say to the member, when you have 6,000 people that were on a wait list waiting for a state house and they're no longer on the wait list, that is a good thing. When you have rents having gone up $180 a week, now down $5 a week, that is good progress. And when you have 2,124 kids out of motel rooms into proper houses through KO or through community housing providers, that's a good thing.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that from 2018 to 2023, $1.4 billion was spent by the government on emergency housing, but homelessness increased?
Yes, there was over $1 billion spent on emergency housing and homelessness went up 37%, as the previous Greens member who was the Minister for Homelessness understands this is a complex issue.
Question number 12, Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Transport and asks, what recent announcements has he made about the Pages Road Bridge?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr Speaker, last week I was pleased to announce that the NZTA Board has endorsed the business case for the $75.4 million Pages Road Bridge renewal project and approved co-funding from the National Land Transport Fund. The government will be funding $38.5 million to support the replacement of the Pages Road Bridge. This is an important piece of infrastructure for the people of Christchurch and great news for Christchurch East. I thank all members of Parliament for their strong advocacy for this important infrastructure project.
Supplementary. Why does
All right, now you can start.
Why does the Pages Road Bridge need to be replaced?
Mr Speaker, the Pages Road Bridge is nearly 100 years old and is approaching its end of life. It carries more than 13,000 vehicles a day and is the main point of access between the New Brighton and South Shore communities and the rest of Christchurch. The bridge was actually last strengthened in 2015 to extend its lifespan. And as a critical evacuation route, the importance of the Pages Road Bridge renewal project was recognised by this government with its inclusion in the 2024-27 National Land Transport Programme.
What are the next steps for the replacement of the bridge?
Mr Speaker, now this project was the highest priority capital improvement project for the Christchurch Council, and until we came to power, no taxpayer funding had been allocated to it. Now that the business case and the co-funding have been approved, the Council expects the project to begin construction once consenting is completed. And under this government's reforms, that will happen sooner rather than later.
That concludes oral questions. Those who have to leave for other business, please do so quietly. In the meantime, I'll call on the Leader of the House, the Honourable Christopher Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I move that the sitting of the House today be extended into tomorrow morning for the second reading of the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill, consideration in Committee of the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, the Hauraki Gulf Tikipa Moana Marine Protection Bill and the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, second reading of the Customs, Levies and Other Matters Amendment Bill and the Crimes Countering Foreign Interference Amendment Bill, third reading of the Privacy Amendment Bill and the second reading of the Police Vetting Amendment Bill.
Leave us sought for that. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
Can you call that? Say that again.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The motion is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the bill. Mr Speaker, regulatory systems bills are funny old things. They kind of sit somewhere between the old statutes amendment bills, which are uncontroversial minor changes to legislation, to your more substantive individual bills that are maybe somewhat more contested across the House. This one is a bill to update the regulatory systems in the transport space, and it combines a range of work across successive governments to bring to the House under one omnibus bill. The bill does have Business Committee Agreement under Standing Order 267 for it to be an omnibus bill, and so I look forward to its support across the House. And of course it does contain a range of changes proposed under the previous government, and if members look at the regulatory impact statements they may recognise the names of some of their colleagues across the House who have done work on this as far back as 2021. Mr Speaker, these kinds of bills do include wide suites of amendments that don't warrant individual bills, and so it is a good use of the House's time to bring them together in one regulatory systems bill. Generally, this particular bill makes necessary changes across land transport, rail and maritime legislation, as well as aviation maritime legislation, to make our transport regulatory system more effective and efficient. Mr Speaker, this will enable further economic growth by making our lives easier through a variety of important amendments, and these amendments are designed to uphold good regulatory practice and ensure that the transport regulatory system is kept fit for purpose while contributing to the government's focus on boosting productivity. Mr Speaker, there are a range of, I think, quite interesting amendments in this bill, and there are a range of others that some may consider dull but worthy, and I'll traverse a few of those over the next few minutes. One of the key things this bill does is it will keep our transport regulatory system modernised and relevant to a growing digital world. This will include things like amendments to transport legislation to pave the path for digital alternatives to physical licences, which I'll touch on soon enough. Now, finally, the bill also provides some other amendments around aviation to progress time-sensitive aviation amendments. Mr Speaker, as I mentioned previously, the bill does enable a couple of key interesting things. The first one that the House will be interested in is that it enables the framework for digital driver's licences to be introduced in New Zealand. Now, to be clear, the bill does not establish digital driver's licences. It creates the framework for the ministry and officials to then go away and do the consultative work that we need to undertake to make sure that it is implemented in a proper and considered way. But I think it would interest many members to know that actually within our, I guess, legal framework, we already recognise digital driver's licences from other states and other jurisdictions. We just don't have the ability to recognise our own. So this legislation will put in place the mechanism for implementing that, and as we go through that process later on the year, Cabinet will make further decisions about how that will roll out. But I have met with a number of potential providers of these services, one including a meeting with Apple not too long ago, where they showed me prototypes of digital driver's licences that other jurisdictions have put in place. And it will help achieve the solution of what happens, when we maybe forget our driver's licence on the way to a visit to the ports, because we're very interested in port security and we need our driver's licence to prove our ID. Or maybe when we're going to the local wine bar in Christchurch Central and we have to provide our ID to the bouncer and we pad our pockets and we've left our driver's licence at home because we haven't driven to town because we're responsible drivers, we can bring up our digital driver's licence on our phone and show that to the bouncer. Now, it's important to note that this will be an option. Digital driver's licences will not be mandatory. It provides the structure to put it in place, and manual driver's licences or physical driver's licences will always be available because we are concerned and considerate of the access and technology issues that do arise. Another thing that this bill does, Mr Speaker, is that it allows us to shift from a paper-based warrant and rego system to a digital one. So we all know the situation where you go and you renew your road user charges or you renew your licence online, and then Remanakle's got her Suzuki Swift and she's trying to put the little, the little registration sticker right in the front of the dash, and she's reaching over and it's hard and it's just annoying and it's just a waste of time. So this bill will help modernise that system so that not only will we do away with the paper-based system of indicating whether your rego or your warrant's up to date, we'll also be able to eliminate the requirement for notices and fees to be posted out. Mr Speaker, it might surprise you to know that NZTA spends nearly $17 million a year in March on printing and postage for about 14 million items. This will go a significant way to reducing that time and resource. And again, this will be an option. So it will be an option for you to receive those notices by electronic means. Those who still require it physically and by the post will be able to do so. So, Mr Speaker, progressing these changes supports our government's wider digital modernisation objective and delivers better user experiences. Mr Speaker, next I want to just touch briefly on some of the civil aviation changes in the bill. The main thing it does is it corrects some drafting errors identified in civil aviation regulations, which actually potentially prevent Auckland and Wellington airports from charging users to undertake aerodrome activities. Now, Mr Speaker, you'll know as an experienced previous Transport Minister that one of the core functions of an airport is to allow aerodrome activities to be undertaken. And it seems sensible to allow airports to charge for that. So this will fix a drafting error, a numbering error in the regulations that were put forward, and it will implement it retrospectively so that it will be as though the error never existed in the first instance. Next, Mr Speaker, another thing the bill does is that ensures that our regulators have effective tools to carry out their functions. For example, it will actually provide the Director of Land Transport powers to respond to emergency and time-critical events such as natural disasters in an appropriate way. Currently, the ability for the Director to waive requirements under the Act is restricted, and we saw this under COVID, where there was limited ability for the Director to extend the time for warrants or registrations to expire, and it actually needed ministerial regulation to do so. So providing that ability for the Director to have some flexibility in the system is important. Another thing that bill does is that, members might not know this, but councils currently, if they are looking to charge people for overstaying in time-limited car parks, they can only charge the maximum allowed. They have no flexibility to charge less than or underneath that maximum set by the government. So this will actually allow councils to still make sure that they penalise people for overstaying the time, but be able to do so not charging the maximum, set their own limits for this. Mr Speaker, one more thing that this bill does is it provides powers for the New Zealand Transport Agency to proactively close state highways in times of emergency or where there is threats to life or safety. Currently, the NZTA relies on coordinating this with the New Zealand Police. Sometimes in times of haste and urgency, this can be cumbersome and can create some legal difficulties down the road. So this will give the NZTA some more powers to close down highways when it's needed. Finally, there are a range of other smaller minor changes. For example, the bill will allow the Minister of Conservation to exercise functions, duties and powers under Part 3A of the Maritime Transport Act 1994 in the subantarctic and Kermadec Islands. What does that mean? That means that the Conservation Minister can act as though they were the regional unitary authority in those areas. And finally, the bill does some more work in and around rail to allow the relevant rail investigators to have sufficiently clear roles after a rail incident or accident. Currently, they are reliant on the cooperation of the people involved in the accident. This bill will give them some more powers to retain or secure the site of an incident so that they can undertake the appropriate investigations. Mr. Speaker, this is one of those worthy bills that will have support across the House off to first reading. I think it contains, as I've said, some dull but very worthy changes and also some very interesting and exciting changes for what we can expect in the future of digitisation in this government. So with that, I commend the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill to the House.
The Honourable, Tangi Utakiri.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Malo Ilile. I rise on behalf of the Labour Party this afternoon to provide our support for the first reading for this bill. As the Minister himself has indicated, this is an omnibus bill, and I actually think the examples that he has given, in particular the one about the Minister for Conservation exercising particular powers in relation to the Kermadecs and the subantarctic islands, is a good example of why this is an omnibus bill. So we do support this bill, sir, as a form of technical but useful improvements to modernise our transportation system, but also to look at reducing inefficiencies where that is able to be the case. While this is a bill, Mr. Speaker, that does tidy up some of those technical issues, in itself I don't think it will be as transformative as perhaps some would like, but I do hope that it will make a difference nonetheless. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has taken a pick-and-mix approach to selecting some of the aspects of this bill, and I'm going to do the same, actually. I'm going to take some of them that have been identified, and I think they really do indicate the suite of change that is going to be on the agenda, shall we say, of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee as well. The one that the Minister referred to is around the digitisation of driver's licences, and while this won't provide for this to effectively come into effect, it does provide the framework under which it would exist. And of course, the police that we have out and about are very mobile as well, and so this would go hand in hand with that opportunity. Of course, the government needs to meet its own target, which it's not doing at the moment, around the number of police on the beat to be able to make this transition. So I do hope on the one hand now, while this might be an empowering form of legislation to make some of those changes, that does not let the government off the hook when it comes to making sure that they deliver on their promises in that particular space. But the example that the Minister gives around driver's licence and effectively this bill being able to enable the utilisation of digital driver's licences is a move in the right direction, particularly within the busyness of life. And I think that is an opportunity will also make it easier for motorists and licence holders to go about their daily business. But not only does this bill provide for driver's licences, but other forms of documentation that traditionally is affixed to a motor vehicle in a more physical sense, things like warrants of fitness, certificates of fitness and the like. So I think that is a good move. One of the additional changes, Mr. Speaker, is that it does allow for some forms of infringement notices to be issued electronically. We might think that actually some of them already are issued electronically, but not all of them are. I think it's important as this bill progresses through Select Committee that we make sure that the information that would be requested by a motorist or someone who'd be subject to this requirement is still able to be protected within the confines of privacy considerations. So that's one thing that we will be taking a look at as we continue to look at this through Select Committee. One of the interesting aspects is the inability currently of the NZTA to close state highways. But what this bill does is it gives a provision for the New Zealand Transportation Agency to be able to do that, but only when it comes to safety considerations. Now, these are individuals who are well attuned to the way in which our state highway network is able to function and operate, so it makes sense that they are able to do so quickly and efficiently as well. This is a bill that seeks to address some changes in 7 pieces of legislation, and one which I think actually is the oldest one that it's seeking to, from 1989, is the Government Roading Powers Act of 1989. That's the one that would seek to give the NZTA the powers that the Minister has explained. But it also would seek to clarify the role that pedestrians, or those who might be classified as pedestrians, are able to utilise some of the spaces on the roading network. Because at the moment, we might not know this, but there are some parts of the roading network that actually you're not able to, as a pedestrian who might be going about, maybe going to a bus stop that is located on a state highway network, not able to actually utilise this. So in the Labour Party, sir, we do support this bill. We think that it tidies up a number of things. Many of them we were able to commence when we were in government, and the Minister has acknowledged that this is the work of previous governments, but I look forward to, alongside members of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, receiving submissions on this and seeing where we go. But at this stage, I'm very pleased to commend this bill to the House.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. As the 2 previous speakers have outlined, this is not a world-changing bill here. This is a lot of tidy up and modernisation, and for that reason, the Green Party will be supporting it. I did want to speak briefly in my speech to some focuses for the Green Party and respond to a bit of what the Minister himself said. It is interesting, as my colleague Tangi Aotearoa just mentioned, about the amendments to the Government Roading Powers Act 1989 and how that act actually specified that motorways the use of them could be restricted, and pedestrians, we often see those signs, no pedestrians, no bikes, on bits of the motorway. And I think that did reflect that second half of the 20th century obsession with building infrastructure just for cars and not recognizing other ways that people get around. Luckily, we have had some time where we've had subsequent transport ministers of different parties recognizing that it's important to provide infrastructure that enables people to get around across and along areas where urban motorways have been built by foot and by bike. I was able to experience some of that excellent infrastructure, some of which was opened by the Right Honourable John Key alongside the Grafton Gully motorway when I and my colleague Chloe Zorbrick went to visit the Port of Auckland on Friday. I was able to pick up an e-bike and go almost directly from our office on Cross Street, which is near K Road, all the way down to the port, almost entirely on separated cycleways. Initiated first under a national-led government, and then more has been developed under a Labour-led government, and I think that's really great, because as long as I've been in this country, it's been the Greens leading on this issue, and I think it does show that the Greens have set the transport agenda in many ways and influenced the infrastructure that is being delivered. So Waka Kotahi is being given broader powers to close parts of the state highway network for safety reasons, and I absolutely support that. And I would note, unfortunately, that they've had to close bits of the state highway for hours at a time because of dangerous road crashes. And last month, we saw at least 4 occasions in which people died on bits of the state highway where the speed limit had just been forced up back to 100 kilometers an hour, usually against the wishes of the local community, and people in a very short period of time lost their lives when there had been no crashes, no fatalities during the time when the speed limits had been lower. And ironically, the government claimed that raising the speed limits was about economic productivity. But obviously when there's more road crashes, more deaths, more serious injuries, and hours of the state highway being closed due to increased severity of crashes, due to higher than safe speed limits for the quality of the road that is there, I think it demonstrates just how completely ridiculous that claim is. And the minister in his speech on this bill, and it's something that the government of the day often claims that every little thing they're doing is to support economic growth or productivity. I highly doubt the changes in this legislation are going to massively increase productivity, sadly. Like, it would be good. I mean, we all want things to be easier. We all want to be able to apply to renew driver's licenses entirely online, from overseas. That was something I received a lot of correspondence about when I was an associate minister, and I think we did take some steps to make that possible, and I'm sure that the steps that are going to be taken in this bill will be interested to see at the Select Committee if enabling recognition of digital driver's licenses does result in some convenience for both people working in the public sector and people who are accessing their driver's licenses in that way, using their driver's licenses in that way. However, I don't think it's going to be a world groundbreaking increase in productivity from these amendments, Mr. Speaker, as enthusiastic as Minister Meager is to claim that they will be. The other thing I found interesting is the changes around parking enforcement fees and making it possible for road controlling authorities to set the parking enforcement fees and that they don't have to be as high as the maximum. That's probably really important because another step needs to be taken to actually increase the maximum, because for many years councils have not been able to recover their costs from parking and from towing when people are infringing various road rules on local roads. And probably one reason we haven't been able to increase the maximum is because automatically the maximum becomes the default.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the ACT Party to endorse this Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill. As a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, along with the colleagues who have just spoken, I welcome this coming to the committee because this is about, as the Minister's spoken, it's about perhaps untying some red tape that's holding New Zealand back in a way. We've got economic growth and transformation on the tongue. We need to get the government and its red tape out of the way so that New Zealanders can go about in the same way this minister has, in a workmanlike fashion, identifying issues and solving them for each other so that we can actually get a country moving in a way it needs to be done. And Mr. Speaker, speaking of moving, my colleague Simon Court and I have visited businesses across New Zealand, and in this case I'm thinking of one in the Bay of Plenty that uses a defunct rail line, and we heard some stories there, Mr. Speaker, that about the regulatory burden that's been tied up in red tape, and I think to be able to operate on that piece of rail line, and I think that having experiences like that shared to the committee so that we can get in there and untie this red tape that's holding back entrepreneurial type Kiwis that are getting out there trying to create value for each other. If we can untie some of that red tape, that's how we're going to get towards that economic growth and transformation that New Zealand seriously needs. So I look forward to hearing from New Zealanders with their cases of regulatory reform that's needed in this space, Mr. Speaker. I commend it to the House.
Call on Dr. David Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill is common sense and modernisation. Our transport system is huge, and small inconsistencies, gaps or antiquated requirements can undermine efficiency and safety. And as has been mentioned by the Minister and our member from across the aisle, it's wide-ranging in its powers, namely from the sub-Antarctic islands through to the Kermadec. New Zealand First has been about safety, sovereignty and sensible regulation all along. We're about removing unnecessary red tape while continuing to keep communities safe on the roads, on the sea and in the air. The bill does both. It allows regulators to act quickly where there is a safety issue, but simplifies things for good New Zealanders by removing unnecessary paperwork. We support this bill because it improves safety, modernises our transport infrastructure and ensures that regulators can enforce protection of life without red tape. Mr. Speaker, this is sort of practical, no-nonsense legislation that New Zealand First is happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Morena. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, from what we can tell,
This bill aims to modernise Aotearoa's transport system, making it more efficient, effective and less prone to failure. I did have a little time on the committee at one point when I first started my new job here, Mr. Speaker, so it's good to see that things like this are happening and are making use well. What it does also, it manages to do so without necessarily disenfranchising any group, including Māori. By equipping regulations with better tools, reducing compliance costs and enabling digital alternatives like electronic licences and notices, the system is set to function more smoothly and meet the needs of modern Aotearoa. Key changes such as giving NZTA more powers around road safety, strengthening enforcement of transport services licences and enabling digital driving licence are initiatives that Te Pāti Māori can support. I can see my colleague smiling on the left. I know he's like logged straight into this conversation. These updates will help build a safer and more responsive system for all of our communities. This bill also enhances investigation powers in rail and maritime sectors, removes outdated rules and increases fines to create more consistency across different transport modes. In aviation, it fixes long-standing legal errors and clarifies more airports, how airports can set charges for services. Overall, it's a bit of a tidy-up legislation, addresses gaps, and as my colleague on the left said, it's more common sense, which isn't often so common around here at times, I find. Anyway, but the only final thing I wanted to say about this is twice I've heard Kermadix mentioned. That's in my piece of the world up in the very far north, so just to invite that at any time in which that name is mentioned and there is something happening up there, then please talk to Te Aupōuri. We know what we're talking about. That's our piece of water and our piece of dirt. So anyway, and with all of this, tautoko marika, we support the bill. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there are times where you realise this is why I came to Parliament. And this is not really one of those times. But dull but worthy it is. And, you know, that's the reality of our parliamentary democracy, Mr. Speaker. Not everything changes lives dramatically, but they are incremental improvements that make a difference in small but impactful, as my colleague Rema Nakle said. So it's a pleasure to rise and support this bill, and as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, it's a great committee, and we will look forward to receiving submissions on this. I don't think there will be a huge amount of submissions. So, you know, with that, I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's all about creating efficiency, improving things. I commend this bill to the House.
Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, a bit of enthusiasm from the other side of the House on this regulatory system bill. Honestly, sometimes you do read these bills and you think, well, they're a bit dry. This one has something for everyone. There is the law of the sea in this bill. There is a prototype, holographic, possibly driver's licence. There's changes to the Railways Act, to the Civil Aviation Act. This is an actually very interesting bill, and I think slightly undersold by the last speaker in the National Party. In fact, there is something that should be very interesting to that member because of the changes that are put in place by NZTA, allowing them to close various roads, and he will know in his electorate he has a very significant piece of highway, the Auckland Harbour Bridge that crosses over into his electorate. And one of the things that this bill does is actually looks at when particular roads can have pedestrianised access. So I'm sure there are many members in his constituency that will be interested to know whether the Harbour Bridge, as it sometimes does, is closed to pedestrians, is able to be utilised in the same fashion under this piece of legislation. So I would encourage him to have a closer look at this bill and see if there isn't something in there that he can get excited about. Now, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague Tangi Utikere said, this is a bill that is supported by the Labour Party, and many regulatory systems bills are in fact done in good faith really across the House to make our legal systems and our laws work better. In fact, this one, as the Minister said, corrects some errors that were in regulations, and it also makes a number of changes that not only make the law better, but actually probably allow it to be more future-proofed. And so one of the main examples that the Minister looked at was digital driver's licences. This is something that allegedly is used in other jurisdictions, not something I've seen before. I have lived in another country and had a particular different piece of plastic that they had at that time, but interested to know that that is the case, and in fact what a prototype would be. I would have assumed it was just a picture perhaps on your phone, a bit like your Air New Zealand boarding pass, but I look forward to finding out exactly what is meant by that, and hopefully that can mean that we carry fewer pieces of plastic around in our pocket. I would be interested to know if this is consistent with the rules around cell phone use, if that is the place that you're going to be carrying your digital driver's licence, because otherwise we'd be in a conundrum, wouldn't we, Mr Speaker, if we're stopped by the police, asked to show our digital driver's licence and it was carried on our phone, and in fact we're not actually technically allowed to utilise our phone when we are in charge of a motor vehicle. So hopefully those things can be worked out. I'm sure that the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, who will be looking at this bill, will make sure that these issues are ironed out so there is absolute clarity for members of the public, because we also wouldn't want people to be looking at their phone and have a photo of them taken by the police and they said, oh, I was just checking my driver's licence. I mean, that would also be an unwanted potential pitfall of this legislation if it was not gone through with sufficient clarity. There are other interesting things in this. As I said, there aren't many regulatory systems bills where you get to talk about the law of the sea, and there are some changes in here which I think we would say on this side of the House we are very supportive of, and that's in relation to the alignment of domestic maritime legislation with the Maritime Labour Convention. And the good people at Maritime New Zealand, we know that they do an absolutely tremendous job in ensuring our safety and security and looking after our maritime safety. And so these are actually very, very good provisions that are being imported into this piece of legislation. So very, very supportive of that, Mr Speaker. And obviously that's a really technical area that requires consideration. I'm sure the committee will look at that. Other things that I found of interest in this, there's obviously specific provisions in relation to Auckland and Wellington. So for those of us in those areas, there are issues that have been corrected around the use of the airspace, so their fees can be charged for that, as the Minister touched on, but also I understand other sections in this that also look at things like parking and specific provisions in relation to those particular airports. So there really is something for everyone in this. Also really interesting changes that designate when a vehicle can be called a motor vehicle. Questions, rhetorical questions we never thought we would ask ourselves, but these are in fact answered by this regulatory systems bill, which I, Mr Speaker, commend to the House.
Dr. Carlos Chong.
Mr Speaker, I rise in support of the Regulatory System Transport Amendment Bill, a critical step towards modernising and streamlining New Zealand transport legislation. This bill makes practical target updates to transport law. This bill involves a broad range of legislation, including amendment of 12 Act and a set of 29 set of regulation across our land, maritime and aviation system. One of the key amendments is to enabling the future use of the digital driving license, an important step toward modernizing how we interact with transport service. These small but important changes help ensure our transport sector stay responsive and future ready. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr Speaker. Very surprised that members of the National Party who love their roads so much aren't really getting into this because it's an interesting piece of legislation. In fact, it's they're skimming over the top, but there's actually quite a lot of work for the Select Committee to do here, and so I'm just going to point to one very particular thing and then one more general thing and hope that they'll address it. The first is the service of notices, and it's something that always I'm a little concerned about, because if we look at Clause 29, which amends Section 91B of the Land Transport Act, which is titled Ways in which warning, notice or driver's licence, stop order or details of related fines must be served, it says that it can now be served by the Chief Executive of the Ministry of Justice sending an electronic notification to the defendant that states where the defendant can access the notice, order or notice of details electronically. It's a link, right? That's a link for those who didn't work that out. And an electronic notification doesn't actually say what that is. That just means a notification that's sent by electronic means. So that could be an email, a text message, or if you're Chris Bishop, a Snapchat message, you know, and that's actually is worth looking into. But it gets much more detailed than that, because if we go down to subsection 5, it tells you when service is deemed to have occurred. Because that's the thing. If I hand you a notice, a piece of paper, the moment of service is really clear. It's when you take it from me. But if it's electronic, it's actually much more complicated, because there is a period of time where neither you nor I have it. And in fact, whilst it's rare, there are instances, plenty of instances, where an electronic notification can be sent by me and never received by you. Now, no, you didn't have that problem with fax machines. We're not going backwards though, Camilla Ballich. But subsection 5 of the amended section will now provide the notice, order, etc. is served at the time the electronic communication containing the notification, etc. first enters an information system outside of the control of the originator. Now, in fact, when you send an email, not everyone is aware of this, but when you send an email, it often will go through several information systems. It will leave the Parliament server, that's the system in our control, and it will then enter often one or more servers before it reaches the recipient, the service or the computer system under the control of the recipient. And anything can go wrong in that chain. But this says that as long as you've sent it, it's sufficient to prove that the electronic communication containing the notification was properly addressed and sent. So we've got a problem here, because this is infringement fines. And in fact, it doesn't matter whether you actually received the email or text message or not, as long as it was properly addressed and sent. You bear the risk of a failure of the information system. Can you have a look at that when you get there, Mr. Aotearoa in Select Committee? That would be good. And the other thing is this. What we don't realise is that, particularly in the transport sector, there's quite a lot of powers of inspectors. And if you don't often think, oh, that time already. You don't often think about railway inspectors. But if you look at Clause 110, which inserts a whole lot of Section 72 A, B, C, and so on, it gives quite sweeping powers of inspection, search, the power to take samples and other objects and things, power to enter homes and marae. Now, they're largely consistent with the Search and Surveillance Act. But I would ask that the Select Committee do kind of run the ruler over those, because obviously transport accident investigation is important, but we just do need to make sure that there's no overstepping of the mark. And I know the Select Committee will be diligent and will look at that, but I certainly would like them to look at that. And I know that there's similar provisions elsewhere in respect of other transport modes. But a good bill overall, but a couple of little gnarly things to look at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rima Nakale.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join my colleagues in support of the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill in this first reading. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, in the interests of productivity and efficiency, which this government is always aiming towards, this bill is proposes sensible, practical changes which essentially streamline some very day-to-day activities, particularly through digitisation. I look forward to us passing it in that final third reading, but for now I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill will be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on Government Order of the Day numbers 2 and 3.
Local Government Water Services Bill, third reading. Local Government Water Services Repeals and Amendments Bill, third reading.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I present a legislative statement on the bills divided from the Local Government Water Services Bill.
Those legislative statements are published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. The Honourable Casey Costello.
I move that the Local Government Water Services Bill and the Local Government Water Services Repeals and Amendments Bill be now read a third time. I have the privilege of leading this final step to complete the legislative framework for New Zealand's water services delivery system. These bills implement local water done well, the government's plan to address challenges with New Zealand's water services. Many of the changes we are making are urgently required. Simply put, chronic underinvestment and the lack of sustainable management of local government water services has come home to roost. Around the country, communities are facing significant challenges that have been repeatedly ignored or not adequately addressed. Poor or badly managed water services cause economic harm to businesses and inhibit growth. Failure of water services can make people ill or even worse. This is a basic necessity to get right and has been put on the back burner for too long. Inadequate maintenance of existing services and the failure to grow new services is costing us. Much needed new housing development is being slowed or even halted by lack of capacity in water service networks. Ratepayers are facing unsustainable cost increases. We cannot afford to let these trends continue. These bills will enable sustainable growth to meet the needs of our communities and businesses. These bills give local government the responsibility and the tools to address the challenges facing their communities and to more cost-effectively deliver water services. I want to keep repeating, local water done well will maintain local ownership, choice and decision-making. That gives councils the best shot at identifying their most pressing problems and the right approach to solving them. The Local Government Water Services Bill provides a range of service delivery models, including new water organisations that will be able to operate at scale for councils to determine how best to meet local needs. The bill sets appropriate governance and accountability mechanisms and maintains requirements for public ownership. Thanks to the flexible options in this bill, councils will be able to choose the best structure for financially sustainable water services that meet regulatory requirements and local needs. Current indications are that many councils will enter into multi-council arrangements and tailor these arrangements to their own local needs and preferences. Through the Preliminary Arrangements Act, several councils have already submitted their water services delivery plans, providing certainty to their communities and their structure for delivery going forward. Last month, I was pleased to see Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council's plan accepted by the Secretary for Local Government. This will establish a new multi-council CCO. This plan will meet local needs and scale efficiencies.
I am heartened to see all the plans accepted to date have shown a clear willingness to consider forming larger regional models over time. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about something. The success of local water done well has nothing to do with how many water entities we have. It is about ensuring councils are using a model which is financially sustainable and meets all regulatory requirements so we can have safe, reliable water services for all Kiwis. These bills are clear that the water services need to be financially sustainable. Development and maintenance must be improved, but costs must be met fairly. Growth should pay for growth, and appropriate levels of borrowing will allow costs to be spread equitably between current and future ratepayers. It also bears repeating that the arrangement with the local government funding agency struck last year by the government is a game changer for local government water services. The arrangements give access to an enhanced level of finance from LGFA to water organisations that are financially supported by their parent council. This financing is crucial for many councils to support investment in water infrastructure over long periods of time rather than funding through rates. This approach is prudent and consistent with regulated public utilities around the world. This fulfills our promise to enable more investment in infrastructure sooner. These bills introduce economic regulation for water services to provide appropriate oversight and accountability to councils and consumers that water services are being well managed. Economic regulation will initially apply to drinking water supplies and wastewater services, whether these are delivered by councils or new water organisations. Economic regulation will promote quality services that meet New Zealand's expectations at appropriate prices to consumers. We have looked hard at the regulatory requirements to strip out excessive and unnecessary costs. We are ensuring that compliance requirements are at the level needed to achieve safe and effective water services. Regulation must be cost-effective and proportionate to the risks that need to be managed. This government made a promise on going for housing growth, and that is why enabling growth is a key objective for all water service providers. There are clearer processes for them to work collaboratively with developers, landowners and water service users to deliver and maintain necessary services. All parties will have greater certainty about decision making and clear pathways to resolve disagreements. With these bills, councils will be required to publish detailed information about existing and planned water services infrastructure. This will enable a more collaborative approach between councils and developers, and time and cost will be reduced by a simplified approval process for connections. Councils will be able to set up new tools such as infringement fines, which will allow quick and effective responses to damaging or risky behaviours such as dumping rubbish in water networks. The bill provides much needed clarity in stormwater management about who is responsible for managing various types of risks and hazards, especially work to reduce risks or prevent risks from happening. As you can see, long-term thinking is needed to set a strategic and integrated approach for water services. Many of these basics were not being achieved under the status quo. New Zealanders don't want to worry about water gone wrong, unsafe drinking water, inadequate stormwater management or failing pipes and infrastructure. This reform sets up a future where investment in these critical services means they won't have to. The progress we're making with these bills is yet another key achievement in our work to address the challenges faced by New Zealanders' water services. In less than 2 years, the local water done well, we have curbed water charges for Aucklanders through the Auckland Council-led water care solution. We have also secured better access to low-cost long-term finance for water services from the local government funding agency. Mr. Speaker, successfully establishing the right regulatory framework for water services through these bills is yet another huge milestone on the journey to the water services system that New Zealanders need and deserve. I now look forward to supporting local government to complete the work that lies ahead, using the new structure and tools to achieve what they are designed to do for the benefit of all. I commend these bills to the House.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Tangi Utakeri.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The time has finally come. The time has finally come that this bill, this government's bill, confirms and cements for households all around our country and in communities that they are to bear higher prices because of this government's local water done badly form of water reform. Higher prices. And what we've just heard from that government minister is a very clear indication, a message to households all around the country that it is coming your way. It is coming your way, the increase in costs that you can expect or that households can expect to receive. And it's on that basis and the lack of foresight and planning and execution on the part of this government when it comes to water reform that we opposed this bill, well, these bills actually in their divided form in their entirety. Mr. Speaker, this opportunity for water reform really does miss a beat. It is a missed opportunity in any sense to signal to households around New Zealand that what could be delivered was something that was affordable, something that was equitable, and something that was sustainable with a view to the long term. That is not something that this government has sought to do in its approach to changing how water reform will exist in this country, and that's why it is deeply disturbing that they have held true to just continue down this path with what is a very one-track mind. Mr. Speaker, what this bill does is it imposes on councils and therefore on households burdens without any adequate financial support. There is no adequate financial support for the changes that this government is seeking to implement to support households through what is a difficult time now and what will be a difficult time in the future under these reforms initiated by this government. It also seeks to undermine any form of investment when it comes to long-form investment or long-term investment in water infrastructure. It weakens the environmental protections and the environmental aspects that people that came to Select Committee who wanted to have their say on this and wanted to be heard have been ignored by this government. Today is a shameful day in that particular sense. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this bill will lead to higher costs for ratepayers. It will lead to a fragmented form of delivery of water services around this country. And it actually is, it won't lead to, it is a failure to address some fundamental issues when it comes to long-term infrastructure needs for water services here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. This bill actually incentivises one thing. It incentivises councils not to work with each other. It incentivises councils not to work with each other. It moves away from something that could have been centralised, something where real efficiencies could have actually been achieved and gained, and instead, actually what we're seeing are councils all around this country opt out of a regional opportunity, or the other side of that, Mr. Speaker, is that they are left as orphan councils because they have no other opportunity. We said that would happen. We did say that would happen, and that is what is coming true. And I know that there are members opposite. I know there are members all around this House as they talk to councils either in their local area or as I have been meeting with councils all around the country. We know and they know that there are councils that have been forced into this position because their hands have been tied behind their backs. And there are no other options for them. Mr. Speaker, we will not support what is inadequate levels of resourcing when it comes to water services in this country. This is something that is actually not just subpar, it is actually dangerous because it is setting up for the future something that is not going to be able to be achieved. And we know that because we just need to look at reporting today. I mean, the reporting that's come out today bandies around a few figures. The Minister says in her contribution earlier that ratepayers are facing unsustainable costs. Well, there is a truth. There is an absolute truth, because ratepayers in this country are facing unsustainable costs under this local water done badly model. If we look at costs in water bills in Christchurch going up $900 a year, Hamilton, and I know there's a member here who represents that community, $1,700 a year, Nelson, $750, Dunedin, $1,200, Wellington, possibly going from an extra $2,100 to $4,800 a year. These are significant prices that this government is forcing onto households to bear that cost. And they will try, Mr. Speaker, and blind everyone and say, no, this is the best option that's out, the best option that's possible. It is far from the truth when it comes to reality. And so it is a sad day that we are here voting on a bill that is going to deliver more costs to communities. And while Christopher Luxon and this government promised to make things better, he and his government are making things worse. And by pursuing this one-track mind in terms of water reform around this country for communities, he and his government are simply indicating that they know best and they are simply expecting communities to fail. Mr. Speaker, I have been travelling around the country and I've been meeting with councils, listening to the concerns, listening to the struggles that they are facing. And while we hear from the government that, you know, there's a sense of, happiness from the government that these draft or these water delivery service plans are going to be filed by the 3rd of September. We hear from the Minister today that, everything's on track. Why is it then that the government is seeking to issue letters to councils to encourage them to undertake some form of regional collaboration? Well, I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. It's because the very form of reform that this government has is not incentivising any form of regional collaboration. It's actually saying to councils, you need to go back to the drawing board and think about how you're going to deliver this, but we're not going to really encourage you to work alongside other communities and other councils. You're not going to get any of the regional efficiencies that those gains would bring, and that's deeply, deeply disturbing. We heard through the Select Committee from councils all around the country as to what this reform package would mean for them. And yet what we have in front of us are two bills that do nothing but complete, I think Rachel Brooking referred to it as a horror trilogy in terms of water reform from this government. And that is very sad indeed. Particularly where there are issues around credit ratings, where there are issues around councils that are faced with borrowing headroom or the lack of it. And what we are going to see is a deficit when it comes to meeting the needs of water service infrastructure for communities all around the country. Households deserve much better from a government. This is a government that is failing them in this regard. This is a government that is basically going to say, saying to households, we don't care about the challenges that you face at the moment. We don't care that, yes, there is a cost of living crisis. What we do care about is forcing you to dig deeper into your pockets to meet costs that we don't actually know what those costs would be, but we're not prepared to incentivise any regional collaboration. And that is shameful. That is absolutely shameful. One of the things throughout this water reform that's been deeply concerning, Mr. Speaker, is hearing from councils and communities, for example, about the last-minute levy that was slapped on them as a result of the regulators' work under this government. Councils had gone through planning and consultative processes, and then to basically say, well, you're going to have to pay this significant amount of money, this levy that's coming your way without even knowing about that, I think is just yet another way that signifies how serious this government is about its partnership with the local government sector. And I think, Mr. Speaker, people can think for themselves around what that particular course of action would look like. Households will bear an unfortunate cost. And while, for example, the Post has reported today just some of those costs, these are costs that will be replicated all around the country. All around the country. And the majority of these costs are in the thousands upon thousands of dollars. And yet the government turns its head when it comes to looking at all the infrastructure needs in the Three Waters space or affordable water reform when it comes to the long-term approach. All of their data, all of their figure is actually not looking at a 30-year horizon. It's simply saying, how can we actually incentivise councils to work together? Oh, well, actually, we won't do that, because we're going to say, you go and do what you like, you be an orphan child if that's how it ends up for you. This is not a good piece of legislation. We have continued to oppose this. This will land on households and mean that they will be faced with additional costs that are simply unfair. This could have been avoided, but this government believes they know best, and that's unfortunate. I do not commend this bill to the House.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I
Lan
said that.
Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I want to take a moment to acknowledge how important this issue is, both for our people and for the environment. And I want to take a moment on that because it is often, and particularly this week just being, but definitely this sitting block, is quite staggering the extent to which the government fails to understand the bleeding obvious. Mr. Speaker, there are Kiwis today who turn on their tap and cannot rely on the drinking water that comes out of it, and they're nervous about what impact it might have on them, on their kids, or whatever use they want to have with that water. Is it safe to brush their kids' teeth? Is it not? And the same goes with countless experiences in countless estuaries, rivers, beaches, where it used to be safe to swim, where it used to be safe to fish or gather kai. And over such a long period of time now, those ecosystems have been degraded to an extent that the ecosystem is now not only unrecognisable, but severely ecologically compromised. Who these days sees seagrasses in their tidal estuaries anymore? They're extremely rare, and they used to be a common occurrence. We used to see so many coda or freshwater crayfish in our rivers. We used to not have to think twice about collecting and eating shellfish from our estuaries and beaches. And this bill was that opportunity to stop being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff and to actually move the focus to investment decisions that actually prioritised the health of our communities and the health of our water sources, our access to safe, clean drinking water, and actually wastewater and stormwater solutions that do not unnecessarily harm our health. And we could have done it collectively. And like my colleague has just pointed out, there is no incentive in this bill to actually do this collectively so that no community was unfairly burdened with the cost. But sadly, these are the very areas where this bill absolutely fails. Mr. Speaker, as disappointing as it was to be part of the select committee process in terms of seeing how rushed this bill was, I really want to thank the many submitters who did actually take the time in those very constrained timeline processes to actually have their say. And particularly I want to thank the officials as well, who were at times, completely scrambling to keep up with the demands of this government and the fact that really this bill was hashed together with very little due diligence and due scrutiny. And that is the reality of a bill of this magnitude with this many implications. So a big thanks to the community and to the officials. I particularly in this want to thank the councils because they're essentially the ones that are forced to grin and bear it while the government constantly reiterates this misguided, ill-informed myth that the government is somehow better placed to make decisions that should stay with local government. Now, from my time on local government, I really miss the constraints of local government where you were actually forced to talk to community, where you're actually forced to have options that actually looked at evidence base, and those informed your decisions. And it's so clear that this is now absent from this bill. And it's been particularly clear in the bigger picture of where this bill sits, with the massive overreach that we just had in this last-minute amendment in the RMA bill last week, where the government introduced the implications of which the Minister for the Environment is now able to gatekeep the decisions that local government would usually be able to make that would have impacts on the quality of the discharges that come out of our wastewater and stormwater systems. And it's just part of that bigger picture of how this bill falls so short in actually meeting New Zealanders' needs. Now, as to the flaws of the bill, it's hugely disappointing to have to relitigate these again and again, but it seems like the government just does not hear it. So the first part of that, and in the initial version of the bill, there was a really sensible objective up front and centre that water service providers would actually provide water services that, quote, do not have adverse effects on the environment. And the government chose to remove that. They decided that, this wasn't going to be the time where investment in the health of our people and the environment actually came first. And that's a serious problem. And it's a serious problem because we know that for 60% of our wastewater treatment plants, they will come up for renewal, their consents will come up for renewal in the next decade. And 20% of those are already operating on expired consents. So there's going to be this massive investment decision timeframe in the next few years by these water service providers. And this was our opportunity to make sure that those decisions actually reflected community needs and desires. The other aspect where this government have completely and utterly failed to grasp, again, the bleeding obvious, is that these water service providers will operate here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And what that means is that iwi and hapu have ongoing, recognised and also, unfortunately, unrecognised tino rangatiratanga over fresh water. And so when you're carrying out significant reform that impacts fresh water in such a critical way, the most basic thing that the government could do as a te tiriti partner is actually to recognise and provide for a place where mana whenua Māori actually have a place in the formation of these water entities. Now, thank goodness for the very basic changes that did happen at Select Committee that strengthened some provisions and protections for treaty settlements, particularly Ngāti Rangi and Te Ture Whai Mana. And yes, some councils will understand their partnership roles, but others, as we're seeing right now during the local government campaign, dive right into this racist rhetoric around Māori wards and even basic representation of iwi and hapu in these decisions, and they are excluding Māori. And that means that we will not get to a proper solution when it comes to these decisions. Now, the ultimate failure in this bill is this ill-thought-out set of single standards when it comes to wastewater and stormwater. And I wanted to quote Selwyn District Council's submission in this, Mr Chair, because they really summed it up. These standards effectively remove the ability for council to impose community-informed rules or standards, even where those rules are more restrictive due to local environmental needs. The council's concerned there will be a lack of oversight and that centrally designed and nationally applicable standards may lead to worse environmental outcomes due to a lack of appreciation for local conditions, issues or nuances. Now, another example that was given of this is in Ototahi, Christchurch, with the wastewater treatment plant there. And I wonder how the coastal communities there would react if they knew that when the city wastewater treatment plant comes up for consent renewal and the limits of bacterial counts from the wastewater treatment plant rise from 1,000 coliform units to 5,000 coliform units, up to 40,000 units, and they'll be paying for the privilege of that. They will be absolutely devastated and disgusted. And to add further insult to injury with that, this bill prohibits public or even limited notification so that community actually gets their say. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is yet another nail in the coffin of deliberate dismantling of freshwater protections. Kiwis needed the government to actually get this right. They've failed to do so, and Te Pāti Kakariki absolutely do not support this bill.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is two bills reforming the way local government and water services interact. What it's doing, Mr. Speaker, is far from the opposition has been accusing it of. What it's doing is addressing an issue that we've had in a long time, which is delays and avoidance of infrastructure renewals, refreshments, and making sure that the issues such as leaks or use is being taken into account. We've got a problem with people avoiding costs in the future. And the cost of living is an example of that, where people are paying higher inflated costs due to a lack of outcomes for money spent in the past. In the same way, ratepayers are seeing water costs rising, but it's from decisions made in the past, Mr. Speaker, not this bill. This bill is maintaining what New Zealanders asked for, and that's local control and ownership over the assets which they have built up and paid for. It's giving local authorities different options on ways to manage their local water. That will be through in-house delivery, coming up with CCOs, being a sole CCO for their own council or in partnership with other councils, but it's giving that local control. Mr. Speaker, we've heard some comments about regulations. One of the things that really needs to be taken into account is the different size and variety of water supplies. You know, if you're a small rural scheme or a standalone domestic scheme supplying a couple of dwellings, you need to be addressing these addressed by the regulator with cost proportionate and risk proportionate regulations. Otherwise, it's going through the roof. That is just some of the things that this bill is doing. It is a bill that needs to be done because we are seeing issues in our local authorities' provision of water and taking away of said water once it's used. The costs have gotten too high. Councils need to be on the ball with their renewals, with their consent pathways coming up, so we don't end up in a situation where there is consents outstanding. We got RMA reform coming, plenty of other things, but in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, this bill is going to address some of those issues in water. I commend it to the House.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Local Government Water Services Bill and the Local Government Water Services Repeals and Amendment Bill. And Mr. Speaker, I can't believe what I'm hearing in the House today. I've been hearing that councils across the country aren't happy with this. I must say, on my journeys across New Zealand, and I know my colleagues as well, we travel across and meet all the councils, and they're giving me a different sign. They're telling me this legislation is something that they wanted, they advocated for. So I'm very confused by the opposition's saying that the councils are struggling with this piece of legislation. They were struggling with the past legislation from the past government. I also, through the past, my experience on the Marlborough District Council, I know my last term at council, the amount of signs that went up around the community about stopping three waters. There was a community outcry from what the past government was trying to implement. And this here, as we just heard from the last speaker, gives back local control. It gives back local ownership. And that's what was so concerning constituents and ratepayers and councils across this country, that the last government wanted to give everything away. It was going to be given away to 4 mega entities. But this is actually giving control It's not centralisation. It's actually giving local decision makers, it's giving local councils back control over their assets. It's keeping those assets within the council, within the parent company, and that's what was the major concern with the past legislation. But Mr Speaker, to this point, you've got to look why we are here, and you have to really go back to 2016. You have to go back to Havelock North and what happened there, and it was the event that happened there with an unconfined aquifer, and people got sick and some people died. That was tragic, and that's something in this House was debated at the time, and there needed to be improvements, and nobody steps away from that, and that's why we got the regulator. And now we've got a regulator that is there around controls of standards. But the last government, their way of fixing that, they threw $1.2 billion down the drain. They didn't fix a pipe. How many pipes did you fix? $1.2 billion, and you didn't, and they laugh. They laugh at us, but $1.2 billion, and you walk around Wellington, you walk around our cities and water is pouring out of the ground. It is unbelievable. Nothing was fixed. $1.2 billion and nothing's fixed. But this here is going to give local councils the ability to get on with the job. We had the legislation with the preliminary arrangements around water service plans that got councils underway doing those plans. It's given councils the ability to set up either whether they're going to keep water under their own control or through CCOs. So that has all been underway. Was also the water organisations, now being able to set up the water organisations and again keeping that local control. I was able to sit, Mr Speaker, on the select committee for this. The amendments, there was a massive amount of amendments. I don't shy from that. It is a big piece of legislation, as we see in the House today. The bill's been split. There is a lot of detail in this, but I do believe, Mr Speaker, it does give certainty. But this is really the major part to this piece of legislation is the risk. We've got to look at the risk that is involved and the proportionate response that you have to give. And if you look at many councils across the country that are treating water to high standards and wastewater to high standards, and then being told that they have to put that to land and spend hundreds of millions of dollars makes no sense. So excess costs over standards that are too high is no good for community rates, and it's no good for actually trying to make better quality decisions. We've heard through the legislation with the housing, the growth around the development levies, that was well debated and has been changed. I agree with the last speaker too around the rural supplies, those under 25 connections and less not actually being involved in this. Communities where I live in the Marlborough Sounds, small communities, we're going to face huge costs of having to implement the last piece of legislation that now falls away under here. Also, stormwater, what's rainwater, rain falls, we don't have a lot of control over that, Mr Speaker, but we have clarity in this piece of legislation who actually has to deal with stormwater, what is the territory authorities. And Mr Speaker, isn't it great to get rid of co-governance out of this piece of legislation? Get rid of it. We are about New Zealanders, we are about Kiwis, we do not want takiwā boundaries like we had in Marlborough, what was absolutely nonsense. We are about water and where water is falling and looking after communities, and nothing about nonsense and backroom takiwā boundaries that have nothing to do with water delivery. And Mr Speaker, I'm so glad the opposition is so vocal, because it just shows how bad the last piece of legislation was. So New Zealand First, we are about common sense and changes that New Zealand has demanded is in this piece of legislation. New Zealand First is supporting it because it protects public ownership that the opposition was giving away. It will enhance accountability and puts communities back at the heart of water management, and I'm very proud, and it's a tremendous day. It's not a day that the opposition is saying. It's a tremendous day that this piece of legislation is going to be passed, and I commend it to the House.
This is a 5-minute split call. Maria Mino Kapa King.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Tēnā tātou te whare. Yeah, I don't know how common sense that sounded on the left of me, but I do know that in the time of where Three Waters was a thing, 14 iwi groups and hapu groups come together under Waipunarangi in Te Tai Tokerau and made good and very good decisions. And I know this lot gets concerned about this thing called co-governance, but whatever you decide to call it, it just comes down to some more racist thinking. And and what is also really interesting is that I find it interesting when the member on the left decides to use Māori words like takiwa. No other side of that does he use Māori words in any other way, but suddenly when he wants to damn an idea, he uses our reo, te reo Māori. I don't know whether it's Israel, but certainly he uses it in such an obvious and ridiculous racist way. Man, I would suggest that he reads some more. So here I'm going to go.
Just with the racist call, where it pertains to an individual, please be careful.
Generalise it?
I'll take it as not pertaining to the individual.
It does not. It's a general and comment to a number of pieces of policy being rammed through in the last little while. So this bill revokes the ability of Māori to maintain equal decision-making power alongside local government. Who in their madness would want that? Well, what do you call that? What else do you call that? We know what it's called, the fact that you might not own up to it, but here we go. The groups that were set up at that time, and it was for such a short time, but you know, Mr. Speaker, we were doing some blinking good things. We were thinking about it in a very whānau and hapu way. We had mokopuna in the centre of all the things that impact on Tai Tokerau, but not just Tai Tokerau, but I can talk about that because I was part of that group and part of the ideas that just reigned and were smart, very mokopuna centric, and we knew what we were doing. Why did we know? We knew better than local governments, actually. Why do we know? Because we walk those areas. We understand all of the waterways. We understand our whenua. We understand our settings better than anybody. But suddenly some smart, I don't know, well, no, not smart, but some blinded-minded thinking person decides that they know better than Māori about Māori land, about Māori whenua, about Māori resources, about Māori mokopuna and Māori children and marae. They think that they know better. What a nutty thing to do. What a dangerous thing to do. It's no different to our Māori wards' ridiculous behaviour that's going on now to say, no, we don't need any of that Maori stuff. We don't know any of that takiwa stuff like I just heard from the left. We all know what you're saying. You are saying if it's Māori, that means it's treaty, that means it has no place in this coalition. What a dangerous and bad thing to do. You will suffer by your thinking and your decisions. You will suffer by it. Bring on 2026. So, not only this, but by ignoring the role of Māori in the delivery of water services, this House simply passes the challenge on to the next generation. Good on you. Removing these provisions is not progress, it is reform, it is regression, and it is deeply and only racist. Just own up and say it. Just say it. Just like, okay, we can't help ourselves. We think we know better. We are all New Zealanders. We're not Maoris. We're not Maoris, we're all New Zealanders, which is code for we are all the same, which is really code for we are all that same. Not my same, because if I said we were all the same, I would honour you with all your Māori whakapapa. I would honour you with an 1840 thing that gave you permission to live here. For goodness sake, wake up and read the history. You are only here on the basis of our tupuna's grace and kindness, and you are still here on that basis. Though the bill is...
a lot of yous in there.
Yes.
Please...
limit them?
Find another word.
All right, then. I'll generalise it then yet again. All right. That lot. All right. The bill and all its in all its thinking and design. It ignores, it dismisses, it forgets how you get to live here. How non-Māori, how tangata Tiriti get to live here. How tangata moana get to live here, right? You forget, one forgets one's history. I implore you, get the education, understand the grace that Māori and tangata whenua give to all that live here. Mr. Speaker, what an atrocious piece of work. Kia ora tātou.
And just before I call the next speaker, for those on my right who are saying stick to the bill, just remember that the previous speaker did bring the issue up, therefore it became a debating point. Celia, wait, and no comment on the speaker's ruling, please, Mr. McAnulty. No, not fair enough at all. Stand, withdraw and apologise.
I withdraw and apologise.
Thank you. Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we turn our minds back to the last throes of the election and the insulting and appalling billboards about the original three waters, I think we can see why we have ended up in an unpleasant and messy place. And I'd like to quote from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. And one might wish that flavours of his political views had continued to today's National Party, but it would appear not. I quote, "The current bill not only continues the fragmented approach, but in some respects doubles down and makes for an even more complex, fragmented and incoherent approach. This is more than unfortunate and highlights again that the initiators of this reform had and still have little idea of how the environment is managed. That, members of the National Party, is from one of your own. Not only will there be higher prices per household, as my colleague Tangi Utakeri has mentioned, but also there will be lower standards. And again, Mr. Upton calls for some recognition that not all of our receiving waters are the same. And he called for the ability for councils to set, or whatever the organisation may be, it may be a council, it may be a CCO, it may be a conglomeration, but that they should be able, with the support of their community, to call for higher standards rather than the lowest. Also, this water services bill ignores the long-held knowledge, the Mātauranga Māori, of how water flows, where it runs as ephemeral streams, where aquifers are recharged from, and where iwi wish to continue to collect kai moana. I have been to Takapu Wahia Marae and heard how hurt they are that they cannot provide kai moana to the Manahiri because of decades of sedimentation and of pollution of the Porirua Harbour. Nothing in this bill solves or even recognises those problems. I also believe that this bill, in many ways in its introduction, has been anti-democratic. There were so many amendments brought in at the same time as members of the three coalition parties were trying to shut down debate. Those amendments did not come before Select Committee. They were not discussed by the councils, the households, the iwi in any way, shape or form. In the Governance and Administration Select Committee recently, we actually quizzed the Office of the Auditor General on for how many years there were 0 questions about the quantum of investment in Three Waters. There were 0 challenges to the 3-year budgets, the 10-year long-term plans and the 30-year asset management plans, which would be highly appropriate if all of the highfalutin talk about bipartisan infrastructure, if central government had longer-term budgets that we could see. So it's going to be financially challenging. I noticed today that the Minister of Finance, whatever her ambitions may be, she's currently the Minister of Finance, she's very clear about the ratings that the government received. Well, 18 councils have their credit ratings downgraded as a direct consequence of this bill. That means that other borrowings will be more expensive for the councils and for their ratepayers. We will be opposing this bill.
Cameron Brewer.
Oh, Madam Speaker, we all remember only 2 or 3 years ago those signs on every motorway overbridge and farm fence, stop Three Waters. Right. And the challenge for the opposition today and their remaining speakers is to commit to bring back Three Waters. Right. Let's see if they've got the temerity to bring back Three Waters, and I don't think you'll be hearing that today. Local water done well. This is the 3rd reading of the 3rd bill, and Madam Speaker, it is giving councils the choice of new water service delivery models. And most are coming to form these multi-council CCOs. And in fact, if you look at, say, Mayor Sam Broughton, Selwyn Mayor, not necessarily a friend of this government, a CCO, they were the first, Selwyn were the first to come up with a water CCO under this legislation. They say, the Selwyn District Council, a CCO would bring new opportunities to manage and fund water services separately from rates for current and future ratepayers. This is a great outcome for councils, this is a great outcome for communities, and this is a great outcome for Kiwis. I commend the bill.
Excellent.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Madam Speaker, when people said yes to having a get rid of Three Waters sign on their land at the last election, I don't think they knew they were signing up for the kinds of cost increases that they're going to experience under the legislation that we're passing today. What we are seeing is an example of the government making things worse for Kiwi households, making it far harder for them to balance their budgets. So if we have a look around the country, what does local water done well, or whatever they're calling it, do? So if you live in Christchurch, let's say just for example, like I do, what we are going to see is water charges increase by $900 a year. Yep. If you live in Hamilton, the hike will be $1,700. Yep. In Nelson, more than $750. In Dunedin, $1,200 a year increase. And in Selwyn, that the previous speaker was just talking about and holding up as a poster child, get ready for an $1,800 a year increase in your water charges, because that is what this government thinks doing water well looks like. Each and every national MP is going to have to front up to their communities and tell them why they think that extra money on their rates bill is a good idea and how that is doing something well. Because it is not doing it well, Madam Speaker. It is doing it badly, and it is taking New Zealand households backwards. It is making their lives harder, not better. Things are getting worse for them, and this will only add to that. So what does this legislation do, Madam Speaker? Well, it shifts the financial risk to councils and ratepayers. And what the government said is, no, there's too few entities. There's not enough room for local decision making under the previous government plans. So we're going to get rid of any of the economies of scale and the money that could have been saved for ratepayers right across this country, and we'll just let there be a proliferation of water service entities. And how many have we ended up with? 40, Madam Speaker. 40 water service entities, which is leading to an average increase in water charges for New Zealand households of $1,725. Now, $1,725 is an awful lot of money for already stretched households to have to put on their budgets. This is money that New Zealanders simply cannot afford. And these are costs that this government is imposing on those households. It's imposing on them, and we heard it from a New Zealand First speaker, came down to it because it was all about the billboard and getting rid of co-governance. They want to get rid of it. And for that, each and every New Zealand household is going to carry the burden of an extra $1,725 on average increase in their water charges. Is that making New Zealand a better place? No, it is not, Madam Speaker. It is making things worse, and each and every government MP is going to have to front up to their constituents and tell them why those increased costs they're paying are a good idea, because this is not how New Zealanders are seeing it. So what we have not seen is the coming together to form bigger water entities. And as my colleague, my colleague Tangi Utakiri has pointed out, there are no incentives in this legislation for those orphan councils to come in and join larger entities, which would minimise costs for New Zealand households. Now, Madam Speaker, we're seeing this legislation come late in August. It's pretty lucky that we have got this on the order paper for this week, and a bit of a surprise from a government that can't manage its own legislative agenda, because what is happening on the 3rd of September, that is D-Day for councils to have their water services delivery plans into government, the 3rd of September. That's why we're seeing a flurry of these plans rise up at the moment, and why it is becoming abundantly clear what the increased cost on New Zealand households will be in each and every location around the country. Because the government has made it pretty clear it's going to be punitive for those councils that don't have its plans ready on the 3rd of September. I wonder how those councillors feel about the fact they've got to have their plans in on the 3rd of September, but the government's only managing to get this legislation through the House only a matter of a couple of weeks out from that looming deadline. So, Mr. Speaker, what else do we see in there? The coercive compliance model that the government is imposing through that. So what they've said, if you don't get that water services plan in, but water services delivery plan in by the 3rd of September, that triggers possible government intervention, including the appointment of Crown water specialists. So this is the government that was all about local leadership and letting locals take control. They're saying get it in by the 3rd of September, or we'll just come over the top and we'll appoint some other people to oversee it. That is what this government is about. It spoke a big game while it was banging up the billboards across the country. It's an entirely different matter at the next election, when they have to go back and explain to some communities possibly, while they've overridden their council and appointed Crown water specialists in their place. How's that going to look on the delivery of making sure that we have local leadership? It also pushes the regulatory costs onto councils. Now, one of the things, Madam Speaker, I think that we can all agree on is that there has been an underinvestment over many decades in the water infrastructures around New Zealand. And as a country, we must do better. If we want to grow our housing, if we want to grow our cities and produce more affordable housing, then it is absolutely imperative that we upgrade and keep expanding and keep investing in our water infrastructure. But, Madam Speaker, in terms of pushing those costs onto councils in the way in which this bill that is going through its final stages now is doing, is not going to cure any of those problems. It is a bill, as one of my colleagues sitting directly behind me keeps reminding the House in a very, very useful way, is that this is a bill that just does not add up. It does not add up. That if we think about the problems that we're trying to solve by increased investment in water infrastructure, making everything more expensive, from the water charges households will pay to the regulatory burden that councils will carry, just does not make sense. But, Mr. Speaker, more than that, this also weakens the public health protections that need to be there. That water is vital to our public health in New Zealand, making it absolutely safe for people to drink the water and dispose of wastewater in a way that protects public safety and health is a vital thing, and something, a minimum that we should expect from our water system. But this makes it easier for small suppliers to opt out of full regulatory oversight. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to live in a country that no matter where we turn on the tap, we can have the knowledge and we can all have the faith that water will be safe to drink and that it is not going to do harm. When I think about one of the things that are great about New Zealand, and there are many of them, it is actually our clean water and the access to have that clean water. And we should not be downgrading it. You're right, Mr. McAnulty, it is in some places, and we need to ensure that it is in all of our places that we have that. And Madam Speaker, we also know that in this bill there is a failure to protect our water services from privatisation. That this is a bill that is not putting in place those protections to ensure that we can have the faith that public ownership gives our water services. So I want to hear the next government speaker get on their hind legs and reassure this House that there are no plans for privatisation of our water services, because what we can see when we look around the world, if we think the bills are being hiked by this government's changes, and they are, by on average over $1,700 a year, it will only get worse if there's a privatisation of it. Madam Speaker, we are disappointed we cannot support this, but this is a bill that increases the costs for New Zealand households. It makes it worse, not better for them. It downgrades our environmental protections and it downgrades our health protections. Thank you.
Speaker,
Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to have a little bit of context. One of the previous members' contribution, Tangi Utikere, talked about how these councils are being forced, which is rich, given that the mega 4 entities that was bestowed upon the previous lot. And Megan Woods talked about the expense. Well, let's talk about expense. Let's talk about the $1.2 billion. And what have we got to show for it? I've got a pie graph, Madam Speaker. A third of that was just consultants and accountants. Consultants and advisors, sorry. 1/3, 400 million on consultants and advisors. What have we got to show for that? Nothing. And we're quick to forget, what about the Better Off Fund? Tangi Utikere talked about where's the incentive for the orphans. Remember the Better Off Fund? Let's give councils $500 million to get on board with our commanding rule. It's ridiculous. Well, I've got to say, goodbye Three Waters, hello local water done well, goodbye co-governance, hello locally chosen and designed options, goodbye 4 mega entities. You nod your head, but you know I'm right. Hello localism and choice.
Madam Speaker, this is a split call. Call the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, amongst all the clapping and cheering and hooting, I want us to remember why we needed to reform water services in this country. The previous government was working on it, this government is working on it. You know, Havelock North is a lovely town. I've visited it often. It's a really pleasant place to go to, and great place to go on a holiday, great place to go on a wine tour. But just a very few years ago, the water supply there was contaminated
and 4 people died, and many others became very, very ill indeed. We have a problem with our water services in this country. We all acknowledge that. We all acknowledge the need to have good water services. We all like to be able to go places and just turn the tap on and drink the water. And that's part of the point of trying to reform water services. But this plan does not work. This plan pushes extraordinary costs onto households. This plan pushes all the responsibility out to local councils, and it has central government taking no responsibility for funding the much needed upgrades of water infrastructure. This plan, brought to us by that government, means that people in Christchurch will pay another $900 a year in rates. That's a lot of money. People in Nelson will pay another $750 a year in rates. People in Hamilton, Mr. Hamilton, will pay another $1,700 a year in rates. People in Dunedin will pay another $1,200 a year in rates. People in Wellington, not a city where most of us live, but we are here week after week after week, the people that we live among, for much of our time as we're doing our jobs, will pay up to, it's estimated, an extra $4,800 a year. Water rates. They're extraordinary numbers. Now, we know work needed to be done on our water infrastructure, but where that government has got it wrong is the extent to which they are pushing the costs of this onto local ratepayers. See, when they campaigned so vigorously against Three Waters, when they got all flustered and flurried about it, when they said it was all about the best thing to do was localism, what they did not say clearly was that it meant pushing the costs of this out as well. So, you know, if we talk about having a fiscally sustainable water solution, this is not it. And it is not sustainable because of the costs it pushes on to ordinary households. You know, that's not the only fault with this bill. The other one is, another one of the faults of it is the extent to which, under the guise of promoting localism, it will instead allow the government to go in and tell local councils exactly what they must do. Now, under the guise of choice, a word that was used out there, we were told that local councils could choose who to join up with in order to provide water services. But all along we asked the question, what about orphan councils? What about those who are getting left out? And we know that some councils are getting left out because they have too small a rating base, they have too few connections to make it financially viable for anyone else to take them on. In some areas, we've had regional entities try to get stood up, people try to work together to get these water services going, but those local entities have fallen over. That's happening in Taranaki, in South Canterbury, in the Western Bay of Plenty, areas where these proposed water services entities won't get stood up because it can't happen. And what does that mean? It means that central government is going to come in over the top and tell them exactly what to do. So they cried localism. They campaigned on it, but when push comes to shove, they are not going to do it. Saying with one hand one thing and doing something completely different. They should be ashamed of that.
They should be.
So I invite the members of that government to read the excellent analysis from Thomas Manch over the past few days in the papers.
They won't.
Have a look at the in-depth criticisms of this proposal and to think again about why they are voting in support of this bill. They should not do so. If they support localism, if they support low costs for households, they should join us and vote against this bill.
Well said.
Dean Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, we campaigned on scrapping Labor's Three Waters and we delivered.
That's it.
We campaigned on our own water done well policy.
That's it.
And today, Madam Speaker, we deliver the third tranche of reforms of water done well. It is a great day, Madam Speaker, for councils up and down the country for autonomy and flexibility to design water services for their communities. It's a great day for ratepayers, Madam Speaker, who get to keep their water assets intact and have limited rate rises as a result. I don't know where they get their figures from, but we are confident that they will face lower rate rises as a result. And Madam Speaker, it's a great day for New Zealanders because no longer do we have the divisive co-governance policies under the previous Labour government. This law that we are passing today is all about the basics, ensuring councils can fund and deliver the basics of water infrastructure right across New Zealand. It's a plan that works and I commend it to the House.
Oh, very good.
Okay.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a debate like this, it's always quite telling what government MPs have to say. Now, throughout this debate, there have been many claims, based on evidence and fact, that this bill will see significant increases in rates bills. Now, one might think that if those claims were being made in this House, that government members would want to take the opportunity to refute that. I mean, those are pretty massive claims. We've heard figures in the thousands for various communities around this country. But did they do that? No, they didn't. They read their key lines and they sat down. Now, if this was such a significant day for the government, Madam Speaker, I would have assumed that they would want to take the opportunity to explain how this bill will make it better for New Zealanders. Ultimately, they campaigned on improving the cost of living. And as we know, if we look across the board, they are actually making it worse, and there's no better example of that than this bill. Now, Madam Speaker, I have studied the ruling of the Speaker this afternoon in question time, so I'm going to be very careful with my language here, but there have been some repeated lies all amongst this broader conversation around water reform. And it is unfortunate because, as my colleague, Dr. Deborah Russell mentioned, what started this entire debate was essentially an entirely regrettable situation where people died as a result of consuming their water that should have been safe. And when we opened up the hood, in fact, it wasn't us, it was a previous national government under Anne Tolley. When Anne Tolley opened up the hood, she recognised that the system is broken. It is utterly unsustainable, and no cheap political PR exercise is going to fix it. So they commenced that work to review the delivery of 3 waters across this country. We came into government and continued that work. Now, what was clear is that councils cannot do this by themselves. And what is also clear from councils' own figures, that this country needs to find $185 billion over the next 30 years. Now, that's the first figure that I have mentioned, but it is still more figures than any of the government contributions in this debate so far. None of them have stood up and said how this plan will add up.
Single one.
And I'll tell you why, because it doesn't. And I'll tell you something else. They know it. So in communities like Northcote and Upper Harbour and Hamilton and New Plymouth and Christchurch and North Otago and Mangakirkir and Bay of Plenty and Southland, every single one of the communities that are represented by members here tonight, their rates are going up because of this bill.
Absolutely.
And every single one of them is going to vote for it. Now, I mentioned earlier that there had been some repeated lies throughout this broader conversation. What is interesting, Madam Speaker, is the way that they have gone about this. Because in their own documents, in the government's own documents, the advice is quite clear that local water done well, so-called, does not add up. It's in their own documents. Did they refer to the advice today? No, of course they didn't, because it doesn't add up. So council's own figures showed that over the next 30 years, $185 billion needs to be found. And this model which is essentially a carbon copy of the Castalia modelling, that doesn't add up. So isn't it interesting that Simeon Brown, who was the minister at the time, went on council's long-term plan numbers, which is projections over the next 10 years. And even then, it doesn't really add up, but they can just make it look like it does. They have neglected deliberately. This is a deliberate political decision. They have neglected the council's own projections from year 11 to year 30. And they knew that councils had backdated most of that work between that period. So it would be disingenuous if anyone were to claim that the 10-year long-term plan period is a third of the projected work, because it isn't. So the only way that they could make this look like it added up was to take a fraction of the projected costs. And they did that deliberately. And they knew that they are neglecting years 11 to 30. Now, the public will soon be bearing the consequences of that disingenuous approach. How can they stand up and say to New Zealanders that this adds up when they know from their own advice that it doesn't? It is extraordinary. The cost to ratepayers will be in the thousands. This is, in some cases, going to cost them more than the status quo. It is extraordinary, and it is actually unbelievable. This is a momentous day in the sense that the next time New Zealanders get their rates bill and they see a significant increase, which they will, they can think back to today, and they can think back to the regions that I just read out earlier and see if their local member of parliament has participated in this debate. Perhaps they might like to contact them, because every single one of the government MPs is about to vote for significant rates increases. And we already know, Madam Speaker, that there are people who cannot afford to keep their homes because of rates increases.
I don't care about that.
Now, they will say, oh no, we've capped rates. This isn't capping rates. $900 in Christchurch isn't capping rates. $1,700 in Hamilton isn't capping rates. The list goes on, Madam Speaker. All this government is doing is smokes and mirrors. And what the country needs is an upfront conversation about the state of the problem. They campaigned and they whipped up hysteria about what? Not about the cost, about Māori being on the regional representative board. Why couldn't they just say it? Why couldn't they just swallow their pride and say, look, actually, what is being proposed is proven to work, but we don't like Māori on that group, which wasn't an ownership group, which wasn't a governance group, it was a regional representative group. Because actually, that's all they didn't like, because they knew it would get them cheap votes in an election campaign, and they got into government and they realised, actually, do you know what? The thing that we promised New Zealanders would work actually won't work, and we kind of probably already knew it wouldn't anyway. I don't know what we're going to do. I know we'll screw the scrum, we'll fiddle with the figures, we'll make it look like it's going to work, and when it really hits home, it'll be somebody else's problem to deal with. But their calculation is miscued to one little degree, is that it won't be in 18 months' time when this hits home, Madam Speaker, it will be immediately. There will be people that simply cannot afford their water bills. There will be people that lose their homes because they cannot pay these bills. It's happening already, so they can't deny it won't happen in the future. Now, there's one more government call left. Will they stand up and explain to New Zealanders in the 10 minutes that they have how this bill makes it cheaper for ratepayers? No. Because all they have is this inaccurate claim that $1.2 billion was spent and that none of it went into infrastructure. We've heard it here tonight. It's just not true. It is not true. 527 million of the 1.2 billion went into water pipes. Right. So the best argument they've got isn't true. And I think that sums it up. Yeah. Why should New Zealanders have to put up with this? Put up with a government that has no interest in actually sorting the significant issues that we are facing. No community is immune, even Auckland. No one. This bill affects every New Zealander. And every New Zealander, in the midst of an ongoing cost of living crisis, will have even less money now, because even if they don't pay their rates, they will through their rents. Landlords will be faced with increases of thousands of dollars a year because of all of them. And you know what will happen? They'll put rents up to cope for it. This will impact every Kiwi in the pocket. Why? They're too arrogant to say that their plan won't work.
The member's time has expired.
Madam Speaker.
David McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I wasn't part of the select committee that was associated with the committee stage of this bill, but I have had a bit of time in local government, and I saw the challenges around the water infrastructure that this bill is all about. And I sort of questioned myself, how did we get to this spot? And there are correct statements made on the other side of the House, is that we had a terrible, terrible outcome, which was the Havelock North situation. But I think it comes well before that as to the reason as to why we're in this predicament here. And I think it's around the construct of local government. And what I mean by the construct is, I think it's about, like, how do we actually elect our councillors to councils, to TLAs, who are the ultimate decision makers through their management and consultants when they're making decisions. And I've seen far too often candidates for councils running on the mandate of keeping rates down, bang the table, I'm going to make sure rates are going to be down type thing. And I say that that is a very, very worrying comment. It should be a statement of every dollar we spend, every ratepayer dollar that we spend should be a well-spent dollar. And it's a difference. It's a difference. So how did we get here? I think that we've had decades of underinvestment. We've had decades where councils have not paid attention to this very, very important infrastructure, this very, very expensive infrastructure. There's no doubt about it that there are councils or there are areas within New Zealand that have got significant spends ahead of them. Whether it's 1 year ahead, 5 years, 10 years, big, big spends. It's going to cost money. There are going to be increases in the cost of water because there has been such an underinvestment in this infrastructure. This is a rescue package of where we've got to with local government. That is my personal view. Okay? So there are councils in New Zealand that have actually done a good job. I know that in Taranaki, that we've got some councils that have invested significant amounts of money in the infrastructure. And when they are needing the next lot is actually well ahead. They are concerned that they are going to be subsidising next door neighbours or other councils in the near term when they've actually done a great job themselves as a council. That is the challenge of the decision making councils have of whether they should amalgamate or not with other councils. And that's part of the challenge of what they're trying to get around with regards to it. This is all about ownership and control. What we heard clearly through our campaign before the last election is that the three waters that was proposed was taking away the control and ownership of these important infrastructure pieces for these councils itself. That's what it was all about. And so we've come up with a proposal here where they retain the control, retain the ownership, and they can actually deliver it via a vehicle of which there are a number of options there. We are not dictating how they shall do it. They put the proposal to the government and it is assessed to make sure it can be enduring and sustainable into the future. It's choice. It's maintaining that localness, subsidiarity, if you want to put a title onto it. This bill here is actually doing a lot of stuff that's moving in the right direction. It does have a cost. It does have a cost. And it's socialised, hopefully over a bigger scale of people. This is about trying to gain scale by joining councils together, largely, but not in every case. There are some councils that can, I believe, will demonstrate that they can stand alone on their own 2 feet. And if that's the case, I think the government should be supportive of that. So this bill here, or two bills, which is here in this third reading, is the final of the trifecta of all the different pieces of work that need to be done legislatively to be able to now put in place the mechanisms for the community of New Zealand to move forward with regards to this important water infrastructure. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the Local Government Water Services Bill and the Local Government Water Services Repeals and Amendments Bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko marima nā pōti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Nā pōti e whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to.
Local Government Water Services Bill, third reading. Local Government Water Services Repeals and Amendments Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill, second reading.
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
Madam Speaker, I seek leave to present a legislative statement on the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none. That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand in support of the second reading of the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. This bill represents a thoughtful and necessary evolution in how we manage land use under the ETS, one that reflects our climate ambitions, our commitment to rural communities, and our vision for a balanced, resilient future for New Zealand. This government's position is that there is a place in New Zealand for both forestry and for agriculture to be growing our economy from the rural heartland, but doing so in a balanced way that doesn't see some of our most versatile and productive soils lost to forestry. We have heard the concerns, Madam Speaker, from the rural sector about the high levels of sustained tree planting that is being driven by the ETS at the expense of productive farmland. If the current rates of full farm conversions continues unaddressed, we risk unintended consequences for our food production, our economy, our rural communities, our agricultural supply chains and our land use flexibility. This bill follows through on a key election commitment and will protect our most productive land for food production whilst enabling sustainable growth of the forestry sector and continued progression towards our climate change targets. It does this by amending the Climate Change Response Act 2002 to limit farm conversions to exotic forestry on LUC 1 to 6 land from registering in the ETS except where there is an exemption, limit or allowance. When we debated this bill at first reading, the House was united in recognising the the need to address the rapid and often irreversible conversion of productive farmland into exotic forestry. We acknowledged the risk of perverse incentives and agreed it was time to make a change. Since then, the Environment Committee has done excellent work under tight timeframes, and I want to thank the committee members and the many submitters who engaged constructively with the bill. Their feedback has led to 5 key improvements that I believe make this legislation stronger, fairer and more future-focused, but all of them continue with the direction that this House unanimously agreed during the first reading. Firstly, we've clarified the definition of unfarmed land. Originally, the definition risked excluding land from ETS registration if any exotic species had been planted in the 5 years since farming ceased, even on marginal land. That wasn't the intent. The revised definition now focuses on forest land establishment on LUC Class 1 to 6 land, allowing exotic planting on Class 7 and 8, and allowing areas under 1 hectare, such as shelterbouts, to be planted without disqualifying the title. This change ensures that genuinely unfarmed land can still be used for exotic forestry while protecting our most productive soils. It is a practical fix, and it reflects the reality on the ground where landowners often use shelterbouts or plant small areas for erosion control. We're not punishing good land stewardship, we are encouraging it. Secondly, we've improved how mapping standards are managed. Rather than prescribing mapping standards through regulation, the bill now empowers the Environmental Protection Authority to issue them directly. This would provide better consistency with the way that mapping standards are currently issued for the Forestry Emissions Trading Scheme. It's a small administrative change, but it reflects a bigger principle that our land use management tools must be agile, responsive, and grounded in good science. Thirdly, we've removed the exemption for offsetting land specifically for post-1989 forests. This was a potential loophole. Under the original bill, ETS participants could have used post-1989 offsetting applications to register exotic forestry on LUC Class 1 to 6 land, sidestepping the new restrictions that would have undermined the intent of the bill. The committee has rightly closed that gap. The exemption now applies only to pre-1990 offsetting, where the risks are lower and the policy rationale is clearer. This change protects the integrity of the ETS and ensures that offsetting doesn't become a backdoor for large-scale conversions. Fourthly, we've made the allocation system for LUC Class 6 land more efficient. The bill reserves a portion of the annual allocation for small applications, a good idea that supports small landowners and community-led forestry, but as introduced, any unused portion couldn't be reallocated. That risked leaving hectares on the table. The committee has fixed this. Now, if the reserved portion isn't fully used, it can be redistributed. That means we can make full use of the available land while still prioritising equity and access. And fifthly, we've strengthened the transition exemptions. We all agreed that landowners who had already begun investing in forestry conversions before the policy change should be treated fairly. But the original drafting was too loose. It allowed exemptions based on a single qualifying investment, even if the applicant had no clear interest in the land. The revised bill now requires both a clear interest in the land and one more qualifying forestry more qualifying forestry investments. Both must have occurred prior to the policy announcement date of 4 December 2024. A clear interest means ownership,
a registered lease or forestry rights, a sale and purchase agreement, or a written offer to purchase the land that had either been accepted or there has been a written intention to negotiate further. Qualifying investments include emissions rulings, activities under the Resource Management Act, and other forestry preparation activities such as seedling orders or land preparation. This means that neither a seedling order nor a land purchase agreement would on their own qualify for a transitional exemption. This is a fairer, more robust test, and it strengthens the transitional exemptions so they focus on those who were genuinely acting in good faith. Taken together, these changes reflect a bill that is more precise, more equitable, and more aligned with our long-term goals. They show that we've listened, we've learned, and we've improved. But more than that, they reflect an optimistic vision for land use in New Zealand, a vision where forestry plays a vital role in our climate response, but not at the expense of food production or rural vitality. A vision where the ETS supports economic development, a vision where policy is shaped not just by carbon metrics, but by community values and environmental stewardship. This bill is not anti-forestry. It is pro-balance, it is pro-rural resilience, and it's part of a broader shift towards a climate response that is grounded in integrity and shaped by the voices of those who live and work on the land. The bill is necessary and timely response to the evolution in how we manage land use under the ETS, one that reflects our climate ambitions, our commitment to rural communities, and our vision for a balanced, resilient future for New Zealand. So I commend this bill to the House. I look forward to its continued progress, and I thank everyone who has helped shape it into a better, fairer and more future-ready piece of legislation. I move that the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, the Labour Party will continue to support this bill, but it's a margin call. And it's a margin call because although this bill is setting out to achieve some control over the rate at which rural land is converted to forestry, it does not necessarily achieve that goal itself. That conversion can still happen. It does not necessarily protect all of our soils in the way that they need to be protected. And it does not really solve some of the problems with the ETS, with the role of forestry in the emissions trading scheme. So we will support the bill, but it is a margin call. I want to just talk a little bit about why we've landed up in that position. And first of all, just to talk clearly about what happens in this bill. So all our land in this country has a land use capability rating on it. Our land use capability 1 through 8. Land use capability 1 is our very finest soils, the finest production soils around Pukekohe, for example. If we go to land use capability 6, we're starting to talk about some of the more marginal hill country, the dissected hill country on which can be farmed for sheep and beef, but is possibly not the greatest. And by the time we're to 7 and 8, it's virtually, some of it is unfarmable, in fact. So it has different capabilities. Under this bill, each year, a farmer who has land in land use capability 1 through 6 can put, over time, can put up to 25% of that land into forestry that is used for the emissions trading scheme or for getting carbon credit. So it's important to note that other forestry can still continue on other parts of that land. If the land is in land use category capability 6, then an additional 15,000 hectares a year
can go into the emissions trading scheme, and whoever gets to do that on their farm, that's determined through a ballot. Ballot's an interesting mechanism. It was hard to understand what might be a fair mechanism. That's the ballot that the officials and the minister have come up with. So be it. And land use capability 7 and 8, there are no restrictions on how much land in there can go into forestry, which is used for carbon credits in the emissions trading scheme. So, quite a complicated bill. And it is absolutely right for the Minister to say that rural communities have been calling for some measures to restrict the changeover of farms from farming, from sheep and beef farming particularly, into forestry. People have talked about how it's impacted rural communities, how that as farms are converted into forestry, that the rural families leave, and it has quite a big impact on communities. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you might know this from down your way as well, down in Westland. So, on the surface, addressing this problem looks like a good thing, but I do see 3 areas in this bill where we actually just need to think a little carefully, and we have thought through carefully and come down on this margin call. So I want to talk about the effect on rural communities. I want to talk about the use of soils, but primarily I want to talk about the lack of attention to the role of forestry in the emissions trading scheme. Okay, so in terms of the effect on rural communities, the assumption is that this change, this new legislation, will slow down the conversion of whole farms to forestry. Actually, it won't. Land use capability 7 and 8 can still go entirely into forestry for the emissions trading scheme. But if we look at what has been said by Beef and Lamb New Zealand, they've said that even under these changes, the changes that have been put through, they're still too permissive. They still estimate that up to 26,000 hectares of whole farms on land classes 6 to 7 could still go into the emissions trading scheme every year. So that's, could be converted each year. Their concern is that Class 6 land, they say, is the most productive in the sheep and beef sector, and even Class 7 land is economically viable. But if the conversions proceed, then a further 650,000 hectares could be lost to forestry by 2050. Now, it's not just the land lost to forestry, it's the fact that with forestry, there are fewer people in each district. That's families moving out because the farm has gone to forestry, which doesn't need a whole family on it to farm it. That means that the local school loses enrolments. It means that it may no longer be viable to run a store out in the back blocks. So a whole lot of services that are lost along with the loss of people. So I think there could still be an impact on local communities. I guess we will have to wait and see how this particular legislation works out. It might slow down the rate of forestry conversion. It's probably worth a go. A margin call for us. We will support it that far. In terms of the use of soils, it does concern me that some of our very best soils can still end up being used for forestry, for exotic forestry in the emissions trading scheme. It's amazing travelling through Pukekohe, through other immensely fertile areas and seeing what can be grown there and how lush it is, how wonderfully fertile those soils are. It does seem a shame to leave open that space where those immensely productive soils could be converted into forestry. However, this does still permit this. I guess one of the reasons for that is we do want to ensure that landowners can make decisions about what they do with their land and not to interfere too much, but it's a very fine balance on that one, as we're seeing from this legislation in the first place. So in some ways, I think if we're going to intervene with decisions that landowners make, why not just go the whole hog and say you can't put category 1 in at all? Might be a good thing to do. If we're going to go down this interventionist path, why not go a whole lot further? So there. But the real thing I think here that really worries me is that although this bill is named as it is the climate change response Forestry, what is it? I have to get the exact name, Climate Change Response, Emissions Trading Scheme, Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. So it comes into the category of climate change. And yet it doesn't do what we need to have done with forestry in the emissions trading scheme. The way our emissions trading scheme is set up, we are one of only 2 countries in the world that allow a 1-for-1 on forestry in the emissions trading scheme. So 1 tonne of carbon emitted can be soaked up by 1 tonne of soaking up done by trees. It's in and out and in and out. There's a couple of difficulties with that. One is that obviously it then does create the incentive to turn land over to forestry instead of food production. Could be a good thing to do. But more importantly, forests are not necessarily a very permanent carbon sink. That's the analysis from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, who had a big report out recently on the use of forestry in the emissions trading scheme. Forests need maintenance. They need to be looked after. They need weeding. They need pest control, and so on. And that it's not always clear that that happens with carbon forests. So we actually need to have a big think about the role of carbon forests in the emissions trading scheme. More to the point, if we continue using forestry in the emissions trading scheme, the analysis suggests that if we continue to do that, then we will reach using forestry credits net zero in the emissions trading scheme in about 10 years. What it will do is it will undermine the price of credits in the emissions trading scheme. It's a complicated problem to solve, and it does need to be solved in terms of how we use forestry in the emissions trading scheme, and in fact, how the emissions trading scheme works altogether. There was a long analysis from Radio New Zealand reporter Kirsty Johnson this morning, talking about the various climate-related endeavours that have been delayed, defunded or discontinued under this current government, and sitting amongst them was something that was happening under the previous government but is now no longer happening, and that was the role of forestry in the ETS. We actually need to have that review done. It needs to be done soon. This bill is not it. I would like to see some priority given to thinking about the role of forestry in the emissions trading scheme. So there you have it, Madam Chair. Support for this bill, but qualified support.
Has expired. Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we had very in-depth conversations about this bill as recently as at the Green Party caucus meeting this morning. It is a challenging bill, and we agreed to support it to Select Committee because we viewed that it's a genuine problem that we're trying to grapple with. But we have come to the determination, Madam Chair, that we will not be supporting this bill any further unless there are significant amendments made at the Committee of the Whole. The reason for that is that the bill's primary purpose is not actually dealing with climate change. The bill has sought to find some balance between impacting foresters in an unfair way and addressing the loss of particularly sheep and beef land to pine plantations. And while you might take the view, as I remember Pete Hodgson took so many years ago around climate policy, that if all sides are unhappy, you've probably struck the right balance. I think in this instance, all sides being unhappy, and I mean foresters and I mean beef and lamb, is an indication that the balance has not been struck right. And in fact, the bill is something of a dog's breakfast that is not solving the problem. We looked really hard at this to the colleague opposite, and we seriously considered supporting it. But we've come to the conclusion that it doesn't go far enough in actually addressing the problem. And I'll speak a little to what my colleague Deborah Russell just alluded to. One of the impacts of putting restrictions of 25% on land class 1 to 6 is that you actually push a whole lot of forestry into 6, 7 and 8. 7 and 8 particularly is a problem. Now, for forestry to be effective, it should be planted in harvestable areas. We potentially create a problem, Madam Chair, where we put a whole lot of forestry into very difficult to get to places. We've just seen in Tasman with the terrible weather events they've had there, whole hillsides of trees bowled over by the weather. Putting more pine plantations in those high inaccessible land class areas is not a good place to do forestry. It's conceivable that many of those forests will never be harvested. They will blow over, they will become the fuel for future wildfires as we get worsening droughts, which is one of the consequences of the problem we're trying to solve, climate change. Beef and Lamb were very clear that 89% of the farms that have been purchased for conversion into forestry in the last 8 years have been in land class 6 to 8, 6, 7 and 8, with most of it in land class, in those land classes, and only a fraction of it in the lower land classes. I think a total of around 12% in land class 1 through 5. So the restrictions in those land classes is nearly meaningless. This is something of wallpaper on a political problem. It is not an actual going to the root of the problem and solving it. The Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, and it's interesting he's been quoted by Beef and Lamb as well, made the point that, as my colleague just made, that it was never the intention that the purchasing of forestry units was going to be the primary mechanism for us dealing with our emissions. The effect of the constant offsetting to pine trees is that the emissions trading credit price stays low. One of the submitters who didn't like this bill, amongst others, was the oil and gas lobby, Madam Chair. They didn't like it because they would lose their ability to offset to pine trees. That was their fear, and the price of carbon credits might go up. We have a distortion created by the fact that we have forestry as part of an emissions trading scheme mechanism to offset fossil fuel emissions, but the rest of agriculture is not in the emissions trading scheme. So we're losing one of our least polluting livestock sectors, sheep and beef, which emits about a quarter of the emissions per hectare of a dairy farm, to offsetting for fossil fuels. We're losing agricultural productivity to save the bacon of oil, gas and coal burning. That's a very problematic distortion, which is why the real solution to this problem is to take forestry out of the emissions trading scheme. That's what the Green Party's position is. We did consider that this bill would serve to set some sort of precedent about intervention into this space, and therefore that was useful to move us towards a principle of recognising that offsetting to forestry was not a substantive long-term solution to the problem of climate change. In fact, it's not a solution at all in reality. But we don't believe that is correct on deeper analysis. In fact, we just need to bite the bullet and solve the problem at its core, at its root. The Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment pointed out what my colleague also mentioned, is that we are the only country in the world to permit the unlimited inclusion of forestry offsets in the ETS. This bill does not deal with the fundamental issues of the use of unlimited forestry offsets. It addresses a symptom rather than the root cause. It will not enhance the credibility of the New Zealand Emissions Trading Scheme, which needs much deeper reform. It is a complex, bureaucratic solution that will have high administration costs. And this is the message we got from farmers and foresters, that it actually creates a whole lot of complexity in this space. It's the exact opposite of the message we get from farmers all the time, is they don't want more complexity. Its regulation is based on very poor information and land use classification tool that is not fit for purpose, and it could lead to perverse consequences. I was reading there from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's submission there. The land use classification system is one of the clear bits of feedback we got through the hearings, was that it's out of date. We know this. We have to address that problem in a broader sense. I want to be clear, Madam Chair, we need to find real solutions to this problem. We did deeply consider supporting it. We will bring amendments to the Committee of the Whole stage to see if we can get the legislation better. But one of the major barriers to that, Madam Chair, is the ridiculously fast process around this bill. Had there been more time, had there been a genuine willingness on the part of the government to look at ways to make this bill more effective and set up a piece of legislation that could last the test of time, which is what we need in this space, then I think we might have been able to get somewhere. But there was exceedingly little willingness to respond to the substantive and very thoughtful submissions that we received from all sides of the argument, from the forestry sector, from the livestock sector, from an environmental perspective. The government just pushed it through, as they have done time and time again in this term of government. On the matter of climate change, on the matter of the emissions trading scheme, we must find a way to work across the House to find lasting solutions in the legislative frameworks. That will give certainty to farmers, that will give certainty to foresters, and that will address this existential challenge of our time, that we are all responsible for finding meaningful legislative and regulative solutions for. My appeal to sheep and beef farmers who will continue to lament the problem they face with the loss of high country farms to pines is to keep the pressure on. Keep the pressure on this government to do what is necessary to address that problem. My message to the foresters, we hear you when you speak of the value that your forestry brings. No one is the bad guy in the room here. And foresters made very compelling cases that when done correctly, forestry can be a benefit. We certainly have to in this country move away from clear felling of plantation forests. The slash problems, the problems of steep country and erosion is a massive problem for us as a nation. We're a hilly country and we're a shaky isle. We need to move to coop felling of forestry so that we don't get those negative environmental effects. These are part of a suite of challenges we face in our rural land use and our primary production sector. There are solutions. We need to find solutions across the House that seriously grapple with these issues. Unfortunately, this bill does not seize the nettle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker.
Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a wonderful moment that I have to share in this second reading of the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, I'm struck by the degree of common sense that has been conveyed by some of the speeches coming from the other side of the House. But an observation, if I may, Madam Speaker. This is a legacy of the left, for goodness sakes. 6 years, Mr. Abel, this has been a problem, and beyond that. If I can hear it going, it's starting to yell already. That's right, weigh in, Damien O'Connor, you can do that. But this is my time to share some thoughts. I'm sure you, sir, will have your opportunity to do so. 6 years we've had a forestry problem in rural New Zealand. And I am struck by the man who said he's a farmer, and I'd love to know his farming experience in this moment when I'm trying to give anecdotes to rural New Zealand and share thoughts, Mr. Damien O'Connor, of what forestry actually looks like. Now, let's be clear, we are not attacking the forestry sector as has been shared by the members of that side of the House. But I am aghast, sir, that 6 years you had opportunity to arrest this rather pernicious issue that was affecting rural New Zealand. Now, let's square this up to the people of Tamarui, say, Aotearoa, let's Paeatua, anywhere provincially in New Zealand that has dealt with this issue, sir. And I am struck, all of a sudden there's a degree of common sense and we're all on the same page. You guys had 6 years to arrest this. This is a real bugbear for us in rural New Zealand who actually live there. And you can heckle and do all of that. I care not. The reality is this is a real problem. And I'd argue this point. I would argue this point, and sure, James Shaw was complicit in this too. And Damien O'Connor, I'm sure, had much to share on the issue and did not. Here we go. So, how do we deal with the broom? Steve Abel, you, sir, have spoken of the acidification of monocultural forestry all the time. You guys had 6 years to fix this. We've got real problems with pests, pigs, you name it, possums. This is our backyard, and it is growing massively. How do we square this up? Now, Mr. Abel raised a very salient point. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor, but I wasn't talking to you. We are dancing on the head of a pin. You are right, because the previous lot had 6 years to arrest it and mine did not. So how do we square up? Property rights, Madam Speaker. That is a real issue. And I think this side of the House has arguably got the balance right. We cannot erode property rights, but we have to square up the contestable. What does it look like when we're protecting private property rights, but equally addressing an issue that has languished for a long, long time? This side of the House is taking that issue very seriously, very, very seriously. We've got an acidification problem. We've got a clear issue in and around woodfall, deadfall, slash. This is not going to be amended. Carbon foresters just plant and leave. We know this. So tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of hectares in our near future are going into trees. No umbrage with the loggers. They're doing a fantastic job creating an export reality for rural New Zealand. But carbon farming has a price to pay, and we know what it is. Now, Mr. Abel rightly pointed out, after I've shared my anecdotes, some of the egregious nature of the settings inside the ETFs. Now, I think that member has got it squarely on the button. We have to have a genuine conversation of the drivers of afforestation in carbon farming in New Zealand, separate from this bill. If we square that up, we have listened to rural New Zealand. We have finally made good, no longer languishing on the left or the right, actually attesting that this is a genuine problem and squaring it up for the rural people that grow our food and our fibre and all the wonderful jobs that they create. Now, obviously, classes 1 to 6 and the percentages that they can plant is a happy compromise in a very difficult political situation for every side of the House, for every avenue that we pursue. I think when we square up where we land with this, there will be more to do. But given that this bill puts certain prescriptions on certain land classes and the percentages that landowners can plant, is finding a way forward where we have a happy compromise in what is arguably a very difficult situation. I am saddened it languished for so long. Every rural paper you open, you can see this. Every rural public meeting any one of us here has, it says, the blissed pine trees, the bloody pine trees are marching across my community. And I sympathise with those people because some of us live in those communities. We see our schools shut down, we see, the funding in the local roads and the postie, they all go, and we come to trying to square that up. And I know Madam Speaker herself would have seen this reality. This is a good bill. It's trying to strike a happy compromise, and more the heckling continues over the other side. I just wish that member had something substantive to share. But anyway, I will square up my contribution by saying this. Thank you for those that see the sense in this bill. I think Deborah Russell succinctly laid it out, and good on her. I don't believe she's a rural person, but it is. Well, it doesn't mean you still live there. Oh, look, she's got defensive. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on what is arguably a happy compromise in a very difficult situation.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise on behalf of New Zealand First for this climate change response emissions trading scheme forestry conversion amendment bill. or the Do Something About the Bloody Trees bill, as the rural communities have been calling for. There is no doubt with the advent of the ETS and the rapid rise in afforestation, particularly in latter years, is causing genuine tension in rural communities. It is threatening the viability, and as I said in my first reading speech, I think this is probably amongst a variety of significant issues impacting rural New Zealand right at the very top. Because after the initial investment in this afforestation, it is essentially a set and forget for a number of years, whereas land remaining in traditional sheep and beef farming, you've got consistent work for your shearers, for your stock agents, for your fencing contractors, for your sheep pregnancy scanners, your vets, your truckies, and everyone that makes such a great contribution to our rural communities. The risk is that they were being hollowed out with depopulation, skills, and then of course you lose your schools and the like. So this is a significant bill, as Mr Cameron pointed out in his previous contribution. We had gone from the billion tree strategy, which I'd note Damien O'Connor has referenced in his heckling. Actually, this is taking us back to the original intent of the billion tree property that did have quite a lot of restrictions about where you could plant in terms of getting funding. So that the intent of that was right tree, right place. What we'd ended up with was any tree, any place, without any guardrails. And today we take another step in putting those guardrails in place. And of course, there has been significant flow-on effects with the pests, very big issues now with possums, deer, pigs, and you know, TB is in places in Otago where I am, where there's been quite a bit of afforestation. We're now seeing an increase in TB after having got our arms around that particular problem pretty well. So there's far-reaching consequences for the decisions that we have made in this House over time. So if we look to the Select Committee report, and I commend the Environment Select Committee for what was a pretty thorough investigation, but from my reading of some of the submissions and from the submitters that I've engaged with personally, or New Zealand First has engaged with personally, there was essentially two sides. There was the foresters and there was the farmers, and we were getting eviscerated from both sides during that process, which probably means we got it a little, we landed this probably in about the right place for what we've got at the moment. There was some contention around the extra 15,000 hectares, I think, in the Class 6 category, over and above the 25%. We have some sympathy with that, but this is what we agreed with the National Party and the New Zealand First National Coalition agreement, and we're good for our word. So we think that we have landed this about right. Class 7 and 8, we note the foresters and actually the farmers, probably the one thing that they did agree on was the potential for some unintended consequences there, driving forestry into more marginal land, which is more difficult to harvest and more prone to slips. And of course, for farming, it's not unproductive land as is it commonly referred to in these debates. It's less productive land, but it's the breeding. It's where all the breeding stock are that start the process off, that end up as nice prime stock going to the meat works and into our export markets. But it is the engine room of our system. So there was some commentary around that, but this is what we've got a review process in place, and I think we're going to see how this plays out a little bit. And I think we've heard enough around the chamber today to know that while there is broad support in terms of exactly where we've got these settings right, we're all open to some review and for some reflection, because the significance of getting this wrong is is important. It is important to our rural communities, important to our export earnings. This is not to vilify forestry, as has been said. It's a $6 billion industry. There is a lot more potential to add value to our forestry sector, and I think there's too many logs going off unprocessed. There's great potential to do more here. That's a wider discussion. The settings in the ETS that have been referred to, and I note in the minority report the Labor Party have called on the Select Committee to have a look at that. I think we'd be supportive of that. We're certainly having those discussions as well. That is a wider issue, but in terms of what was in front of us at the moment, I think this is a really good start. There was nothing in place essentially before this. We're making quite a big intervention here, and I think this is where the farmers or the submitters that were still raising the alarm bells over not having gone tight enough, they actually haven't factored in that this is a major intervention. We're a property rights government, so to take this step is quite a big it's quite a big jump for us, but it shows how necessary it was. So I might point out that no one's stopping anyone planting trees anywhere. It's the ability to enter into the ETS that is being limited, which is a government contract. So if you want to plant your whole farm in trees, that's up to you, but you'll only be able to enter 25% into the ETS in that class 1 to 6. In terms of the amendments made, and I commend the Minister on the changes that he's allowed to come through or come through from the Select Committee process and have been endorsed here this afternoon. The clarifications, particularly around the transitionary arrangements, this had been causing great angst out in rural New Zealand. There was gaming going on where landowners or people that didn't have land but had trees or had some seedlings ordered, didn't quite have the land booked up, were actually buying extra blocks of land, and then because they had seedlings and extra seedlings and trying to get after that December 4th deadline and trying to spread out their seedlings over various blocks of land and trying to game the system against the very clear intent of that December 4th announcement by the Minister. So those that have been trying to game the system, you will be disappointed. You will not be able to enter into the ETS. The amendments made here have clarified that, and I think that did need clarification. And I'm pleased that the Select Committee and the Minister have done that. So that's the most substantive. I know there's some tweaks in the other 4 changes that have come through that Select Committee process, but that clause 17 in 1A is the key one for me, because the clear intent of the government was being flouted. We are serious about this. We have undertaken to act, and we are acting, and today is another step along that process, and I cannot wait till the gavel goes down on the 3rd reading of this, because this is a very big weight sitting over rural New Zealand. We are acting, and New Zealand First are very keen to continue supporting this bill. Here.
Madam Speaker.
Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. I stand on behalf of Te Rōpū Kākāriki tonight, and you would have heard already our worry and concerns in relation to this legislation. And with the tirohanga Māori, I'd like to bring the voice of tangata whenua into this debate, and contributions particularly from my iwi Waikato, and the submission offered by Te Whakakitenga o Waikato, representing 33 hapu, 68 marae and nearly 100,000 registered beneficiaries. And Waikato was very clear in their submissions in terms of the way that this bill has proceeded, and the timeframes not being sufficient for tangata whenua to engage in the process. Why the rush was some of what came through very strongly. That there was significant complexity in the legislation, and it's of national significance, so again, why the rush? and it had limited participation from tangata whenua within the space. Now, there was arguments within the policy direction and that it was well signalled within late 2024, but Waikato challenges that does not substantiate the argument for this truncated process. Now, we heard from our Minister for Rural Affairs in terms of everyone's unhappy about it, so we must be getting it right, which is of course really interesting that when people aren't happy and somehow we're placing ourselves in the middle ground, that maybe we're landing somewhere that's workable. And yet tangata whenua, of course, is split on this issue as well, because it is complex and we didn't have enough engagement with tangata whenua throughout the process, informing where we've landed thus far. So I want to talk about the ballot and how the ballot has come through as a theme where the ballot is bad, and going back to the people of Waikato Tainui, where they talked about the randomised ballot and the permit system for allocating the rights to register for LUC 6 lands in the ETS is like a lottery-style allocation. And that lottery-style allocation undermines the Crown's obligations to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and overlooks the distinct status of iwi through being partners of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And that the mechanism of the ballot, it kind of treats us all the same, as if somehow iwi, small landowners, corporate entities are all the same without consideration for the structural barriers and those things which have impacted historically and contemporary on Māori as tangata whenua have been impacted for land use for generations. Land use for generations Māori have been impacted, and Waikato Tainui laboured on this point in terms of the way with which we as Waikato Tainui want to engage with the Crown. They want to engage with the Crown and find workable solutions. And that's been a theme echoed for the last 18 months, that Māori want to come to the tepu and work with the government on workable solutions across legislation. But when we take a truncated approach to development of policy and legislation and cutting out the voice of tangata whenua and leaving us to be a marginal forming of a group that might be an advisory that comes through, that tangata whenua, hapu, iwi and whenua Māori are being pushed to the side as an average stakeholder, which of course undermines the fundamentals of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and that important relationship of Māori with the Crown. Now, of course, this policy recognises, the centrality of Māori within forestry and in land use. But, the way with which we as whenua Māori are overrepresented in the LUC classes that we're discussing really shows that Māori need to be at the centre of the conversation in developing legislation like this, because ultimately we're going to be the ones impacted, we're going to be the ones with the restrictions. I do look forward to whereby we can discuss the exemptions proposed. I do look forward to examining this further as we get to the Committee of the Whole and really looking for the workable solutions that Māori put forward in some of the submissions, but also I continue to hear in community and in whenua Māori, because it shouldn't be over now. If there is going to be a review, what does that look like, and how will you place tangata whenua at the centre of that conversation?
Time has expired. Members, time has come for the dinner break. The House will resume at 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
Ke tau loto. E atua mafi ko ta e malie I ho o wha mo inga hei tāpua ki hono kotoa. O tuku ho mau loto ka mau hua tu ke malu I ange mua ai tu I mo tataki ange e mau fua whatongia I he whalea lea. Aki ai poto whakai o tua, ofa pe moe urunganga malu koe uhi, koe mo ui pe moe melino ai whanua. O mau kolea tanga he meana hono kotoa e wafo alo pe taha ko sisu kalaisi, ka ko mawhaka mo ui e meni.
A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Jade Steele requesting that the House urge the government not to increase glyphosate residue limits in food and to hold an independent reassessment of glyphosate's safety.
That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 3 papers.
International Labour Organisation report of delegates to the International Labour Conference. Government responses to the report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Kajim Online Limited and the referral of the petition of Nick Mills.
The bills are set down for the papers are published under the authority of the House. 2 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the Consumer Guarantees Right to Repair Amendment Bill. Report of the Governance and Administration Committee on the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill.
Those bills are set down for second reading. The clerk's been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Summary offences, demonstrations near residential premises Amendment Bill, introduction. Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, introduction.
House comes now to oral questions. Point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal statement.
Generally have to outline concerning, personal statement concerning. Sorry, the rules have changed a little bit.
It's about a comment I made on the 2nd of April this year in this House.
Yeah. Leave us thought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none.
Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of April this year, more than 4 months ago, in a general debate, I made a comment which on reflection I should withdraw and apologise for. I said, quotes, the number of frauds committed by the Green Party in the last election knows no bounds, end of quotes. That remark was in the heat of a noisy heckling period and I misread my notes. Everyone in this House at the time would understand that it was clearly not the Green Party being referenced.
We come now to oral questions. First, the name of Dan Pedway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen a recent report from Fitch, the international ratings agency, affirming New Zealand's AA plus foreign currency.
Points of order should be, I was going to say relevant, which is probably not the right way to put it, but let's give the Minister a chance to say 1 or 2 things before there's too much comment. The Honourable Nicola Willis, start again.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen a recent report from Fitch, the international ratings agency, affirming New Zealand's AA plus foreign currency rating with a stable outlook. New Zealand also has a AA plus rating from S&P and a AAA rating from Moody's. These ratings are important. They affect the cost of government borrowing. And for members who don't have the dollar figures off the top of their head, I can confirm that the government's interest bill is forecast to be $9.5 billion this year, compared with an average of $3.5 billion in the 2010s.
Supplementary. How does New Zealand's interest bill compare to other items of government spending?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously $9.5 billion is a lot of money, despite some people saying as recently as this morning that it's relatively small. To put it in context, members, it would fund 4 water view tunnels and 3 transmission gullies each and every year. Putting it another way, the amount we pay each year in interest would roughly fund the annual operating costs of the Defence Force, the police, corrections, the Ministry of Justice and the Customs Service put together.
Supplementary. How does our credit rating affect the cost of borrowing in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, a sovereign credit rating is a measure of how likely the government is to default or how worthy it is to receive new credit. A downgrade would result in higher interest costs for the government as lenders demand greater compensation for risk. It would also result in higher interest costs for households and businesses, as New Zealand would be seen by lenders as a more risky proposition overall. New Zealand is one of only 12 countries in the world to have a AA+ or AAA rating from Fitch. That means we are able to borrow on world markets at reasonable rates. Any change to that would put extra costs on New Zealand households, businesses and taxpayers.
Supplementary. What did Fitch have to say about New Zealand's ability to maintain its current credit rating?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Fitch report sends a very clear warning. It says New Zealand's current rating is underpinned by the current government's strong commitment to fiscal consolidation and an expectation that debt as a percentage of GDP will start to reduce. But it warns, that quote, evidence of a weakening in the culture of fiscal commitment to fiscal responsibility would affect creditworthiness. And it says that lower confidence of government debt reducing as a percentage of GDP could lead to a downgrade. We cannot take our good credit rating for granted. And those who seek to ramp up government spending and debt should think hard about what that would do to New Zealand's hard-won international reputation and to borrowing costs that ultimately fall on everyday New Zealand households, businesses and taxpayers.
Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Why has his government prioritised pay increases of up to 80% for board directors whilst offering school teachers a pay increase of only 1%, less than the rate of inflation, and effectively a pay cut?
Well, they're two separate issues. One is we need to make sure when we're spending a huge amount of government spending that our entities are well governed and well managed. And so that is about what director pay has been adjusted for. With respect to the second leg of the question around teacher pay, I think he has the numbers wrong.
Supplementary question. Is he really in a position to say that other people have got their numbers wrong when it comes to school teachers' pay?
Well, I certainly would think that that member is not in a position to say he's got numbers wrong. He is the $66 billion man that doesn't know the cost of the debt that he ran up. He doesn't know the cost of the ferry projects. He doesn't know the cost of the Dunedin Hospital project or the debt that was run up under KO.
Supplementary question. Why did his government prioritise a $3 billion tax cut for landlords whilst cutting funding for emergency housing and increasing the number of people who are living homeless on the streets?
Well, because we actually want people out of motels. And as the member would understand, in his time of government, homelessness went up 34%, despite spending $1 billion on emergency housing. We have got good management, good ministers, they've done the work, and they've managed to get families with kids into warm, dry homes. That's a good thing. I'd hope that member would celebrate that.
Supplementary. Why did his government prioritise a $300 million tax cut for tobacco companies, whilst his government is allowing the cost of visiting a doctor to nudge closer to $100?
A point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, no one should be allowed to get up in this House, put out a shibboleth and base the question on that. How on earth can a $300 million tax cut, and it wasn't, it was beyond it was $200 million. How could that, if the tax cut came from a reduction in the sale of cigarettes and tobacco, and a reduction in the sales was a reduction in the tariffs go to the government, amount to what he's just claimed to be at the beginning of his question? And they've done it for the umpteenth time.
Yes, and it is true that one voice at the moment. Thank you, Dr. Woods. It is true that assertions like that should not be made in questions. Equally, though, if that is the case, then I think the answer the Prime Minister gives would certainly be able to rebuff any inappropriate suggestion.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
My question was interrupted in the middle. Can I ask the question so that the Prime Minister can actually know what the question is?
Let me put it this way. If you're going to ask if you're going to ask the question again, ask it within the confines of standing orders. You made an assertion that was not in the nature of a question. I'm sure you can work that out.
Why did the government change the tax?
Hang on. All calm. No one else speaking. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Why did the government change the tax rules around tobacco, resulting in the government taking $300 million less in revenue, whilst allowing the cost of visiting a doctor to nudge closer to $100 for everyday Kiwi families trying to stay healthy?
Well, again, it's not surprising to me the member doesn't understand the difference between a contingency put aside for a loss of excise revenue and tax. That they are two quite different things. With respect to the second leg of the question, that is why this government's spending a huge amount, is spending more than any previous government in the history of New Zealand into healthcare. $17 billion extra last year, 7% more this year, and expanding urgent care and more primary care for people to be able to see their GPs in a much quicker fashion.
Supplementary.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that rents for New Zealanders have actually fallen since the government made the tax rules for rental property the same as every other part of the economy?
Yes, under the previous government, rents went up $180 a week. Under this government, they're down 5.
A point of order, the Honourable Karen McAnulty.
There was nothing wrong with the question, sir, but the answer certainly is in breach of the guidance that you've given ministers consistently throughout this term.
Well, except, no, hang on. I actually hadn't heard enough of the answer to leap to that conclusion. But I think the answer should be within the bounds of standing orders. Prime Minister.
Rents have proudly fallen $5 a week. That is very different from the record of the previous government.
Why did his government prioritise funding for his failed family boost policy, which has resulted in not one single family receiving the full $250 a fortnight he promised them, whilst cutting entitlements to free early childhood education that would have benefited tens of thousands of Kiwi families?
Well, look, I thank the member for his regular questions on Family Boost because we want to tell as many New Zealanders as possible to jump on myird.gov.nz, and with our expanded settings, we think there'll be another 22,000 families that will be entitled to Family Boost support, and that is a good thing for low and middle income working New Zealanders.
Supplementary question. Why did his government prioritise over $500 million in tax breaks for multinational tech companies like Google and Facebook?
Oh, sorry, was there a point of order?
Oh, it's a question.
Okay, my apologies, I didn't see that the member raised. We'll continue with that and then I'll come to the member.
Why did his government prioritise over $500 million in tax breaks for multinational tech companies like Google and Facebook, whilst 72,000 Kiwis have given up on his leadership and left the country in the past year, the highest since 2012?
Again, I'd say to the member, we are wanting to grow this economy, and one of the ways we do that is we make sure that we get more innovation technology into this country so we can create high-paying jobs for New Zealanders into the future. That's why this government has a great economic plan about building our education, making sure we embrace more science, technology, innovation, modern, reliable infrastructure, get rid of the red tape and the bureaucracy, and more trade and investment. If we can do that, we will lift collective living standards and raise the wages and incomes of all New Zealanders.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Prime Minister what is his government's view when someone regards the reduction in tobacco and cigarette use, which leads to a $300 million decline in tax revenue to the government, as being a $300 million gift to the tobacco industry? What's his view when somebody makes that stupid statement?
Well, that is a total mischaracterisation of the policy of this government.
Good. Supplementary, Right Honourable Chris Hipkins. House will return. Point of order, the Honourable Winston.
Mr. Speaker, we have sat here for month after month after month while those members have repeated that lie in this House. I am seeking to correct it. And why do you think it's a matter of no importance?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of no importance. That's why your question stood and the Prime Minister was called to answer. Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, last week you ejected a member and named them for saying that they were struggling to find members with a backbone. How is accusing other members of repeatedly lying in the House any different?
Well, it is quite different in my head. One was directed very personally at members of Parliament. The other was a question about repeating a lie. Now, if you're taking a point of order on that, then wait on. What I would say to you is that I don't like using that saying. The member knows that there is a remedy by way of the standing orders.
Well, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Hang on, well, I'm finished.
Okay.
To have that corrected.
Well, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yep.
It has never been the case that where a member has called another member or group of members liars, that they have to raise a privilege complaint to have the Speaker do something about it.
No. I'm sorry, you're pushing it too far. To suggest that there is something out there that is a lie and it's being repeated is not an allegation against any individual member or group of members. Do you have a supplementary?
Supplementary question. Why did his government spend less on infrastructure projects in 2024 than in the year before, leaving Kiwis out of work, whilst increasing government spending on job seeker benefits for those very same Kiwis who lost their jobs because of his government's decisions?
Well, as I've said to the member before, the construction industry has certainly been very challenged because his government drove up interest rates and we're bringing them down. We now have $207 billion worth of projects in the infrastructure pipeline. We've got $6 billion happening before Christmas. We are relentlessly focused on growth. And I'd just say to that member, reverse your decision on fast track, get in behind, support the construction industry and stop the crocodile tears.
Supplementary question. Why did his government choose to increase the minimum wage by below the rate of inflation for 2 years in a row, meaning minimum wage workers have had their pay cut in real terms 2 years in a row, while Kiwis continue to struggle with the cost of living, a crisis that's getting worse, not better, under his leadership?
Well, it's exactly why this government supported tax relief for the first time in 14 years for low and middle income working New Zealanders. It wasn't deeply ideological, it was just lifting the tax thresholds. Any party could have got on board with that, it was common sense. Sadly, his party didn't. If he backed low and middle income working New Zealanders, he would have supported that. He'd support Family Boost, he'd support Fast Track, he'd support repealing the oil and gas ban.
When he says that the economy and the country are turning the corner while food prices continue to skyrocket, unemployment continues to go up, more and more businesses go broke, and hundreds of Kiwis leave the country permanently every day, why won't he simply admit that his government is all delulu and no salulu?
And so much as the Prime Minister... And so much
Sorry, could he repeat the question?
I don't think we need the question repeated. We'll move on to question number 3, Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Tēnā tātou te whare. My question is to the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety. Does she stand by her statement that this government denounces sex-based discrimination in the workplace? If so, does she think that the submission made by Pay Equity Aotearoa urging the United Nations to investigate whether the changes to pay equity law breach the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women is consistent with the statement?
The Honourable Brooke
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I stand by my statement and I am confident that the changes this government has made to pay equity legislation are consistent with the convention the member has asked about. In particular, I am satisfied that this government remains compliant with our international obligations as the new pay equity model continues to ensure women receive equal pay for work of equal value.
Supplementary. Does she agree with NZCTU Secretary Melissa Ansell-Bridges that, quote, cancelling pay equity for more than 180,000 working women was a flagrant attack on their economic and political rights? It also breaches our international commitments to uphold women's rights, end quote.
Mr. Speaker, no, I do not.
Supplementary. Does she agree that her Equal Pay Amendment Bill breaches the following 3 fundamental human rights?
freedom from gender-based pay discrimination, the right to natural justice, and the right to fair legal process?
Mr. Speaker, no. The Acting Attorney General considered the bill and found it was consistent with our Bill of Rights Act.
Supplementary.
One more.
Thank you. If she is truly committed to denouncing sex-based discrimination in the workplace, why have 5 unions taken the government to court over her changes to pay equity laws? Might you say?
Well, I'm not responsible for the unions, unfortunately for people in the opposition. That could be quite fun. But, you know, the difficulty here is I'm only responsible for the legislation that underpins the Equal Pay Act, not the unions.
So, Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Minister, when Pay Equity Aotearoa approached the United Nations, which country did they say they were from?
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate I'm not responsible for the unions or any representation to the UN.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And no other voices.
Can she explain why the government has chosen to spend millions of dollars fighting wahine workers in court when that money could have been spent on delivering pay equity?
Mr. Speaker, the government hasn't chosen to do that. I don't believe that there is a case at the High Court yet. I believe that there are members of unions who have suggested to media they may take a court case, but I am not of the opinion or have been led to the opinion yet that that has happened yet.
Great, it's supplementary. Does the Minister accept responsibility for what Dame Judy McGregor has called the most significant rollback of women's rights in over a generation? If so, will she commit to righting this wrong by repealing her Equity Pay Amendment Act?
Mr. Speaker, no, because there's something that many members of this House continue to fail to recognise. The Equal Pay Act stays. Pay equity stays. There is still a process for equal pay and pay equity. This government is committed to finding and stamping out sex-based discrimination, and the processes put in place by this government will allow that to happen.
Question number 4, Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what announcements has she made regarding lifting educational achievement?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I announced that our Writing Action Plan to supercharge writing achievement and better support young people. The latest Curriculum Insights and Progress Study data collected in Term 4 2024 provides a baseline snapshot of achievement prior to the introduction of our education reform program this year. It shows that 24% of Year 8 students are at expectations to experience success at high school in writing. Parents know this government has established a clear pattern of responding to data with comprehensive plans, like the Literacy Guarantee, so children can learn to read, the Maths Action Plan, so they can do maths. And today we've launched our Make It Right Action Plan to lift writing achievement.
Supplementary. How will she support students who need additional help with their writing?
Mr. Speaker, our educational reforms are already underway in literacy and numeracy, especially with literacy starting this year with the curriculum, the new curriculum and structured literacy. But in addition to this, we are introducing a suite of targeted initiatives to help students accelerate their learning in writing. We're doing this with a new writing acceleration tool, which will help support 120,000 students in Year 6 to 8. From Term 1 next year, the tool will support teachers to accelerate students' progress through regular opportunities to practice and refine their skills. We can see from the data intervention is needed surgically at Years 6 to 8 for students who need extra help who do not have the full benefit of our education reforms.
Supplementary. How will she support schools with implementing structured literacy approaches?
Mr. Speaker, many students are arriving at high school without the literacy skills they need to succeed. Teachers have been calling for training in structured literacy to help kids catch up because this isn't a government prepared to sit by and watch while kids get left behind. We're funding training, announcing today, for a structured literacy intervention teacher in every intermediate and secondary school for training for them, professional learning and development for those teachers in structured literacy. The training will be tailored for older students and extends on what is already available for those teaching in years 0 to 6. The teachers will be able to learn through in-person workshops and ongoing coaching over 12 months. And a huge thank you to Lifting Literacy Aotearoa for proposing the policy and for being such strong advocates for structured literacy.
Supplementary. What else has she announced as part of the Writing Action Plan?
Mr. Speaker, one of the strongest indicators of reading capability is handwriting. When a child can write fluently, they don't have to think about forming their letters. They're freed up to think more about what they want to write. To support this, we're providing new handwriting teacher guidance to support explicit teaching from years 0 to 8, and this aligns with our refreshed English knowledge-rich curriculum. It is fully updated, evidence-based resource that reflects the latest research in classroom practice. Every student deserves the chance to succeed at school and beyond, and our education reforms are helping make sure that every student has that chance.
Supplementary, the Honourable
The Minister of Education, can she give the House any updates as to, after her announcements, what's been the response by the Labour Party opposition spokesman on education?
No, she has no responsibility for anything that anyone says other than herself. Point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
It's a matter of some significance, and I'm asking for the Minister's response. I'm not asking her to talk on behalf of the opposition. Surely she's capable of owning her own response.
Yes, and the member also knows that it's contrary to standing orders to use the question time to design a question designed to attack the opposition. And that's, I think, where we were heading. Question number 5, Barbara Edmonds.
Malo Elilei, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, in context, yes.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement about the Cook Strait ferries that, quote, I've delivered, unquote, when she has spent $671 million and has delivered nothing?
Mr. Speaker, because even after including the costs associated with cancelling Labor's failed IREX project, this government is going to deliver a safe, reliable service for far less than Labor's bloated project would have cost.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement that the additional 16,000 unemployed people, quote, shouldn't take it personally, unquote, when there are reports of 1,000 people applying for one job?
Because, Mr. Speaker, as was canvassed extensively in the House last week in the other auditionee for the finance role, Ginny Anderson's questions, the statement that I made was simply to make clear...
Just stop and start the question again without the little barb on there.
Because, Mr.
Wasn't
Speaker...
referring to barb over here either.
Because, Mr. Speaker, as my statement in its full context made clear, my point was that those people who have lost their jobs shouldn't take it as a reflection on their own abilities. It is a reflection of an economy which is shedding jobs at a lower rate than was forecast prior to the election under the previous government's policies, but an economy that is recovering from an extended downturn after a period of very high inflation and high interest rates. And my message to those people that I shared in the statement in its full context is that the government is working hard every day to ensure there are more job opportunities in future.
The Right Honourable
Ask the Minister, of the 671 million mentioned by the questioner, is she aware that 424 million, that's 424 million, had already been wasted on Project IREX before this government even came to power? And despite all that extraordinary expense, we will save the taxpayer billions with our ferry solution.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is...
No, stop right there. Okay, now you're trying to make a point. The point is not very well made, and I will, well, you might think it is, so not a good time to be interrupting. I will refer to the Speaker's rulings quite harshly if it continues. A point of order. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters' questions contained an assertion in them, which he has objected to earlier. It is our contention that the assertion in that question is a lie. There is no difference in saying that to the assertion that he made before that something that I had asserted was a lie.
I'm speaking the point of order, Right Honourable Winston
Speaker,
Peters.
I'm happy to refute that allegation that what I'm questioning is based on a lie, because we can itemise with particularity to the last cent the $471 million they spent before we even got the job.
Well, that is so. Look, I think I've said what I've said on this, and I think I'd ask members to show some restraint in what they might offer by way of interjection. The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I understand that to be correct. We won't take responsibility for the mess we inherited with Project IREX. We do take responsibility for cleaning up that mess. It's the putting right that counts.
Tree. How can she stand by her statement that, quote, National will take action to get food prices under control, quote, when food prices have increased 5% overall, butter is up 42%, beef is up 25%, and milk up 16%?
Because, Mr. Speaker, the facts make it clear that our action to get food prices under control has resulted in food price inflation reducing from its highs in June 2023 of 12.3% down considerably to 5% in the latest update, after a period in which for many quarters from March 2022 to December 2023, the rate of food price inflation was far higher than it currently is. We have had success in bringing inflation and indeed food price inflation down.
Supplementary. Why does she stand by her statement that an average income household with young children up to $250 a fortnight will be better off when she cannot find a single family that received the full $250?
Because, Mr. Speaker, rather than just scoring political points, I think about the 60,000 families who, as a consequence of the Family Boost policy, have received additional income to their households. I think of the Uber driver who stopped me outside Parliament to say to me, Nicola, can I have a photo? The Family Boost policy has made an extraordinary difference to my family, and I care more about the difference we are making to him and his family than your Barb.
That is the one unruly outburst that we'll have today.
Supplementary. Why should Kiwis believe her when she can't deliver ferries, can't deliver jobs, can't deliver lower food costs, and can't find a single family who has received the full $250?
Because, Mr. Speaker, on our watch, inflation is down. Interest rates are down, growth is returning, and we are working very hard to make a difference to the New Zealanders who we understand have been through an extremely difficult economic period, who we feel very deeply for, and which are the reason why we are pursuing policies to make this economy far, far stronger. And we regret the recklessness of the previous administration, but we are working very hard to clean it up.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Speaker, I seek leave to table an article of the 15th of February 2024, when at a select committee where Arena Williams was in attendance, KiwiRail told the Labour Party precisely the figure that I gave about their expenditure before the government, this present government, even took office on that matter.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Well, there appears to be none. A point of order.
This is great news for the opposition. So it's now in order for us to seek leave to table articles, is it?
No, I probably should have thought a bit more about that. You're quite right. But it wasn't an article. It was actually a commentary to a select committee, which is quite different.
He said article. That is great. That's great.
Okay. That's enough. That's enough. I take the point. The moment is past. Question number 6, Dr. Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Internal Affairs. What increased efficiencies has she seen across the Department of Internal Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I've seen some fantastic news that the number of people waiting for an outcome of their citizenship by grant application is at a 5-year low, and the department is now picking up applications from just 2 months ago compared to 13 months when I first started as the Minister. While application numbers have remained relatively constant over the past year, the department has made a big push to clear the backlog and has increased efficiency through cross-skilling staff and improving processes. I've also seen the department change to use English first in their logo and communications at a low cost.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you. How many people are currently waiting
Hang on. Start again.
Thank you. How many people are currently waiting for citizenship by grant?
Currently, there are just over 12,700 people waiting for a decision on their citizenship application, down from a high point of 37,690 in April 2022, a 66% reduction. These are not just numbers. These are individuals who contribute to our economy and our community. I'm sure the department's rapid improvement in efficiency will be welcomed by those who wish to gain New Zealand citizenship and call themselves Kiwis.
Supplementary. What other efficiencies has she seen from the Department of Internal Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I've instructed the department to use English first in their logo and communications to the public to make it easier for people to engage with the department. I also made it clear that this should not come at a large cost or use of staff time, to be respectful of taxpayer money. And I'm pleased that the department has completed its rebrand for less than $1,000 and very little staff time.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Supplementary. What further efficiencies does she expect to see in the Department of Internal Affairs?
Mr. Speaker, I am continuing to work with the department to identify areas of efficiency, including how the National Library and Archives can better work together to share resources, minimise duplication and reduce cost. Getting value for taxpayer money while maintaining good standard of service is one of my top priorities for the Internal Affairs portfolio.
Question number 7, the Honourable Marama. Point of order, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, sir. I seek leave to table the document which shows Christopher Luxon as the most least popular Prime Minister in 30 years.
Well, given the interjections or the pleas made before, I'd have to ask, is a publicly available document?
I didn't think it had to be, sir.
No, well, I just made it clear I made a mistake. It does have to be.
Oh, so point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
If you're now conceding, sir, that you made a mistake, how then can you say that the motion is passed? Shouldn't the question be put again?
No, I said the motion was agreed. And once I've done that, it moves on. You've got to look at the flow to these things. You can disrupt the House all you like. I'm not changing my mind. If you can tell me your document is not publicly available, then it can obviously have the lead put. No, you're missing the point. It's about your document now. It's publicly available. Good. We'll stop trifling in my direction. The Honourable Marama Davidson.
Thank you, e te mangai. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero...
No, hang on. There was a conversation going on over here that shouldn't be. Please start your question again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Does he agree that all rangatahi should be able to grow up in a stable and supported home? And if so, what is he doing to help the over 50% of homeless people under the age of 25?
Well, this is why this government is proud of the record that it's building in housing. We are doing everything we can to make housing more affordable. It starts with the planning laws to actually enable the supply of more houses to be built. It goes to the rental market, where we actually have rents down $5 a week compared to 180. It goes to the social and the state house wait list, which is down 6,000 people. And it goes to the emergency housing accommodation, where 2,134 kids are now in warm, dry homes. That's a good outcome. There's always more to do, but we've got a good housing team here working very hard.
So does he think that emergency housing rejections increasing by 386% in the last year is contributing to increasing rates of homelessness, with young people leaving care or custody finding it increasingly difficult to access emergency accommodation and are living rough on the streets instead?
Well, as that member would understand in her former role as the Minister for Homelessness, where people without shelter increased 37% despite $1 billion being spent on emergency housing, homelessness is something that no Kiwi wants to see. It's an incredibly difficult and complex issue that needs to be resolved. People often have complex needs. That is why this government makes aside $550 million worth of support to organisations to support people with complex needs, and that's why MSD services are available, and it's also why the ministers are looking at what more they can do to make any tweaks to support people who are in that situation.
So will he commit to a fast release fund to support community organisations responding to the crisis our tamariki and rangatahi are facing, with a focus on prioritising investment into alternative models to motel-based emergency housing?
Well, as I said, this government's record on emergency housing has been very impressive in terms of the way the work has been undertaken, the way that we have moved children out of motel accommodation into warm, dry houses after a Labor legacy of housing which was abysmal. But again, the Minister is talking to people in the sector and is working with them and is open for any tweaks that we can make to support people in homeless situations.
What is his response to Mahira Maihi, Chief Executive of Mā Te Huruhuru, who observed, quote, "There are currently no strategies or policies to support the rangatahi in transitioning from temporary accommodation into permanent housing, leaving a gap many fall through."
As I've explained to the member before, there has been good work on reducing the state house wait list. There has been good work on reducing the people in emergency housing, and the ministers are open for any further tweaks that they can make.
What does he say to the rangatahi who have lost count of how many friends that have died while experiencing homelessness, some being described as, quote, "full of life and potential, but they died without a safe and stable home"?
Well, that's an incredibly tragic situation. I just say it is not something to be politicised. This is a government that is doing, it is fixing up a failed legacy on housing for the home ownership, for the rental market, for the state and social housing market. And as I've said before, ministers are working with stakeholders in the sector to see what tweaks they can make as well. But to take 2,124 children out of motels, which a Labor Greens government was quite happy to leave them in, it's good progress.
A point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Sir, Standing Order 390, content of questions. How can that possibly have passed muster with you to have deliberately exploited for shallow political gain the death may be there otherwise, and then attributed that as a responsibility of the government? That is not consistent with Standing Order 390.
Well, I'd suggest you get hold of the Hansard afterwards, because the way I heard it, it was the statement of fact or of a circumstance that existed, and a question about what the Minister thought of it, Prime Minister thought of it, and what he was doing about it. And that if you can't ask a question around that, then there'll be very few questions that could ever be asked in the House. And I know that that is a concern for some of your colleagues. So the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that 50% of people on the social housing register need a one-bedroom unit, but only around 12% of Kaingaora's stock is one bedroom, and the government has recently changed the funding settings to make sure that the government is commissioning and building more one-bedroom units to help those who need a house?
Again, that is exactly the situation. It's a function of a previous government that didn't understand the people it's trying to help. That led to a fourfold...
A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
It seems almost every question time, sir, we have to go through the same thing. This was a question from their own side. The answer was given immediately. He then went on to provide his own opinion and commentary on what the previous government did. It shouldn't be allowed. If we want to maintain...
I'm sorry, sit down, because I'm pretty much over this. The reality is, and I've said it to this House a number of times, a government can refer to situations that they have taken over and that they are dealing with. That is not unreasonable. And the question itself was totally in order.
Point of order. Sir, I wasn't disputing the question.
I realise that, and I've just told you the answer's in order.
And well, in that case, may I respectfully ask that you reflect on that, maybe check the Hansard, because that was not a reflection of what the government has as a matter of fact inherited. It was the Prime Minister's opinion and a description of what the previous government did, the very thing you've told them not to do.
And with all due respect, he started his answer with, yes, I can confirm, or words to that effect, but I will look at Hansard and I will come back to the member. We'll move now to the Honourable Penny Henare.
Malo lele, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he stand by all his actions in preparing the health system for winter 2025?
The Honourable
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Matt Ducey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is why we now have more doctors and nurses employed at Health New Zealand since coming into government, why we brought back the health target for 95% of patients to be admitted, discharged or transferred from an emergency department within 6 hours. This was a critical step after performance had fallen sharply between years 2017-18 and 2023-24, dropping from 89.2% to 67.5%.
Supplementary question to the Minister. Has he seen any reports that Māori and people from high deprivation neighbourhoods have a higher rate of hospital admissions for heart disease, and does he agree that these admissions are preventable?
Mr. Speaker, yes, there is been pressure on the emergency departments for a range of issues. It is winter time. That's why we've made our expectation very clear to Health New Zealand that they have winter preparedness plans in place to address surge capacity.
Supplementary. Why is the cost of general practitioner visits to diagnose and treat heart disease higher under his government?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we do know is, sadly, too many Kiwis can't get to their GPs because books were closed or it took too long. So that's why we've invested heavily into our GPs, not only to open up books to ensure that people can now be seen 24/7 digitally online, but we've also capped the co-payment at 3% to ensure that it is affordable for all Kiwis.
Supplementary to the Minister. When 1,500 people were treated in the corridor of Middlemore Hospital in a single month, how many were there because they couldn't afford an early GP visit?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there will be a range of reasons why people turn up to the ED department, and the questioner is right. We need to ensure that we get primary care right. We need to open that up. That is not only the Monday to Friday 9 to 5, but also after hours. This government has invested significantly into after hours and telehealth. In fact, a record extra $16.68 billion over 3 budgets to address that issue.
Question number
9, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, number 9, Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, sir. My question is to the Minister of Building and Construction and asks, what recent announcement has the government made about the building consent system?
The Honourable Chris
Mr. Speaker. Sir, yesterday we announced the biggest change to our building consent system since the Building Act came into force in 2004. First, we're putting responsibility for bad building work where it belongs by scrapping the current joint and several liability model and replacing it with proportionate liability. Second, we will remove regulatory barriers which will support New Zealand's 66 separate council building consent authorities to voluntarily consolidate and join up their functions. Why does the system need to change? Mr. Speaker, councils are currently understandably hesitant to sign off building work that Kiwis desperately need. This is because they can be left carrying the can for the full cost of building defects, even when they are not responsible to that extent. Ratepayers pay twice, once through slow, inefficient consenting, and again when councils cover for cowboy builders who've ridden off into the sunset, saddling the ratepayer with the bill. And with the 66 different building consent authorities, we have that many different interpretations of the single building code. Builders face needless delays, and modular home builders hit barriers when they cross a regional line. The system is broken currently, sir. We will fix it and get more homes built.
Supplementary. Will homeowners still be protected under the new system?
Mr. Speaker, protecting homeowners must always come first. We're backing the shift by exploring consumer protections like home warranty schemes, which are mandatory in Australian states, and professional indemnity insurance for high-risk professions. We're cracking down on cowboys by giving licensing boards more teeth, creating a new licence class for wet areas, and toughening penalties for those who cut corners. My colleague, the Honourable Scott Simpson, is leading work to tackle phoenixing, where dodgy operators shut one company one day and then reopen the next under a different name. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, people are less likely to do shoddy work in the first instance if they know that they'll end up bearing the cost.
Supplementary. Ryan Hamilton. What feedback has the Minister received about this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback has been clear and overwhelmingly positive. I was very pleased to discuss this earlier today at a function in the House, attended by a number of parliamentary colleagues with the New Zealand Chinese Building Industry Association, a few of whose members are still here. Local Government New Zealand, meanwhile, said that the changes will have, quote, an instant and positive impact on housing growth. Councils will be in a better position to consent more efficiently with less legal risk borne by local government and therefore ratepayers, end quote. The Building Officials Institute of New Zealand, meanwhile, called the reforms, quote, a win for ratepayers, homeowners, investors and the wider economy, end quote. And finally, sir, the New Zealand Certified Builders described them as, quote, the most significant change for the building industry in a generation, a long time coming and welcomed by industry, end quote.
Cameron Luxon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How does this announcement help fulfil the National Act Coalition Agreement for building consents, and what does this announcement mean for tradies?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and I acknowledge that the New Zealand Act Coalition Agreement contains an item around changing liability settings reflecting Act party policy going into the last election. The policy and indeed the coalition agreement was around exploring allowing builders to opt out of needing a builder consent if they were to have long-term insurance for the building work. So this announcement is a key step in that right direction, putting more accountability on the individual tradesperson and increasing the uptake of insurance products.
Question number 10, Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Public Service, does she stand by her statement about public sector industrial action that there's going to be a lot of options that we're looking at as a government? If so, what specific options is the government considering?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The answer is yes. The government has a duty to all New Zealanders to ensure critical public services like hospitals and schools that they rely on every day will not be unnecessarily disrupted. We are looking for ways to improve the bargaining system because the right to strike is important, but so is the right for students to learn and for patients to access the health care that they need.
Will she rule out altering or diminishing teachers' right to strike?
Well, I certainly haven't been considering altering or diminishing the right to strike. I have, however, suggested that it's always good if you're going to be bargaining to be at the bargaining table, not organising your marketing campaign for a strike that's unnecessary.
Will she then rule out altering or diminishing nurses or any public sector workers' right to strike?
Well, I think I've made it very clear that we're looking at how we can strengthen the bargaining position system so that people might have better options available before racing off to strike, such as, for instance, mediation, any other sorts of facilitated bargaining. I think most people would understand that the people who are hurt the most in these situations are often quite vulnerable people, either children or they are patients in the healthcare system. So I'm not actually ruling out things, but I am saying nobody's considering removing the right to strike.
Has she requested or received any advice from the Public Service Commission or any other agency regarding compulsory arbitration for teachers, nurses or firefighters?
Well, the member's given me all these new ideas today.
I hope so.
I don't think I actually have asked for that, but I'm always happy to take her ideas and consider them.
Supplementary. How can she say that bargaining requires genuine engagement when during a period of bargaining she refuses to rule out measures that would limit the ability to take strike action?
I think I have pretty much said I'm not looking to rule out strike action at all. I'm not sure quite what she's talking about.
Supplementary. Why do appointees to Crown boards deserve an up to 80% pay rise, but teachers struggling with the cost of living get a 1% pay offer?
Well, of course, it's a framework that's based on the fact that very few people are qualified to do the role of Crown Board entity directors or chairs, and the fact that some of these people are paid less than $30,000 for undertaking enormous work on behalf of the taxpayers of New Zealand, responsible in some cases multi-millions of dollars, hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars of taxpayer funds. So I actually think it's a matter that we do, and we're competing with the private sector. So these are all issues. It's sort of unfair to equate one position with that of others, but I do think that they're not actually related.
Question number 11, Chloe Swarbrick.
E te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Is the Prime Minister aware which of his government's decisions came into effect in August 2024, which have resulted in the decline of emergency housing applications rising from 4% to 32%?
What I am aware of is that we have moved 2,124 children out of damp, dank motels into warm, dry houses. And of course, that's a good thing because it means kids have housing security and they can attend schools and get good medical treatment on the basis of that.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that under his government's decisions, the recorded number of New Zealanders sleeping rough in Auckland alone has nearly doubled from 426 in September 2024 to 809 in May 2025, as Auckland Council reports?
Well, as the member will be aware, our homeless data is not great. No New Zealander likes seeing people in a homeless situation. That is why our government is talking to the stakeholders and open to making tweaks if we can help support people in homeless situations. But as the member would understand from the previous Labor Greens government, where homelessness went up 34% despite $1 billion being spent on emergency housing, these are not simple issues. They are complex and they are often people who have very complex needs that need proper support.
So when will the government reverse its decisions to tighten eligibility criteria for emergency housing, which has evidently seen an explosion in homelessness across every community in this country?
Well, it's a government that's taken 6,000 people off the state social housing wait list after an increase 4 times. It's a government that has lowered rents by $5 a week rather than up $180 a week. It's a government that's reinventing our planning laws so that we can get more houses built and more affordably. And it's a government that's open to looking what else we can do around homelessness to support people in that situation.
Is the Prime Minister aware of any person's life circumstances that have ever been improved by them being denied emergency housing and being forced to sleep on the street?
Well, this is a government that spends $550 million with a range of service organisations to support people in difficult circumstances. It's a government that has an MSD agency that is actually available and will always offer support to people who need it. But it is a government that is fixing the failed housing legacy of the previous Greens Labor government. And this is a government that can stand proud to say we are building more houses and making it easier to do so with planning laws. We have got rents going backwards, if not stable. We have got more people coming off the State House wait list, which is a good thing, and we have moved 2,124 children out of motel rooms through Priority 1 into warm, dry houses. And yes, we don't like seeing homelessness. No New Zealander does, and we're open for further setting changes if we need to.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister think of an example of somebody's life being made better by dependence on government? And does this government want something better for the future of New Zealand?
Well, it's a government that's working hard to lift the collective living standards of all New Zealanders. And the way that we are doing that is by making sure our kids have an outstanding education system, by making sure we embrace more science, technology and add value to the products and services we sell the world, more infrastructure, less red and green tape, and more trade and investment. Those are the things that will lift our collective living standards and lift incomes for all New Zealanders.
Supplementary. When, if ever, does the Prime Minister intend to respond to my multiple invitations to walk the streets of Auckland Central to meet the people, including the children, who his government's decisions have made homeless?
Well, what's important is that the Ministers for Infrastructure and Social Housing have been engaging with the sector, and they have said publicly that they are very open to looking at any tweaks that they can make to improve the homeless situation in New Zealand. But I'd just say to the member, when you have 6,000 people that were on a wait list waiting for a State House and they're no longer on the wait list, that is a good thing. When you have rents having gone up $180 a week, now down $5 a week, that is good progress. And when you have 2,124 kids out of motel rooms into proper houses through KO or through community housing providers, that's a good thing.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that from 2018 to 2023, $1.4 billion was spent by the government on emergency housing, but homelessness increased?
Yes, there was over $1 billion spent on emergency housing, and homelessness went up 37%, as the previous Greens member who was the Minister for Homelessness understands this is a complex issue.
Question number 12, Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Transport and asks, what recent announcements has he made about the Pages Road Bridge?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Mr Speaker, last week I was pleased to announce that the NZTA Board has endorsed the business case for the $75.4 million Pages Road Bridge renewal project and approved co-funding from the National Land Transport Fund. The government will be funding $38.5 million to support the replacement of the Pages Road Bridge. This is an important piece of infrastructure for the people of Christchurch and great news for Christchurch East. I thank all members of Parliament for their strong advocacy for this important infrastructure project.
Supplementary. Why does
All right, now you can start.
Why does the Pages Road Bridge need to be replaced?
Mr Speaker, the Pages Road Bridge is nearly 100 years old and is approaching its end of life. It carries more than 13,000 vehicles a day and is the main point of access between the New Brighton and South Shore communities and the rest of Christchurch. The bridge was actually last strengthened in 2015 to extend its lifespan. And as a critical evacuation route, the importance of the Pages Road Bridge renewal project was recognised by this government with its inclusion in the 2024-27 National Land Transport Programme.
What are the next steps for the replacement of the bridge?
Mr Speaker, now this project was the highest priority capital improvement project for the Christchurch Council, and until we came to power, no taxpayer funding had been allocated to it. Now that the business case and the co-funding have been approved, the Council expects the project to begin construction once consenting is completed. And under this government's reforms, that will happen sooner rather than later.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Members, the House is resumed. Before we broke, it was the second reading on the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill, and we are on call number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Grant McCullough.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the second reading of this very important bill. I must say it's been great listening to the contributions around the House and the fact that other parties have recognised that we have got a challenge in this space around the carbon farming and the use on good grazing land. It was noticeable that the last government and then during the campaign there was little actual solutions put on the table. The National Party campaigned on some solutions, and that is what we're delivering here today. And the important part of that is, because we understand the sensitivities around it, and as someone from rural New Zealand and Northland, where we have got, the carbon forestry has gone onto land it should never have been on, so we're limiting the areas on Class 6, which is great. But the important thing that was highlighted by a previous speaker is there a review in this process, so we can monitor how things progress, because it's important for the long-term future of rural New Zealand and our sheep and beef country that we actually do, that we put a stop to unnecessary carbon farming on good land. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill.
Tēnā koe te māngai o tira ko te hiahia kei roto i au I tēnei wā, I te tuatahi e te māngai, te mihi ki ngā mate huhua o te wā. Ka tahi anō au ka hoki mai I te wā kāinga, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa, ko hoki atu ki te wāhi ngaro, ko hoki ngātahi ai koutou. Kāre au e pirangi ki te whakahua ingoa, nā te mea he maha hoki o koutou kua hoki atu ki te kāinga tūturu mō tātou te tangata. Nā reira ki a koutou mā, haere atu rā, tēnei te tangi aroha ki ngā whānau pani maha I tēnei wā. Hoi anō rā e te māngai o te whare ki te kōrero au mo te wāhi ngaro, ka hoki aku whakaaro ki tētahi o ngā whakatau a ki, a rā whatu ngaro te tangata toitu te whenua. While man eventually disappears from this realm, the land remains. In my short time as forestry spokesperson for the Labour Party, I've come to truly appreciate the fight to preserve both. Tā Apirana Ngata famously said, ko tōringa ki ngā rākau a te Pākehā, hei oranga mo tō tinana. With your hand, master the arts of the Pākehā for your physical well-being, in other words, to earn a living. In his time, he advocated farming. These days, it's AI. And throughout my time, the forestry industry has provided pride and proficiency of skill and financial security for so many whānau. Successive weather events, such as Cyclone Gabriel, have seen mass devastation of our whenua. Slash has become a part of our everyday vocabulary. We all want to do better by our whenua and our people. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, the Climate Change Response Emission Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill, intends a balancing act between the urgent need to address climate change and, of course, protecting productive farmland, rural communities, and importantly, honouring rights and aspirations of Māori landowners, also relevant to my portfolio of the Māori economy. Colleagues before me, Mr. Speaker, have laid out the intended purposes of this bill, i.e. it prohibits exotic ETS forestry on land use capability classes 1 through 5. I'll summarise, Mr. Speaker. On land use capability class 6, moderately versatile land, a cap of 15,000 hectares per year will apply, allocated via a national ballot system, including reserved quotas for small block owners. Farmers remain permitted to afforest up to 25% of their LUC 1 to 6 land, ensuring flexibility to diversify operations. Exemptions are provided for indigenous forestry, unmapped or unfarmed land, erosion-prone land, Crown land partnerships, and critically for Māori, specific categories of Māori-owned land, including treaty settlement land and land held under Te Ture Whenua Māori Act. The bill includes transitional provisions for those who made forestry investments between 1 January 21 and the 4th of December 2024, allowing those to proceed as planned. These changes are expected to take effect October 2025, which, as the member opposite has referred to, with ongoing review. Mr. Speaker, these are all noble intentions, but even in the limited time I had hearing submissions on this bill, there were differing views on land use and a lot of debate and even confusion about the quota system. That said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge all the members of the Environment Committee for allowing me to attend their select committee and hear many of the submissions. Then, Mr. Speaker, there are the considerations for Māori interests. They are laid out in the departmental report, Mr. Speaker, but it's probably just easier for me to summarise based on the conversations I've had. It's sort of been referred to or acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, that this is quite an emotional topic. Not only forestry, but preservation of whenua, preservation of economy. And that is something that's certainly a consideration for Māori land owners and landowners with Māori forest interests. Some of their land is so marginal, that's all it's good for, is the use of carbon forest. So the fact that these are being well considered is something that I absolutely support. One of the main messages I got from people in various conversations I had in kōrero, in particular with Māori land interests, is we were heavily incentivised to get into forestry and we need to be incentivised to get out. So any kōrero, any kaupapa that's going to support that in a sustainable way, support whānau, support whenua Māori interests, support whānau Māori economical interests, as well as whānau throughout Aotearoa, is something that we support. That is why, Mr. Speaker, though supporting this bill, Labour's position is that significant work remains to be done. We all know that. I've acknowledged that this is an emotive issue, but one that we all know is critical, not only to the preservation of our whenua, but for the growth of our economy as well. The forestry is on the brink of collapse in Tairāwhiti. I was quite shocked, Mr. Speaker. Before, when I used to plan my trip from Rangitukia to the airport, you used to plan it around the logging trucks. So you didn't have to overtake 11 logging trucks on our immaculate road. On my trip 2 weeks ago, I think I saw one logging truck. Whānau are leaving. So we do need to find ways to maintain sustainable income so that the East Coast can flourish, not just the East Coast, but communities impacted by this industry can flourish. It is about balance. We know our land is suffering and we know our people are suffering. And this is, for a lot of people and a lot of our whenua, about survival. So we have to get this right. I started with a whakatauaki, whatu ngaro te tangata toitu te whenua. Well, as you know, Mr. Speaker, ko tētahi atu o ngā whakatauki, toitu te whenua, toitu te tangata. When our land thrives, people will thrive. So kia kaha rā tātou, Labour do support this bill, but there is much, much more work to be done on it. Tēnā tātou.
Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to speak on this, the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. And always great when we've got some level of bipartisanship throughout the House. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very pragmatic bill. It may not be perfect, but it's a start. It puts a line in the sand. It tries to strike a balance. And I acknowledge the Minister, Todd McClay, for his leadership in this regard. I commend the bill to the House.
The Honourable Priyanka Brother-Krishna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently there are no restrictions on how much land you can register in the ETS. I do want to emphasise, I think, the point that a couple of my colleagues have made in their contributions, that New Zealand is just one of two countries, the other being Kazakhstan, that allows fossil fuel emitters to offset 100% of their emissions with forestry without any actual obligation to cut emissions through proven technologies like the electrification of transport and industry. So that, Mr. Speaker, is the problem definition. This bill will prevent exotic forests from entering the ETS on the land use capability 1 to 5 lands. It will limit ETS registrations on LUC 6 land to 15 hectares, and that's the ballot system that my colleague Kushla has referred to as well. And then it protects eligible Māori-owned land and provides time-limited exemptions for pre-announced investments as well. So that's what the bill that we're debating does. Now we're here at a second reading. We've had a number of different submissions at Select Committee stage. Some have said that the bill doesn't go far enough. Some have said that it goes too far, which is kind of par for the course when we hear submissions on various issues at Select Committee. The Federated Farmers basically says that this doesn't go far enough to stop the march of pines across New Zealand's productive farmland, says that it's disappointing, that it sends a clear message to rural New Zealand that the march of permanent carbon farms across productive farmland won't be stopping anytime soon. And basically says, and this is to the point that the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell made at the start of our contribution on this bill, that if you're going to go this far, why don't you just, not you, why don't the government just go the whole hog? They've said that in reality, only 12% of farm conversions were happening on that land, that is the land classes 1 to 5 land. Anyway, our productive hill country, the engine room of the agricultural industry, is still at risk of becoming a giant pollution-driven carbon farm. PCE, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Mr. Speaker, was before the Environment Select Committee recently talking about some of the research, the work that he's done, particularly a report examining the drivers of forestry in New Zealand. And he made some really good points in terms of wanting us to reflect on the types of forests that we want in the long term, in the long run. He raised questions, often pine is used as a carbon sink. He raised questions around that as a permanent solution. It is potentially, it can act as a carbon sink in the short term, but it's not ideal in the long term because of its relatively short lifespan and fire risk. He made the point that native species support much greater biodiversity, Mr. Speaker, and that's something that I would support as well. Although it is slower growing, it does support better diversity, and so it's better when it comes to environmental benefits. And as conservation spokesperson, that sounds good to me, Mr. Speaker. With the time that I have left, I just want to point to an RNZ report that came out today when we are talking about forestry, the ETS more broadly. Part of the reason that Labour is cautiously supporting this bill is because while it does go some way, what we really want to see is a review, a significant further work that needs to be done with respect to the role of carbon forestry in the ETS. And basically there needs to be a full review, a thorough review of the ETS that needs to be done with an emphasis on the role of carbon forestry. I also want to point to the fact that when it comes to climate change and the urgency with which we should be addressing climate change, I have made the point that here in the ETS, one of the issues is that there's no real obligation to cut emissions. And I want to point to a number of things that this government has cut when it comes to SURF, the Climate Response Fund, Clean Car Discount, a number of transport initiatives, energy efficiency rebates, and so much more that would have actually addressed the issue, that also increased the cost of living and takes us backwards as a nation. So while we cautiously support this, we're not thrilled about it.
Miles Anderson.
Stand and speak on the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. I think this strikes a pragmatic balance between what private landowners can do on their land and what communities are concerned about when it comes to the afforestation of good land. So what we've got is land that will be LUC 1 to 5, having only 25% of that land eligible for carbon credits, 1,500 hectares a year, 15,000 hectares a year of Class 6 land to go into a ballot, and within reason 7 and 8 will be exempted. So I think this is quite a good balance. I am looking forward to the review that will happen, because it's only with the benefit of hindsight that we'll be able to tweak the bill. So with that, Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, I am a permanent member of the Environment Select Committee. Great committee, a busy committee, definitely is, and we have some good conversations on the Environment Select Committee. But I made way for my colleagues who have spoken earlier on this bill for most of the bills, so I didn't hear all the submissions that everybody else did, but I appreciate that a lot of people did put some very thoughtful work into their submissions, and I'll reference one of them later. So I thank those people for doing that, and note that this bill has gone through a shortened time frame with the Select Committee, and that is a shame. Like my colleagues have said, Labour is supporting this bill, but we don't think it's going to fix all the things that people want it to fix. And those things we've heard from the other side of the House tonight. The Minister, when reading her speech, talked about that it was a response to local rural communities. I think we heard her words, Mr Speaker. And I know from when I and my colleagues have spoken with rural communities that this is a real issue, that it's one of the first things that will come up, and people will say, we're really worried about our community schools going. We are really worried then that there won't be the buses to take kids to school. We're worried that there can be no community halls, those sorts of things, because there is more and more forests, and in those forests there's lots of pests. We hear about that as well, the deer and the pigs that come out of a lot of these forests. And the forests that they are often talking about, and it's important that we distinguish between different types of forests here, are carbon forests. So those are forests where the incentive to plant those trees has not been for a shelter belt, or it's not been for timber, it's been to get some ETS credits. And that is what this bill is trying to deal with. There is also other forestry. There is people who plant native trees to improve biodiversity, people who plant native trees for riparian strips and the like. And we know that there's some work going on for some voluntary biodiversity credits as well. And then, of course, we have plantation forestry, so that trees are growing to be chopped down and made into something, not just for any carbon units. And of course, if we're thinking about climate change in general, having that forestry is important for New Zealand, because wood is a lower emissions product than, say, concrete. So we know if we want a low carbon economy, then wood is definitely part of that, and forestry in New Zealand is part of it as well. But this bill is only addressing that carbon forestry part of forestry, and it's trying to change that incentive around whereby the ETS incentivises the planting of these exotic trees to remove some of that incentive from some farmland. And there are a lot of sums in that sentence, Mr. Speaker, because of course we've heard that it doesn't apply to all land classes. So it does apply to 1 to 5, but even within those 1 to 5s, you can still plant some of your land in carbon forestry. So land that's in the ETS. And then we've heard, so that's 25% of beautiful, most productive land can still be in carbon forestry. And then land use class 6, 25% of that can be in carbon forestry as well. But then in addition, there's this special ballot process. And I did sit on some of the select committee, not all of it, as I referred to earlier, and I never got to the bottom of why it was that ministers have chosen to have a ballot. I cannot understand the policy rationale for it, and I haven't heard it from the other side this evening either, and maybe that's something that will come out in the committee of the whole stage of the debate, Mr. Speaker, because it seems to be, 1, very complicated, and 2, undermining the general policy direction of the bill. However, as my colleagues have said, this is a step in the right direction and it is better than nothing. What I think is particularly interesting about this bill from a policy perspective is that it's saying to those landowners, to the farmers, even though we have these market solutions for reducing our net carbon, not gross carbon, but net carbon, you can't use them on most of your land. So, and we heard, I think Mark Patterson acknowledged that this is a government that says that it's very much into private property rights. But of course, this bill is the opposite of being protective of private property rights. It's telling farmers that they must limit what they do on their land in terms of carbon forestry. And I think that that is particularly interesting when we also have many policy conversations going on at the moment about this government's replacement of the Resource Management Act. And of course, the previous government repealed the Resource Management Act and brought in the Spatial Planning Act and the Natural and Built Environment Act. And those were repealed by this government, and this government now says that they're going to replace and overhaul the RMA with some new legislation. And whenever they talk about this new legislation, there is always the phrase that it will be based on the protection of private, or the enjoyment, sorry, not the protection, the enjoyment of private property rights, which seems to be in totally the opposite direction from where this bill is going. And then there are conversations again, all public conversations about whether or not this, that to be able to have that enjoyment of property rights, whether or not there needs to be compensation for regulatory taking. So that is where at one moment in time you can do something on your land, and then at a later moment in time you can't do it. So maybe that's chopping down Indigenous biodiversity or removing some heritage item or something like that, then you should be compensated. Presumably that compensation would come from ratepayers or taxpayers. But so there's a lot of big talk, particularly from the ACT Party, about regulatory takings. Yet all 3 government parties are in support of this bill. This bill that is limiting what farmers can do with their land. And I'm interested to understand the rationale for those 2 very separate positions. And I haven't heard it from any of the government members. Now, it's also another disappointment of this bill, and it's reflected in the submission from the Environmental Defence Society, is that the regulatory impact statement didn't consider the environmental impacts associated with exotic forests. And it could have done this, but it didn't. And there doesn't seem to have been much consideration of whether the combination of this bill and the existing ETS settings will mean that more people are incentivised to plant carbon forests on that land class 7 and 8. And what are the consequences of more pine trees, more exotic trees being planted on that type of land? These are things that have not been explored very well in the debate so far. And of course, going back to the start of the problem definition, as my colleague talked about before, it is fundamentally that this government is relying on the ETS as their main way to achieve net zero, something that the National Party signed up to in 2019 with that zero carbon legislation. So we have the removal of all these other policies, and some of them were named before. So there's no clean car discount, there's no SURF, there's no GIDI, that's a whole lot of acronyms. There's no mention of circular economy now, anything like that. And there's a good article today in Radio New Zealand that lists all of those programs that are gone. And so the entire focus of this government is trying to offset carbon emissions rather than trying to reduce them. And that is a great shame, Mr. Speaker, and it would be wonderful if instead of sitting over there and giggling, that this government actually did something to cut emissions. Nothing wrong with giggling. Well, I encourage that party to stop the giggling and actually take some serious action.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to speak on the Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill. What a great piece of work from our Minister. I just want to say it's very important to us on the coast, this bill, on the East Coast, in my electorate, and whilst I don't always agree with everything Kushla says, I do tonight. It is a great piece of work for us. We are banning large-scale farm to forestry conversion on high-quality farmland. We are putting the rural economy back in where it needs to be, and our government is backing farmers, restoring balance and making sure the ETS doesn't come at the cost of the New Zealand rural economy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Well done. 5-minute call, Hannah Rafferty, Maipi Clark.
Koe te whikaotira tēnā rā tātou te whare e te wanau ki te wahai ngā kōrero mo te Pāti Māori te pōnei, mo tēnei o ngā pire e hāngai ana ki te taiahuatanga o te taiao. This bill will This bill, ko te mahi o tēnei pire, he whakatāmi I ngā whenua o te kaipāmu, hei panoni I ngā te whenua ngahere ki hei kaipāmu mō ngā whenua putanoa o te motu. Ko itihi o ngā mahi e whakaungia I tēnei o ngā pire, he aukati I ngā kaipāmu ki itihi o ngā conversion. So limiting the volume of hectares available for conversions per year, setting out provisions for farmland planting to ensure flexibility and choice, setting out protections for Māori-owned land in line with treaty obligations. There are exemptions on certain Māori land blocks. This bill provides for exemptions on certain Māori lands from ETS restrictions in this bill. Principally, Māori land held under Te Ture Whenua Māori Act 1993, land which the statutes was changed to general land under the Māori Affairs Amendment Act 1967 and land to a treaty settlement. The consultation process within this bill, Te Tari Whakatau and a small number of Māori stakeholders were consulted on identifying the types of Māori land that fall within these categories. Officials concluded that the exemptions provide certainty for Māori landowners and opportunity for Māori to exercise rangatiratanga. Māori and iwi stakeholders were also consulted alongside the public on this policy as a part of second emissions reduction plan. The Māori entities spoke to We're in favour of an exemption and agreement with specified exemptions included in this bill. Te Pāti Māori's positions on this bill is protections for Māori land do not outweigh the negative impact on taiao and the reduction of broader environment protections because Māori land only accounts for a small number of land use activities in Aotearoa. This bill also undermines the integrity of the ETS scheme, and it weakens it further by removing methane, which only limits the scheme further. Te Pāti Māori opposes this bill because it lacks intergenerational integrity through failure to include methane. We support the assertion of Kai sovereignty and are not totally convinced that the current proposal is effective enough in providing and ensuring that all whānau in Aotearoa have access to Kai. The submission made by Waikato Tainui about the process is Waikato Tainui, quote, Waikato Tainui urges the Crown to work with iwi to co-design the regulatory framework and consider allocation approaches that reflect the treaty partnership. We recommend the government adopt a more reasonable timeline that ensures the public, especially those most impacted, can participate meaningfully in the legislative process, end quote. This could include a separate category or allocation stream for iwi applicants or weighted criteria that recognises the distinct context of Māori land. Te Pāti Māori does not support this bill. We cannot support a legislative process that undermines fair engagement, proper scrutiny and treaty responsibilities. Tēnā rā tātou, te whare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori tekau mawha e whakai.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Airima ngā poti e whakahe.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. This bill is set. Oh, sorry.
Climate Change Response Emissions Trading Scheme Forestry Conversion Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Call on government orders of the day, numbers 5, 6 and 7.
Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, committee stage. Hauraki Golf, Te Kapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, committee stage continued. Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of those bills.
Minister. Okay. Members, the House is in committee on the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, the Hauraki Golf Te Kapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, and the Crime Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill. We come first to the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill. We begin with the debate on Part 1. Part 1, this is the debate on Clauses 4 and 5, amendments related to acquisition or taking of land for critical infrastructure projects. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Good evening, Mr Chair and members of the committee. I'd like to start by acknowledging by making a few introductory remarks relevant to this part, and actually at the risk of testing the patience of the Chair at this early stage more generally regarding the bill. So thanks to those who have provided input through the Select Committee process as acknowledged at the second reading, in anticipation of a good discussion and debate tonight. As colleagues will know, the purpose of the legislation is to ensure that the Public Works Act regime, which of course is crucial for acquiring land and managing land to support infrastructure projects, and of course its ownership interests, but also other interests as well. And we need that to support infrastructure projects for the benefit of the people of New Zealand as a whole, but respecting, of course, the private property rights of landowners from whom that land or that ownership in, or that other interest in land is taken or held. The finite group to which this legislation, as critical infrastructure, applies relates to approvals under Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Act. Public works obviously within that regime, and also the roads of national significance as defined and as listed in the Government Policy Statement on Land Transport 2024. Often there are costly delays in terms of acquiring land, in the ownership sense again, or some other interest in land relating to these projects. And colleagues around the House in their respective areas of New Zealand will know that. And of course the cost properly relates to compensation for landowners, albeit that we could and indeed will be more generous in that space. But also the opportunity costs that a community suffers when they don't have the ability to see that road or rail or other transport network built in a timely fashion, or the flood protection works or other mitigation of natural disaster type infrastructure and so on. We aim for a faster and fairer regime, and those two concepts are not mutually exclusive in my mind, such that we have an accelerated process being proposed by this legislation that will aim to address the key barriers to efficient delivery. Key mechanisms within the bill, and more particularly the part that we're about to examine, are around early acquisition by agreement, and of course there are existing mechanisms in the Public Works Act for that, and so this is building on those processes and more particularly making them faster but increasing the compensation levels, and also introducing, in terms of the process, a written submission as opposed to the right to object to the Environment Court, where of course much of the delay and uncertainty and cost is currently accrued. I should be clear for the committee members, protected Māori land as defined under the Public Works Act, which is detail that we may wish to explore tonight, cannot be acquired under the critical infrastructure process. For various reasons we thought it proper to enable or continue the regime for protected Māori land as defined to continue to have recourse to the Environment Court, but to enable premium payments eligibility for such land if that is ultimately acquired for a critical infrastructure project using the standard Public Works Act process. So in summary, the changes outlined will enable the faster delivery of critical infrastructure that we need and deserve as Kiwis to support and grow our society and the economy. And finally, Mr Speaker, I give notice to the House that I intend to introduce an amendment paper that makes minor and technical changes, some literally in the realm of changing the grammar of singular to plural, or perhaps it's the other way around, updating cross-references, and nothing particularly substantive. But again, colleagues may wish to examine that amendment paper or indeed any of their own, and I look forward to that debate and discussion tonight.
The Honourable Damien.
Mr Chairman, thank you very much, and Labor will have some decent discussions and questions of the Minister as we go through this bill. We do support it, but it is a very important piece of legislation because it goes to the heart of, I guess, a process that has been respected across New Zealand for a long, long time. Building critical infrastructure the community needs, as the Minister said, is something that I think most parties, most governments have always supported. But the balance between property rights and property responsibility, I guess you might say, public responsibility, is the balance that we're always trying to keep here. And at a time when the government's pushing through reforms to the RMA with a focus on property rights, we're also bringing into the House this piece of legislation, which is actually stepping over private property rights for good cause, we accept, and the particular projects that the Minister mentions here are in the schedules, and they are specific projects, so this bill doesn't provide unlimited changes to the Public Works Act, but it does, in Part 1, as I say, relate to the acquisition or taking of land for critical infrastructure projects. They are listed. And so the question I have of the Minister is, did he or did the government consider actually expanding this out to be wider, to take into account necessary changes or these changes relating to future projects? And if so, why was the decision made not to include them in Schedule in the schedules here. So, I mean, it is a critical one because I think there will be people, submitters were suspicious of what the government was doing here, overriding their rights, not providing them with the ability to automatically go to review, go to the Environment Court. As stated, what this does is take away the ability of landowners to go to the Environment Court. They can go and seek a review to the Minister. The Minister of Land Information holds quite a critical role. And while I do respect the LINZ as a government agency and the processes that they have run, this is aimed to fast track or to speed up the process. And in doing so, anyone who runs too fast will trip over from time to time. And if this government is focused on an obsession with property rights, because that's what it sounds like in some pieces of legislation or changes, then how has it reached, and the Minister may be able to explain, how they've reached the balance between enhancing property rights through the changes to the RMA and then being prepared to actually roll over them here. It is a fine balance. I think we have always, as a Labour Party, attempted to find that right balance, probably ensuring that the wider public objectives are first and foremost. Of course, property rights are to be respected, but ultimately, we're here for a short time. So the questions to the Minister are really around those two questions, and maybe he'll take a call and answer. I have plenty of other points to raise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm grateful to the member for those thoughtful questions, and I know that as a former Minister of Land Information himself, he will understand some of the balance and the considerations that we are seeking to achieve, and he's rightly referred to that balance of rights and responsibilities, and I'm grateful to him for mentioning his faith in the officials of the Land Information New Zealand network, regime, agency even, and I think he's right to pose the question about whether changes could be more broadly applied, obviously what specific project is listed in the schedule. And the short answer is yes, in the sense that we know that reform to the Public Works Act more generally is needed, and the work of an expert panel that we convened, an independent panel I hasten to add, to consider ways that we could make the Public Works Act more efficient in a targeted manner, not taking into account or not undertaking a full review of its provisions, for example, not looking at questions of disposal, but to think more generally about changes that could help in all manner of public works infrastructure. There is work under a separate piece of legislation, that is also making its way through this House, or will continue to do so, as opposed to the critical infrastructure specific amendments that are being made by this legislation. And in terms of his point around running fast and at the risk of tripping over, again I note that, if one is to run fast and not trip over, one needs good balance, so there's that point again. And I suppose in terms of the mechanisms that provide some comfort to a landowner that their property rights will be respected, not only should there be obviously robust decision making by the decision maker, of course, being the Minister of Land Information or the local government entity as the case may be, backed by official advice. If that decision maker were to be unreasonable, then by definition that would be potentially subject to judicial review in the High Court as compared with the Environment Court. So there is a measure of separate branch of government protection in terms of testing those rights, and recourse to the Land Valuation Tribunal will remain such that a dispute over the deemed or determined value of the land would still be available to landowners. So again, seeking to strike a balance, and I suppose the only other point in terms of the weight of decision making that would rest with the Minister of Land Information. I do note, of course, as again the member himself will know, having held that role, that one decides on matters of overseas investment for those seeking as overseas persons to invest in this country under the overseas investment regime. And while that's obviously a separate matter from this, it's not without precedent, even in terms of that particular ministerial role, to be asked to make reasonably weighty decisions in terms of property rights and dealings with land in a way that we expect and hope, in the case of both regimes, will be ultimately to the benefit of New Zealand.
I am just interested in this amendment paper 350 in the Minister's name, and at clause 5 there's a new insertion of Roman 5. And it's about notices of requirements that were lodged under the Natural and Built Environment Act 2023, an act I was just talking about in relation to a different bill. But under that act, under the Natural and Built Environment Act, there was a fast-track process. And even though the Natural and Built Environment Act got repealed in December 2023, not all of it got repealed, and some of the fast-track provisions were not repealed and remained in existence. And then in 2024, this government introduced and passed its own Fast-Track Approvals Act, quite different. But what this amendment is doing is referring to the fast track that was in the Natural and Built Environment Act and was, I think, rolled over. I presume that this is what it is. And because it was alive, the fast track process, since for some time, around a year maybe the Minister can comment. My question really is to try and work out how many projects will be included in this by this amendment. So how many projects did the Natural and Built Environment Act 2023's fast track provisions is allowed to roll on a bit longer than when the rest of the Act was appealed in 2023? How many projects actually had a designation or altered designation? And if the Minister doesn't know, is he able to find out? And what analysis has been done to work out how many of those projects will be included and therefore included in this legislation?
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. I think that the answer to that will be knowable. It's not known by me now. I undertake, if possible, within the period of time of the committee, the whole House stage, to furnish the member with that. She's more familiar with me than the Natural and Built with the Natural and Built Environment Act. I think, indeed, before its creation in the form of legislation. So she will no doubt be intimately aware of the way in which that provided some manner of fast-track process, albeit with a lowercase f and t, I suspect, as opposed to the bill. Okay, well, the member can have her views and debating points on other legislation, and she does, but in another forum would be more appropriate. I know that the Chair is thinking. So if it's possible to know that answer, and we have excellent colleagues from Land Information New Zealand, including no less an authority than the Commissioner for Lands, then I will certainly share that with the member. And in fact, it might be right now that I'm able to say that the fast-track provisions remain in existence under those under the Natural Built Environment Act, before, of course, the Fast Track Approval Act, as the member knows. And in terms of how many were applied for under that prior legislation, officials are aware of one project, Cambridge to Pairi, and if there are any more than that, then no doubt we'll hear in due course, but for now the answer is just that one.
Rachel Brooking.
It was a roading project that you were referring to, the Minister.
Mr Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My query really, well, let's begin with that we do certainly have a infrastructure deficit, as the regulatory impact statement points to, and I'm mindful that it's been 63 years since we've had rail-enabled ferries until today, and this is clearly an infrastructure deficit that sits at this government's table. But I note here that the options here are going to be limited to critical infrastructure projects, and the query I really have is about, what does the government consider critical? Because when I look through the list, I can certainly see that there are some that I could consider critical. I think the Ashburton second urban bridge is certainly needed, given the flood risk we've had. We've been cut off before. But not all roading projects would be arguably critical in this. So I'm interested in the criteria that the Minister is using to determine what is critical infrastructure. Critical to my thinking, is more that lifeline infrastructure. And there's many, many projects here that are listed that clearly are not lifeline infrastructure. And if I think that what is also missing here is what is the carbon cost of those infrastructure projects, or is there any evaluation of what the carbon cost might be? If we had, for example, a Ministry of Green Works, that would be a requirement. That would be a requirement for critical infrastructure, for lifeline infrastructure, to measure the effectiveness and its carbon content as well. So a question I have for the Minister is there any ability and willingness to look at the carbon cost, and whether we can tie down critical to a tighter definition? Because at the moment, it doesn't seem as though many of the projects are as essential or critical as the bill portends to argue for. And we also, as the Minister will note, in our differing view, we really have concerns about the rights of Māori and other landowners to appeal against a government decision to take their land. So if we could make a strong case why we needed infrastructure, whether it was lifeline infrastructure, and in what way it was critical, it might be more acceptable to override those concerns about taking land in a shorter time frame. But this truncated process doesn't seem to hold water when we haven't got a good definition of why it's so important to make this change here and now. So coming back, I guess, to my main points, if we know if we can define better what critical infrastructure is, whether it is in fact lifeline infrastructure, and whether we are going to be able to look at its environmental, its climate impacts, whether those can be considerations that we have as well, I think that would be really, really helpful if the Minister would like to respond. Thank you.
Mr Chair. Thank you very much, Mr Chair. And I thank the member for his thoughtful questions. He's critical in the other sense of that phrase of I suppose, the way in which we've arrived at the definition of critical potentially, but in any case, it is a certain matter that the projects listed in the schedule are those included in critical infrastructure. So by way of definition, I suppose I can do no better than to point to those specifically and to say that the reason that they have been included in the schedule is precisely because they are approved under or capable of approval under Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Act, or being roads of national significance as defined in the government policy statement. Of course, reasonable minds can differ on the criticality or the essential nature of such projects. I note in the case of a couple that affect my own electorate, the North West Rapid Transit, for example, which is going to be about public transport infrastructure to serve the growing North West Auckland. We in North West Auckland certainly regard that as quite critical and essential. And I should actually note, for the sake of propriety, that any matters in here that would relate to my own electorate on which I've been advocating would not be handled by me particularly as the decision maker, notwithstanding that it would be, in all things being equal, the Minister for Land Information, because I would simply recuse myself, and indeed I have indicated that I won't be a decision maker for reasons of effectively having a conflict of interest. And just to return to the Honourable Rachel Brooking's question, particularly about the heritage of the Cambridge to Pairiri project, I note that as listed, it states that it's to develop a road and associated infrastructure from the southern end of the Waikato Expressway at Cambridge to the intersection of State Highway 1 and State Highway 29 at Pairiri, which, to the member's point, I suppose some might regard as critical and some might not, but in any case they are included for the reasons that I've set out previously. As to whether the carbon cost or other sustainability considerations have been taken into account, the answer is not in this legislation, but by virtue of having been included under those other regimes, it's possible to have a view on the economic and also social and also environmental benefits and costs associated with those under those separate regimes. In terms of Māori landowners, as I've stated, protected Māori land as defined is separate from the regime in the sense that such landowners will have recourse to the Environment Court still, and for historical reasons, acknowledging that previous versions of the Public Works Act and previous administrations have used that as a mechanism for confiscation of land, and also acknowledging the complexities of some of the ways in which those lands are held. The definition of those is knowable from Section 11 of the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act 2020. I won't set them all out here today unless members wish me to read them, but suffice to say there's a pretty broad swathe of types of land that are included as protected Māori land and therefore outside this regime, except for the purpose of eligibility of premium payments.
Just before we go, just for the awareness of the House, Part 1 and Schedule 2 are two separate debates, but they are linked, and acknowledging that the Minister and questioners so far have noticed that link, but just for other members as well. So if you are talking about Schedule 2, it has to be in relationship to how it relates to Part 1. So, Anina Williams.
Tēnā koe I te hea mana. Thank you. Just bringing the Minister to his AP 350, the insertion in Clause 5 of the new Roman numeral 5. Thank you for that explanation about the project here being State Highway 1 Cambridge to Pierere. That's helpful because that is, we do find ourselves now in need of an explanation then about why this is a listed project. It is one of the projects which is set out in Schedule 2. So given that it is in Schedule 2, we then find ourselves scratching our heads about why you would need this new special provision in V to empower a project which has already been consented. It seems here that what has happened is there will be projects which between August 2024 and December 2024, when it was live, as the Honourable Rachel Brooking has described the legislation, but it was in force and then was repealed, and then there were provisions which, because of the transitional and savings provisions of the repeal, continued to be in force. Are there projects which in that period were consented under the old regime and are trying to be saved by this V? The reason why we are asking is because we want to understand if there aren't projects there, as I think the Minister has said, then what is the provenance of this, and is it because there might have been projects that have been missed and we don't know about, which the Minister might then want to use these special provisions for? And that's relevant because, to the average person on the street, we are considering a regime here where if you were the subject of a public works notice, say in my electorate on around the Puhinui train station, and you are a very aggrieved landowner there and are working with your local MP, hard-working local MP, lots of public meetings about this issue, then you are not eligible for this process. But if you are one of these people who is now newly eligible for this new regime, you are eligible for a somewhat more generous process. So it does make a big difference to people. That's why I'm asking. So if it's not needed, then why is V there? And if it is needed, then there are some other projects that are not set out in Schedule 2, which we are talking about here. Or is it that it's just unclear and this is a sort of belts and braces approach? That would be helpful if we could set that out. Mr Chair, I also have some questions about the Māori land issues here. It's really important to Labour's support for this bill that we have robust protections around Māori land. The committee was well served in hearing from the New Zealand Transport Agency that they did not require any land defined as protected Māori land for the first three projects. That was a helpful discussion to be able to have. It's also helpfully set out in the regulatory impact statement that Crown Law was able to meet with LINZ officials to work through any Māori land issues there and did not flag up in the beginning any issues for the implementation of this new provision that would affect Māori land. But We just want to square off with the Minister whether anything in his new amendment paper would affect Māori land, whether it has been through the same process with Crown Law, and also whether he considered any amendments working through the committee process, because obviously a huge number of submitters to that process raised issues with fairness for Māori land owners and for not only a deep mistrust in the state from a historical perspective, but now there are real concerns there that I think we all acknowledge in this House that owners of Māori land still have around state-sanctioned takings of Māori land. This is still something that affects whānau Māori, and it is not a historical injustice. This is something that they deal with now. And so we want to be clear that if we are engaged in changing the way that Māori land will be taken for these projects, that in fact Māori landowners are in a better position, because that is what we think. This is what we think on this side of the House, that these provisions will empower Māori landowners to be able to be involved with the Crown at the beginning of these projects and to have sort of an insight into what is developed there, and that is really important to our continued support.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for her questions. In relation to Puhinui train station and other projects that have obtained consent but don't apply for the regime, the member describes the general problem, of course, when you introduce legislation that you're confident will improve or be a more appropriate system, and the question is then always to what extent do those partway through being processed under the previous regime get the benefit or not of the new regime? The answer is those projects that are listed, including the one under the NBE, excuse the shorthand, are included, and those that are not are not. I suppose, at least in the case of the likes of Puhinui train station and its associated land acquisitions, with which the members are more familiar than me, they will be effected under the regime that existed already and was known to exist. So they're not any worse off in the sense that we are now improving the system, which will improve lives, we think, for others in relation to other projects. As for whether Māori land is affected by the amendment paper in my name, the short answer is no. But is the member correct to note that the historical injustice associated with Public Works Act acquisitions is something to which we should take note and be mindful? And the answer, of course, is yes. And I acknowledge that point deliberately up front because, of course, there is that historical uncertainty or injustice, in fact. And in terms of the point that she's made around, well, in fact, in the form of an amendment paper 350, her proposal is that we qualify the ability for this regime to apply where a notice of requirement is lodged under the Natural and Built Environment Act 2023, quote, only when that project is well supported by the community it will serve and affect, end quote. And I think that's, as the member I'm sure will know with her own legal background, not nearly certain enough to be able to determine whether a project would be eligible or not.
Damien O'Connor.
Thank you. I'm sure that people that might have tuned in on this piece of, this debate might not have any idea what we're talking about here. And just to give it a bit of context, I guess it's the process of taking land from people around the country for infrastructural projects. And the list, as I referred to before, is in the schedule, and the process really important. The government has made some amendments that we're supporting, and one of them, and the Minister may be able to answer some questions. The first one is around the payment, the compensation, if you like, or call it what you like, and how he or the government arrived at that figure. The Select Committee did have a look at this. There were submissions on it, and some adjustments were made on the basis of whether the landowner initiated the solution or the negotiation, or whether it was the Crown, and that made potentially a difference between 5 or to 15% for compensation payments. So without, at this stage, because I haven't referred to Māori protected land, and that's in part 2, and I'll ask some questions of the Minister there, but on this one, what was the rationale for that? Because some people did have views that this might add to the value of land unnecessarily. There might be some gaming by people who might land bank, and just making sure that the taxpayer wasn't extorted or I guess held to ransom. And indeed, this bill is about speeding up a process when there have been occasions that landowners have held out and held up, critical infrastructure development. So it is around. The intent is to oil the process, I guess. And the government came out with 5 or 15%. And the other questions I have are around the timeframes. And again, the objective of the bill was to speed things up alongside the fast track process. And the government's proposal for this was that within 10 working days, or 10 days, actually it was 10 days really, that officials or people in the system would have to respond. The Select Committee had a look at that and said actually it was a bit unreasonable, and so extended that out to 20 days. And I guess at every step of the way, the question I have of the Minister is whether he or officials think that, that has then undermined the fast track objective of the bill. The Select Committee thought that it was reasonable to have that 20-day period, and then with an obligation, of course, to explain why that. And I think that maybe the Minister can take a call on that. They're reasonable questions. The Select Committee's had a thorough look at them, and we've tried to make the adjustments to make it work. But does this undermine the objective of the initial proposal, which was to move this quite quickly? Maybe the Minister can give us an update on that.
Honourable Chris Peck.
Thank you very much. I think those are very reasonable questions and enable us to tee out the idea that we seek balance in these matters, and the member himself has acknowledged that, I think, as a matter of fairness to the taxpayer, or rather thinking about the opportunity cost for overpaying for land in a way that would mean that we can't use such funds to fund other infrastructure or other land acquisition for the same project for that matter. I think it's a fair question, but the calculation of the Crown, through the government of the day, but also as advised helpfully by various officials and users of the Public Works Act at the moment, is that we've struck a balance whereby we would provide incentive for people to agree at a relatively early stage of the process, thereby avoiding further cost for the Crown and also, or the local government entity for that matter, and of course for the landowner himself, herself or themselves. And in striking that balance, we've set the thresholds of 5% and or not the thresholds, but the values of 5% and 15% for those purposes of incentive and recognition. And we think that strikes an appropriate balance. We would hope that people wouldn't land bank in anticipation of, enjoying greater rights under that regime. I suppose that is theoretically possible at least. They would have to be very far-sighted to do that, but again, I acknowledge at least a technical possibility of that. And in terms of the balance around the timeframes, I thought that the suggestion of the Select Committee to extend the period within which an objection can be made was a reasonable one, a helpful one indeed, and so the change from 10 working days to 20 working days is acknowledged and accepted.
Tony Utikere.
Mr Chair, thank you. I want to thank the Minister for his responses there. The Minister was in the House when I made a contribution on the second reading of this and indicated that we did have a couple of issues that we would look to have the Minister respond to in committee stage. Before we sort of move to that, there are two areas that the Minister has commented on that I'd like to ask him for some clarity on. The first is around his reference to projects that are in Schedule 2, and I don't want to refer to them at this point in time specifically, but he talked about if there was a project that he as a local member would have some form of advocacy around, that effectively he as Minister would be removing himself from that decision-making process. Now, that, to be fair, is not something that the Select Committee thought about. There's nothing in here that indicates that. I'm assuming that the good Minister wants to follow, conflicts of interest and take an ethical approach. But my question to him is, what does that look like? Where does the line sort of sit? Is this something that aligns itself with the Cabinet Office manual, or can he just talk us through his response a little bit more specifically to that? Because when we look at Schedule 2, there are a number of largely transport-related pieces of critical infrastructure, and it is highly likely that any Minister for Land Information is likely to be captured in some way or another by one of those projects. That's the first thing. Second thing is the Minister referred to the opportunity that exists for a person who has an issue with a process to effectively take up the judicial review process. Now, this is something that the Select Committee did hear about and the Select Committee did make some commentary on. The issue that, of course, with any judicial proceedings about judicial review is that they can be very, very expensive. Very expensive. And the focus upon which one of those opportunities might arise is generally very narrow rather than broad. My question to the Minister, and that is a limiting factor as part of this legislation. My question to the Minister, is he comfortable with that process is really an only avenue for many people, particularly given that the right to an appeal to the Environment Court would no longer exist? And I guess, is it because the nature of the scale of these projects is generally quite significant and significantly large, and therefore the cost imposts that might follow from that is something that's not to be considered or the like. The other issue I wanted to pick up on is just in the part 1, it's clause 5, and one of the changes actually the committee made was changing the title from compulsory taking to compulsory acquisition. I just think it sounds softer, really. But anyhow, when we look at 39AAH, there is a new subsection or clause there, D, 1D, that has been inserted by the Select Committee, and that's about basically the fulsomeness of information, giving information once a decision has been taken, making sure that an applicant or a submitter is actually given the fullness of the information. My question to the Minister is, there are a number of changes through this bill made by the Select Committee around timeframes, reasons, how the notice is to be delivered, all of those sort of aspects. Is he comfortable with the sort of tone of those changes? Has he reflected on the sort of just general tenor of the bill as originally drafted, and has that prompted him to think about some other changes that might be necessary or not as a result?
Mr Chair. Thank you very much. Taking the members' very thoughtful points in reverse order, I'm very comfortable with the tenor of the and indeed the substance of the suggestions made by the Select Committee. As I've acknowledged previously, I think those were really helpful, and I've acknowledged particularly in terms of that time frame for notices of objection. That seems to me a worthwhile change that has been suggested and will be accepted, in the sense that I'm not proposing that the Committee of the Whole House stage reverse that in the form of an amendment paper. And I thank the Select Committee again for its diligent work in that space. The work seemed to me thorough, such that we don't need to consider further amendments in that similar vein. But of course, over time, it might be the case that suggestions are made in terms of the way that the regime operates in the real world, that changes might suggest themselves either to this regime or to the the Public Works Act more generally, in which case I hope that the government of the day and the relevant minister at the time would take those very seriously indeed. As for conflicts of interest, and the reason I raise that proactively is it seems to me some combination of the right thing to do from an ethical, legal and constitutional point of view. Yes, the Cabinet Manual has things to say about ministers making decisions in which they are conflicted. And I suppose to add a further limb, I would say from a political perspective, actually it protects me as a local MP to be able to advocate strongly on behalf of my constituents and for the community in terms of those particular projects that affect North West and the rural north of Auckland. This is not my opportunity to give an advertorial for how worthwhile those projects are, Mr Chair, so I'll resume my seat.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mine's quite a general question. Noting our exchange before, and the Minister noted my dislike of this government's Fast Track Approvals Act, I'm interested in the interaction between that terrible piece of law and this piece of law. And I say that because right at the start in the Select Committee's report back, it's about speeding up the process for acquisition of private land for certain public works. And then we know that those works are listed in Schedule 2A of the bill that we're not on yet. But then it says the list of projects is based on the public works listed in Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Act 2024 and the roads of national significance identified in the Government Policy Statement on Land Transport 2024. So that makes, I can understand the sort of policy rationale then of deciding what's critical infrastructure. We'll look at what's already in these different documents and decide from there what we're going to put on our listing called critical infrastructure. But I'm wondering if there's more to it than that, if the bill is actually referring specifically to that Fast Track Approvals Act, and if there could be more projects, and I'm cautious, I don't want to be talking about Schedule 2 when we're not there yet, but just how that critical infrastructure is defined in relation to fast track. Is it just a general policy position, or is it legislated for somewhere in the bill that I haven't come across yet that says that critical infrastructure has to be, I can't see it in the definition, has to be something that's listed in the Fast Track Approvals Act or the, whatever else I just read out, the Roads of National Significance or the government policy statement. Is there a link to that definition somewhere, or is it just that, was the policy problem more, we're going to have these bits of infrastructure come through, and we all know that a real block to a big piece of infrastructure can be the taking of that land, and so that's why you want to speed things up, or is there actually a closer link to those other, well, one piece of legislation and other government plans?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for her further question. She describes very well the way that we've established the eligibility for critical infrastructure to be so, and then she asks if there's anything more to that. There isn't. Thank you for the question, however. I suppose I should make a general point, which is that critical infrastructure, I suppose, could be considered a tautology. Infrastructure by its nature is important, even critical. Some infrastructure might be considered more critical than others in an Orwellian sense, so where one draws the line, reasonable minds can differ as to where it should be drawn, but it's drawn in the way that is described, I think, pretty clearly in the bill, including particularly its schedule. Mr. Speaker, to return to a point on which I was remiss in not having addressed from our colleague and friend, Mr. Tangi Utikere, he rightly points out that judicial review processes, like all litigation processes, are expensive, but I would make the obvious point that that also applies equally, if not more so, to environment court processes, which is part of the expense and cost that we're seeking to avoid with this amended method of raising an objection under this legislation.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to take my first call on this legislation, but before I begin my substantive questioning to the Minister, I would like the House to indulge me when I wish all the members here a happy National Language Month, or Buwan ng Wika. That's the national language month for the Philippines. I've just returned from an excellent event that was sponsored by MP Paulo Garcia, and that was hosted by the Dames of Rizal, and what was that other group, Paulo? The HIAS group? But it was a great event, fantastic. Thank you for hosting it, Paulo. I'll turn now to the substance of my contribution, which is the Public Works Critical Infrastructure
Very decent of you,
Amendment Bill.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you for your
Very decent.
indulgence, Mr. Chair, and members across the House. My question is around the 25A 4A. That's my first question, and it's around whether the Minister has a definition of reasonable. So what is the threshold in which a Minister or the local authority might consider when a request might be reasonable? Is there established case law around this? Is there a definition around it? Is there similar precedents that the Minister can draw upon to illuminate what the definition for reasonable might be? I have some questions skipping ahead around 39AAK under compensation payable under this part, around sections 3AB, 4AB, 4AB, 4AC, around the sort of compensation thresholds. I'm just wondering where were those figures derived from? So I guess under A it was equal 5% of the total land value, or B 92,000 if 5% of the total land value is equal to or more than 92,000, and under 4 it's equal 15% of the total land value, or B 5,000 if the 15% of the total land value is equal or less than 9 and then 5,000, or be 150,000 if 15% of the total land value is equal to or more than 150,000. So what are these thresholds derived from? Is that from the parent legislation, or is that something that arose as a result of the consultation? So thank you for the opportunity to wish the members a happy National Language Month, and I'm looking forward to my answers.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, thank you, sir. I acknowledge the acknowledgements of our Filipino friend and his Filipino Kiwi colleague in the House. In terms of the reasonableness referred to in the legislation, as the member will know, in legal terms that's quite it's been the subject of much litigation and debate and argument and discussion. It seems to me it's a circular kind of definition to the extent that that which is reasonable is that which a decision might reasonably make in all the circumstances. So there's an element of context, if not total subjectivity, and I suppose in making any decisions under this regime, it would be inevitable that he or she would need to exercise the functions in a way that they considered to be reasonable, but which could be subject to challenge in a judicial review proceeding. And of course, it's to test the reasonableness of administrative or executive decision making that judicial review exists as a mechanism to us all. As for compensation, the thresholds that the members outlined, I should take this opportunity, contrary to some public commentary, including perhaps even by myself, to point out that there isn't a minimum threshold of $5,000 in the way as had previously been described, I think, in my own legislative statement at the second reading. So I fall on my sword to that extent. In terms of where we set those boundaries, there was feedback and discussion about where appropriately to set those levels, and that's because we want to have a regime that provides maximum incentive, but also as a matter of fairness and relativity between different landowners across this regime, and perhaps even looking backwards to a time in which this regime didn't exist. We think we've struck the balance right in terms of providing those percentages and also the maximum that can be claimed in order to incentivise the behaviour, which we want for the sake of the community that will benefit from the infrastructure, but also as a matter of fairness to the landowners involved.
Arana Williams.
Nā koe e te hea mana. To the Minister, I want to bring his attention to, I'm on page 4 of the original bill, 39 AAD, which is the exemption for protected Māori land in Part 1. I think it would be helpful at this point if we were able to also reference some of the projects in Schedule 2 as they apply to that section. I need to ask him about, there are parts of that are protected Māori land within the meaning of the PWA, but there are also other sorts of land that have Māori rights and interests associated with them that are exempt from the PWA that are still within scope for the projects that are listed in Schedule 2, and I'd like him to step us through those. One is marine and coastal area, and I'd like to give him an example here. In the airport to Botany bus rapid transit, there is a bridge between the South Auckland Airport connection and the Auckland Airport that is subject of litigation over the years, a number of negotiations between Auckland Airport and iwi there with customary title in that area. That is not a usual piece of land that could be acquired for public works. Oars Road is the end of the schedulised project, so it actually excludes that bridge, but there is Māori land in that area. It's a really significant area. Ihu Mātau is there. It is the stone fields that have been preserved for a long time because of the way that the airport greenbelt works and because of the significant tapu areas in that region. So there will be a lot of people who are interested and concerned about how we treat those significant land areas under this part. So they are exempt from this, but they are it seems like they're included in the Schedule 2A, so I want him to step us through how those pieces of land will be treated. It would also help if when we're thinking about how the amendment papers then apply, if that Crown Law advice that has been provided to LINZ around whether the original bill impacted on Māori land rights, and Crown Law concluded that it did not. It did not have significant implications for Te Tiriti or Waitangi for LINZ. Could he just give us an assurance that there aren't other pieces of land which are impacted by any of the amendments where Crown Law has raised concerns, or have they been able to raise concerns? Have we been through that process, which was helpful in the regulatory impact statement in the beginning?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll try and do justice to the seriousness of the subject that underpins the questions and the comments made by the member. I suppose just to take a step back briefly, it's unusual now, and I'll quantify that in a moment, for Māori freehold land to be acquired under the Public Works Act. I understand that where acquisition of whenua Māori is required, current practice is for the Crown to through its agencies to acquire that by agreement with landowners wherever possible and use compulsory acquisition only as a last resort, such that Māori freehold land has not been compulsorily acquired in any case in the last 10 years. And I know that Land Information New Zealand's practices are quite explicit about that, so there is a sound basis as well as positive intent in that regard. In terms of specific projects, I don't wish to get myself into trouble by speaking directly to any that the member has raised, although I know she rightly takes an interest in those. But I would say, perhaps on a non-exhaustive basis, if I can give a few examples of the type of land that's explicitly excluded from the critical infrastructure regime that we're legislating to amend the Public Works Act tonight, but also acknowledge the point she's made with a couple of examples of land acquisitions that are not available under the Public Works Act in general. So the first category, that which is not included as part of the critical infrastructure regime, as defined in Section 11 of the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act 2020, Māori freehold land, Māori reserves, general land owned by Māori that was previously Māori freehold land, and land held by a post-settlement governance entity and acquired under a treaty settlement. Moving now to a couple of examples where other legislation means that the Māori land in question isn't subject to the Public Works Act regime in the first instance. These include Māori reservations and Māori customary land.
Rachel Brooking.
Chair, and I want to go to page 19 of the Select Committee report back, and that is what will be new Section 39 Big A, begin, adjustment to critical infrastructure project descriptions. And what it looks like this new section will do is enable the schedule, that's not in this part, but we will keep half referring to, because it's critical, obviously. So that schedule can be amended by an order in council, but there are some criteria in 2 that limit the scope of that amendment. So it's got to be a small amendment. And I don't have questions on the wording of that at the moment, but what I'm interested in is 3, and that says to avoid doubt, no new items may be inserted into this critical schedule by an order made under this section. So my question is, if there is some other clause that I haven't found in the bill yet that enables the change of that schedule, Schedule 2A, the critical infrastructure list, or is it just that it's in the primary legislation, so any change to the schedule that's not one of these minor amending the project description or amending the location description, that anything else has to be through amendments in primary legislation, or is there a mechanism somewhere to do it by regulation to amend the schedule?
Scott Willis.
I think my question follows on from my colleague, the Honourable Rachel Brooking's question, because coming back to the definition of critical infrastructure projects that the Minister has argued is possibly a tautology in that every bit of infrastructure has some use value, but use value is difficult from being critical, and I know that we're still on part 1. However, the definition that we go to is in Schedule 2, and the challenge I have here is that when I look at what's in Schedule 2, that sort of looks like fast-track projects. So, critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure could well be called something else. And I'm interested in what else might go in there, because it's certainly true that the Minister is in a government that has three parts to it. Certainly the government, parts of the government are very keen on fossil fuel infrastructure and have argued that we need more fossil fuels, and that they've also argued that that's critical. So in that sense, it relates to the question I was asking earlier about the carbon cost of infrastructure build. Is it likely that we might see, once this bill is passed, in the definition, we might see that critical infrastructure could be defined as oil and gas pipelines, could be defined as fossil fuel infrastructure that will increase our carbon emissions? Is that something that we're opening the door to through this legislation? Because I'm not sure I see that's closed off here, and I think it's very, very clear that what we're calling critical infrastructure projects at the moment is simply another way of saying fast-track projects. So, you know, maybe the title is completely wrong. Maybe it's Public Works Fast-Track Amendment Bill in that sense, which I'm sure we'll come back to. But my question is really coming back to an earlier question in part, but also in relation to what loopholes, what doorways are open to the more carbon intensive, the more polluting projects that could be covered by this term critical infrastructure. So if the Minister could respond, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm happy to assure both members who have contributed recently that there is no method of further inclusion or amendment other than that described by Ms Brooking.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I'll just go to the removal of, I guess, appeal rights or the ability for landowners to go to the Environment Court, and that is probably at the heart of the changes that have been made here. That was an assumption always in place that landowners, having received notice of the land to be taken under the Public Works Act, would then have the right to go to the Environment Court. And so the question of the Minister is, did the government consider perhaps increasing the resources of the Environment Court and actually fast-tracking the Environment Court process? That might have been a better alternative than what we're doing here. So I don't know what the relative resourcing requirements would have been, but this piece of legislation puts in place some reasonably substantive compensation payments that are potentially paid to landowners. If you had boosted collectively over the next 10 years that amount of compensation into the Environment Court and sped up the process with some of the time limits in this piece of legislation, maybe we would have ended up with a higher trust, more consistent approach. And so maybe the Minister can just answer that question. As I say, the natural justice issues there, are critical, and whatever the Minister, I guess, upholds in this piece of legislation will be tested under the RMA and the reforms that we hear are coming. And there are some safeguards for private property retained from the Public Works Act into this piece of legislation, but it is a somewhat, some of it's subject, or all decisions subject to judicial review. That's why I guess that I thankfully have some very focused legal minds here on my side of this debate who are scrutinising this, because it will indeed be through judicial review that we'll end up with, I guess, some jurisprudence and some precedents that will give us a guideline, because this legislation will be reviewed after 3 years. It's written in here. That's a safeguard. And hopefully it will have moved down a positive path. So maybe just the question of the Minister as to whether the resourcing issues had been considered, and whether actually an enhanced Environment Court process would have been better than what we've ended up, which effectively puts any review in the hands of the Minister, who has an interest in driving these projects forward. I'm not saying, and he's pointed out himself, that there conflict of interest issues will be addressed and acknowledged, But nonetheless, a government in charge or minister as part of cabinet will be inclined to drive these things forward in spite of a review that may have been sought from a landowner, may be justified, and could very well be worthy of a reverse decision. But maybe the Minister can take a call.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The member says that I may have interest as a member of the Cabinet. I thank him for the promotion. I'm also not a member of the judiciary. Whether being a member of the judiciary would represent a promotion or a demotion, we can all have a view. But the issues of our court system, the government is taking measures in other ways to address. The judiciary might wish to join them in that endeavour, but it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speculate further on that. Resourcing issues, therefore, outside my scope constitutionally, but also in terms of this debate. But suffice to say that if Environment Court and other processes were not so slow and uncertain, then it might be that we don't feel the need for changes to the legislation to ensure a faster and fairer regime. Nevertheless, that's the situation that confronts us, and in particular instances that I'm not going to mention in the House now, precisely because they remain in front of New Zealand courts of law, it's clearly the case that we need a much more expeditious as well as fair process for determining these matters and being able to move on as individual landowners and as communities requiring the benefit of the infrastructure.
Dan Bidwar.
On this question now closed.
I'm detecting an eagerness to get onto some of the issues in part two here. However, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Mr. Chair, this is my first call in this part, and while the Minister, I think, has been really excellent in addressing the many questions that my colleagues have raised, and many of them have raised questions that I myself wanted to raise, I do have a couple of additional questions, and I did want to take this opportunity to put on the record the Green Party's concerns overall with the process, the fact that the process was sped up during the Select Committee, that the Select Committee was asked to report back faster, so there was a shortened time for consideration at the Select Committee, and that's one reason, Mr. Chair, I think we should take a little more time in here, even though there wasn't a later report back date. We were asked to bring, to have the submissions for just open for a short period of time and report back faster. And so that was one of the reasons why the Greens didn't feel we could change our vote to support. Of course, the other major substantive reason is because if there were to be projects that are we're taking land for public goods, for public infrastructure that's critically important, it would have to be absolutely clear that those projects were taking us to net zero emissions, or better yet, gross zero emissions, because there's an urgent need to respond to climate change, and it doesn't make sense for the government to be speeding up projects for which we have no sense that they're actually going to reduce carbon emissions. They might actually make it worse. So I'll speak to the specifics of the projects, and I do have some amendments coming, Mr. Chair, to part two. But in part one, I wanted to come back to 39 AAD and the exception for protected Māori land. Now, I take on board the comments that the Minister has made that it's been over a decade since protected Māori land has been compulsorily acquired. However, during the submissions at the Select Committee, we heard a submission from Patricia Grace, who was successful in challenging NZTA taking her land for the Kapiti Expressway in 2013-2014. And her contention was that had this bill been in place, that she would not have been able to take it to the Environment Court. And I believe that's because her land would not have met the definition of protected Māori land at that point. And so I'm just wanted to seek that clarity from the Minister if that had been considered, or if the definition of protected Māori land actually would apply to ancestral lands like that. It is quite a tight, narrow definition. So we're concerned personally that 39 AAD doesn't provide enough protection for Māori land that isn't already in the definition of protected Māori land of a reserve. A reserve has subsequently been made on that land, but her contention was that had this bill been in place and had that project been on, in Schedule 2, that she would not have been able to protest the government taking it, and she would not have been successful in securing that land in a reserve. And I had another question to the Minister, which, of course, because of the time of the night, I've just lost my slight train of thought. Sorry about that. And I think ultimately a lot of the submissions that we will make, the proposed amendment papers we'll put forward primarily apply to Part 2, but I do hope that the Minister can make some comment on protected Māori land in addition to the concerns raised by my colleague Arena Williams.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for her questions. I'm happy to make comment and indeed repeat my comment regarding protected Māori land to the extent that it does include, as I stated earlier, Māori reserves. Also, Māori reservations, I've pointed out, are prohibited as in excluded from the Public Works Act regime in the first place, such that they don't then become a relevant question as to inclusion or not within the critical infrastructure regime. And I appreciate reserves and reservations are different, but they're temptingly close in terms of how they're written at least, so I felt moved to provide one example of each of those types that I've previously explained are different bases on which protected Māori land or Māori land in general that might be said to be protected in that other more broad sense of the phrase won't be subject to this regime. I'm not familiar with the case of Ms Grace to be able to comment on that, and I'd probably be foolish to do so, not least of all because it's a hypothetical matter in the past, obviously deeply important to her and perhaps others, and I respect that, of course, but I would point out, of course, that the fact of a property being included within the scope of this regime doesn't mean that a compulsory acquisition would necessarily be allowed anyway. Admittedly, one would be at the it would be for the decision maker, be it the minister or the local government entity, as the case may be, to make that decision. But I reiterate that that decision would have to be reasonable. Otherwise, the recourse to the court would still be available, albeit under the judicial review inherent jurisdiction of the High Court, as compared with the Environment Court, as currently is the case.
Ryan Hamilton.
Chair.
Rachel Brooking. But looking for some pretty new material.
A quick call, and again quite a high level one, and I'm going back to when this part applies at page 4 of the Select Committee report back, and that will be new section 39 big A, big C, when this part applies, and that is that it's either when that critical infrastructure project is a government work at 1, or at 2, it's a local work, and those terms, local work and government work, are both defined in the Public Works Act and have been for some time. And so I just want to clarify with the Minister that whatever is, even if something is listed in the schedule that we're not talking about yet, as critical infrastructure.
We'll get there, won't we, Ms Brooking?
I do want to get there, I promise.
I can feel an eagerness to be there.
But it's also got to be a government work or a local work. So my question is it possible to have something defined as critical infrastructure that isn't a government work or a local piece of work? As we all know, all of us have worked with Public Works Act for years and years, those definitions. And so is this an additional test at 39AAC, that you have to be both listed in the schedule and a government work or a local work? So whatever the project is, has to be both. So there's no way, and this is a really important point, there's no way that projects that are on that fast track list, that are private projects that are going to advantage private people and are not to do with public infrastructure, can ever be part of the process that we're debating today.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It's possibly helpful to note for the record that it is only public works in that sense, or government work, to use the phrase that the member has used, that would be qualify for this regime, so not private or non-government works. Therefore, in terms of the point made by the Honourable Julianne Genter, which I was remiss in not acknowledging before, I do want to thank and acknowledge the Select Committee for moving quickly in terms of its consideration. I do point out, for the sake of balance and fullness, that the 3-year review mechanism that we've included, I think, will be helpful in ensuring that we will have a good sense of how the regime performs in the real world, as well as the scrutiny that we've applied to it so far tonight, and no doubt through the rest of the legislative process.
Mr. Chair.
Tangi Utikeri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And acknowledge the thanks there from the Minister about the Select Committee reporting back. It reported back much earlier than it was actually required to under the instruction of the House. And I do, yes, it was very good, Mr. Foster. I see Mr. Foster is in the House, the Chair of the committee, and I'm sure he will attest to some of the thinking that the committee turned its mind to, particularly around trying to, I think, insert some, I guess what could be described as some fail-safe provisions, particularly around notification. I'm talking about for submitters, applicants, and the like. One of those is actually in what is a completely new section that's been inserted on recommendation of the Select Committee, which is section 25A. This is about the timeframes, but in particular a new process around extending timeframes. And believe it or not, Minister, but the Select Committee actually spent a little bit of time thinking about things like, well, what does it mean to have a decision in writing? You know, what does writing mean? Does it need to be via post? Does it need to be via email? All of those sorts of things. And so a lot of what is proposed in new clause 25 or section 25A is in that sort of vein and meant to, I think, fall in favour of the person who is either objecting or submitting, but also that the minister or the local council would be required to effectively give reasons and also have a bit of a time frame as well. But I want to effectively sort of compare that with what is something not touched yet, and that is the new clause 39AAO. This is under the heading of other matters. It's towards the end of part 1. And the Select Committee had suggested a change to insert an entire new way in which notice may actually be served or given. And this goes back to the point around trying to ensure that it was user-friendly, and I think actually trying to, Minister, strike that balance that you referred to around, you know, some element of haste, but also protecting the rights of folk to get the information that they need. So my question for the Minister, is he comfortable with those, what I've termed as fail-safe provisions in the legislation that's been added by the Select Committee? And the other is just over the page here, and it relates to subclause 2 and 3. So this is about the requirement to undertake a review that the Minister has referred to, and that it needs to be 3 years after the date of this part's commencement. But one of the interesting things is that we're starting to see this, I guess, 2 is kind of like a catch-all. So who's going to actually be part of this review process? We haven't heard from the Minister around that yet. The Minister, there is a requirement that he, she or they may be required to sort of consult with people that they would consider as appropriate. Well, who are those individuals? Would it be depending on, you know, a huge number of judicial review opportunities that may have been exercised or not? Are we talking about the specific projects that have actually either been partially completed or fully completed, the projects that are listed in Schedule 2 or not? So I think it would be quite helpful. It's great that there is a review clause in here, but is the Minister comfortable that the catch-all is just going to sit there, or how would that kind of be described in his own thinking? And likewise, the final point is, you know, we've been very careful as a committee to think about the number of days or working days and all those sorts of things, and yet in 3, one thing we didn't actually provide a recommendation on is the requirement as to when that report of the review needs to be presented to the House. I mean, it says there as soon as practicable after completion. Now, a lot of the other as soon as practicable in previous sections kind of are driven by other projects and other sort of systems at play, but this may not. So I'd be interested in the Minister's thoughts in particular around what might drive those 2 components of subclause 2 and 3.
Mr. Chair, thank you, sir, and thank you to the member for his further thoughtful questions. I am comfortable that the mechanics of notices and requests being in writing in the way that's specified and helpfully laid out now by the Select Committee are appropriate, and I thank the members of the Select Committee for its work, including the Chair, Mr Andy Foster. In terms of the review, I think it's impossible to know in 3 years from now when that review takes place what people might be appropriate to conduct it. I think it will depend on the experience of the operation of the regime in the meantime, and obviously I won't suggest particular names, although I take the opportunity to place on record again my thanks for the panel that reviewed the existing legislation and made very thoughtful suggestions, and of course the good folk at Land Information New Zealand and others who advised on what such a regime might look like. And in terms of the time period within which the then minister, may be required to report back, I think I'd be creating a rod for my own back, or perhaps someone else's back if I were to be more specific than to use the framing there. But it would be my hope and expectation that the minister at that time would do so with appropriate sense of haste, there's that word again, given the importance and the public policy considerations inherent in ensuring we've got a fast and fair regime.
Carlos Chom.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Noting that Mr Aotearoa finished on the very last section, part of the section, I'll take a closure motion. The question is, the debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it, party vote.
Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Opposed.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Alana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 350, amending new section 39AAH 1AA A5 to provide that notice of intention to take land must not be given unless a project is well supported by the community. Be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 against.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 350 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. The question is that Part 1 is amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 opposed.
Act Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand first.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to part 2. This is the debate on clauses 6 to 11, related and consequential amendments, and schedules 1 and 2. The question is that part 2 stand
Mr.
part.
Chairman.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Move on to part 2, and as I said earlier on, I speak about protected Maori land, and it is a critical part, was and still is a critical part of the Select Committee's consideration. And this part relates to compensation in particular. And I guess one of the issues for the protected Maori land, and it's listed here, and I think it is important to reassure those owners of Maori land that they have not been forgotten. This is not a roll through or roll over of their rights, and certainly the Labour Party in opposition fought strongly to ensure that was the case. Maori freehold land, Maori reserves, general owned land owned by Maori that was previously Maori freehold land, post-settlement governance entity land, iwi or hapu if land was transformed to return to mana whenua, Maori reservations, Maori customary land. It's all pretty much covered. But the issue of compensation, and maybe the Minister can reassure Maori landowners, because sometimes valuation of that land is difficult, and while there is in part 2, of course, specifications for the amount of compensation that should be paid under subsection 2B, A, equal to 15% of the total land value of the land. So I think an assurance, and maybe the Minister can assure Maori landowners that that would be of full market value, even though the land may not be available for sale because of its status. That is important. So working through fair compensation, be $5,000 or 15% of the total land value if the land is equal to or less than $5,000. Be $150,000 if 15% of the total land value of the land is equal to or more than $150,000. There could be situations, particularly in urban environments where we have Maori-owned land, where the compensation may be worth more than $150,000 if it's 15% of the commercial value. So I just need reassurance. I know the Select Committee did its very best to look at that and give reassurance, but I guess from the Minister, on behalf of the Crown, a reassurance to Maori landowners that they will be getting a fair deal and not squeezed, because there is a history of that, and I don't think anyone, certainly not the Select Committee, wanted to perpetrate that again on Maori landowners. It's an opportunity, and the Minister can talk. These are, for the most part, in part 2, issues in or around the compensation, so maybe that is the critical one that I think needs to be a reassurance from the Crown on.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having provided that same assurance several times already this evening, I'm happy to provide it again, respecting that the question is no doubt asked in good faith. More particularly, protected Māori land, as defined under the Public Works Act, cannot be acquired under the critical infrastructure process, and it is exactly that change that we are making to the regime tonight. So protected Māori land, as defined and as we've set out a couple of times already this evening, cannot be acquired under the critical infrastructure regime. However, the owners of protected Māori land, on the other hand, may be will be eligible, for premium payments if their land is acquired for critical infrastructure projects using the standard process. So, in that sense, they get the best of the both worlds. They get the ability to retain that right of recourse to the Environment Court, but also those higher payments that are available to those who are owners of land that is not protected Māori land. So. Again, respecting, acknowledging and indeed having mentioned up front the historical injustices associated with the Crown's use of the Public Works Act to deprive owners of Māori land of their rightful property, not wishing to perpetuate that, and in fact improving the position of Māori landholders, not only relative to where they are now, such that they will now get the premium payment, but also improving their position relative to owners of land that is not protected Māori land, in the sense that we are allowing to remain in place that recourse to the Environment Court.
Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a very helpful answer from the Minister, and it helps me to clarify my questions. I have two for him to begin with in this part 2 about Māori land rights. The verse is about, before I bring him into the detail of Schedule 2, a general question about how the additional compensation provisions at 72F will work for treaty settlement land, which is included, and those rights that arise under deeds between the Crown and iwi for compensation but are not necessarily crystallised at the time. In this schedule of projects there are some of those. To give him an example, the Ngā Mana Whenua o Tāmaki Makaurau Collective Redress Act. It was a 2014 piece of legislation that recognised the collective redress system for the 19 iwi with interests in the Tāmaki Makaurau area. This was after essentially a second go at that from the government in that period, where rights had been recognised in a staged way but not all at the same time, and so to recognise that there are a number of iwi with overlapping interests in the area, there was designed essentially a carousel of commercial property opportunities in a way that the three groupings of collectives under that Act would share those commercial opportunities. So there are properties all around Auckland where iwi share an interest in if the Crown ever say sells or divests itself of that land, that they are entitled to that, but not through an ordinary RFR. So those rights are not that any given iwi has been granted a right of first refusal, and so that's not something that appears, say, on the title of that land, but it is something that exists where government agencies with that land know that they are subject to that 2014 Act, and so must deal with the carousel, which is a limited partnership called the Whenua Haumi Roroa Trust Limited Partnership. And so I raise this point because where this new mandatory payments provision might apply, there are some projects here which that might apply to, probably do apply to. So how will these new provisions for compensation interact with rights which haven't crystallised and aren't on the title of the land, but where iwi might reasonably expect themselves to be to have rights that are accrued under the 2014 Act, which they can realise. How will those rights be compensated is the general question. I think helpfully, I hope helpfully, I'll give him an example that we can talk about. It's the Carrington residential development site. This is I am genuinely interested in the Minister's explanation of this. It's not a road. The committee helpfully heard from the New Zealand Transport Agency on its expectations of how these projects will work, but obviously not builders of a large residential project at Carrington. And the 139 Carrington Road site is about 40 hectares of land on the what was Unitec land. That will be an amazing housing development for Auckland, but it already has iwi with interests in it who are building in it. So we have this provision here where it's a scheduled project where there are special powers to compensate Māori land owners. They are actively engaged with the government to in fact build this critical infrastructure. So why is it there? And is it possible that these Māori landowners who are actively engaged in the building of what is considered critical infrastructure here are now subject to requirement provisions that are different? And in what situation would the Minister be able to exercise those? I don't think it's his intention to exercise those, but then why is it included? It's not a road because And that is relevant because we are creating some provisions here where the New Zealand Transport Authority, for the public good and for no profit whatsoever, would be acquiring land from private owners to build what is only valuable in a public sense. But Carrington is included here where there are Māori land ownership rights that do accrue some public-private benefit. So we want some clarity on how that will work.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks to the member for her question. And thanks to those who are more knowledgeable in the matter than I am, who have provided some information, which is that the Carrington residential development, with which many Aucklanders are familiar, even if I don't know the history and indeed the future intentions, perhaps as well as that member and certainly Mr Tamapotaka, at the former Unitec campus in Mount Albert. That's been facilitated by the Crown through the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, or MHUD as it's popularly known. It's a long-term project being carried out over multiple stages, and HUD has indicated that there may be a need for new infrastructure in the future, presumably to support that development. And with the detailed design for all stages not having yet been completed, it's possible that there will be public works required that qualify and indeed are necessary and desirable under this regime that would be included. So for that reason, it's been included. More specifically than that, I don't wish to comment on particular other projects that the member's aware of historically that she's referred to. I will say in general terms though that, as I've said previously, land held by a post-settlement governance entity and acquired under a treaty settlement is not captured by this critical infrastructure element of the legislation, precisely because it's considered protected Māori land under other legislation. So too, land held by an iwi or hapu, if that land was transferred to return to mana whenua, and in a general ballpark as well, I'll add that areas with protected customary rights are also not included for the amended process as to critical infrastructure, but again, just emphasising such owners of protected Māori land would nevertheless be eligible for premium payments.
Rachel Brooking.
Yeah, I've got one question to relate to that answer and exchange that's just been had, and then a separate question. So on that Carrington housing development, sort of two questions around that. One is, I think what the Minister was referring to was roads and other things that we would normally think of as infrastructure. Of course, housing is very important as well, and many people talk about it in a very valid way as infrastructure. But my recollection is, and sorry, I haven't looked at this for some time, is that housing generally isn't something that the Public Works Act applies to, and I may be wrong, so please do correct me if I am. So I'd just be interested in that point. Two questions in that. Could there ever be a housing project listed as critical infrastructure project? Because would it meet that local work or government work test in the main part of the Public Works Act? And either way, is he just talking about Carrington in terms of roads and not the houses, the other bits? So that's one question, or one line of questions. My next question is in relation to the amendments to the Resource Management Act. And Section 185 is amended. And this is an interesting section, and I'm sure everyone will be really interested to hear that this was the section that I first made legal submissions to the High Court on. Section 185, some decades ago.
Must be very young.
Yeah. Now, Section 185 is a really interesting section, and because I would say that, wouldn't I? I'll tell you why it's interesting, and that is because when land is required, or so somebody like a road authority says, we're going to put a notice of requirement on this land, and one day in the future we might build a road on it, and we might go through with the designation. Of course, that can be seen as a blight on someone's private property, and it may be that it never goes ahead. There'll be lapse periods in terms of the timeframes for those requirements and designations, but it may be that they don't go ahead. So the property owner can say, look, this is a real pain having these lines drawn over my property, and it's stopping me to be able to capitalise on my property. And so what I want is I want my land to be taken, and I'm going to make you take that land. And so what it appears this amendment is to add in this critical infrastructure project into the ability for it to be, for the landowner to make it be taken from them. And of course, when it's made to be taken, they get compensated for it. So my question is, why is that amendment needed for critical infrastructure if the whole point of this bill that we're looking at is to really speed it up? Because isn't the idea that these projects that are specifically listed in the schedule that we are now allowed to talk about in part 2, that they should happen quickly? So I was wondering if he wanted to comment on that. And then my other question regarding section 185 was just that it refers to section 2 of the Public Works Act, and we've seen in part 1 that that's amended to relate to the, it links section 2 of the Public Works Act, which is the general interpretation section, specifically links to the new interpretation that's in this bill, and in relation to which the requiring authority may use part 2A of that act to acquire the owner's land. So I presume that the link that I was talking about before in part 1 was when this part applies, and that it's got to relate to that, either the government work or the local work, and can't just be a critical infrastructure project. So is that link seen in B there, or is it actually something else?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I was slower on my feet, that might have been the end of the part, but I'll answer at least the first part of the question, because that's as far as I can get in terms of providing what I expect and hope will be a reasonable answer. In relation to Carrington specifically, but also more generally, I understand the principle at play is that if works are carried out by the state, then they're capable of being defined as public works. So that means that housing is potentially within the remit, along with pipes and utilities and indeed roads, as the members mentioned, categories of works that we might traditionally consider as infrastructure, and more particularly MHUD, as previously mentioned, can use the PWA through the Housing Act to acquire land for state housing purposes. Section 5 of that Act, as I understand, and I'll pause in case the member's got any interjections she wants to make.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Local government do houses as well. Was it just government housing through the Act that you just referred to?
And in the case of local government, it might be something that I will be able to clarify for the member. And if not on the spot, then perhaps at a future time. And the other members, the other questions asked by the member, I'm not in a position to answer definitively at this point either.
Aaron Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to round off these questions about the Carrington residential development, that is really helpful from the Minister. The reason that I'm asking this question is because we acknowledge, everyone does in this House, I think, the history of Māori land takings, and part of that troubled history is the giving by iwi of land for a specific development of a purpose, for instance, a church or a school, and then that land not being used for a school or a church, and it in fact being used for something else. That is where a lot of this historic mistrust really, these are the hardest cases where that has happened for Māori in good faith giving to the Crown and then not being returned that. And so I want to ask about the Carrington residential development. This quite specifically. I think we are talking about some roads, although the Crown housing program is a reason for public works taking. In this situation, this was land that fit into the Crown housing program, but because of accommodations that were made between HUD and these iwi that would have otherwise had rights and interests to build houses, that they were included in that process from the very beginning. That's an important part of government proactively working with Māori to recognise their rights even when they have not crystallised legally. So now we have a situation where we have landowners who are iwi, they are engaged in the project of building the houses that we need. These are critical infrastructure projects. Could we now be in a situation where these provisions are used to, again, remove that land that these iwi have entered into in good faith to build these houses, And so you would recognise that in a sort of development like this, there will need to be roads, there will need to be sort of public facilities. Those have all well and truly been agreed. But is there now a way for the Minister to use these provisions for land which is currently being developed by these iwi in this project, because it is schedulised here? And if that's not the intention, why is it schedulised like this? Is there, help us to understand how the rights and interests of Māori, who are landowners here, who are landowners because of rights that have arisen from a treaty settlement in 2014, will be affected by this?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you. To answer as helpfully as I can, the opening comment that I made when we commenced this committee, the whole House stage, acknowledged that there are thorny issues around disposals of land under the Public Works Act, and was outside the scope of the review that we asked the panel to undertake, and it's outside the scope of this legislation, so we don't make any changes in that regard. But I do want to acknowledge, for the sake of the public record, that it's an area of further reform that a future government might consider, whether in relation to the critical infrastructure regime or more generally regarding the Public Works Act.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've just lodged 8 amendments, so they've been tabled, and they're specifically amendments to Schedule 2. So I wanted to focus my contribution on those projects, but more broadly, how the projects have come to be included in Schedule 2A, Critical Infrastructure Project, Schedule 2A on page 29. So I have a real specific question. First question. No, wait, I'm going to start over. All right, so the broad comments that the Minister made in relation to my colleague Scott Willis's question about the impact on carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. The Minister said that this regime, these projects haven't been subjected to that kind of test or consideration or modelling, but that they would have been included in fast track or the government policy statement on land transport, that in those other processes they would have been considered. However, that is not the case when it comes to the government policy statement on transport. A number of highways have simply been stipulated because the National Party campaigned on them. They've been subject to no analysis as far as I'm aware of, but we all know that they're going to involve a lot of carbon emissions to build, and they're certainly not going to reduce carbon emissions. We have a dire need to reduce transport emissions in this country. They're about 40% of our carbon emissions. Our transport system is almost entirely dependent on private cars and trucks. And until we start investing in the alternatives to roads, they won't have any choice but to use cars and trucks. And most New Zealanders were nowhere near having a high penetration of low emissions vehicles. It's going to cost a fortune for us to replace the current vehicle fleet with low emissions vehicles. So I just put it to the Minister that there actually is no way that these have been, the highways listed in Schedule 2 have been the focus of any sort of analysis about whether they're going to help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and I would say we have very good reason to believe that they won't. A further point that I would make to the Minister, and the reason why I have these amendment papers, is that if we're going to acquire land for public purposes and we're going to take away people's land and we're making this faster and harder for people to object to, then it really needs to meet the test of being for the public good, and that the government has introduced a new process that the Infrastructure Commission is going through called the Infrastructure Priorities Program. Now, I admit that's in early days, but I would suggest that if we were going to be using this sort of process for critical infrastructure, that should be infrastructure that has been subject to the Infrastructure Priorities Program and contained in a list, have been received the tick of approval. Because the government just recently announced its National Infrastructure Plan. That's in a draft format, but the Infrastructure Commission makes it very clear in their draft plan that we haven't been very good at choosing which projects to build. And if we're rushing ahead to try and acquire land quickly, and we're acquiring land compulsorily, I think people would want those projects to be genuinely contributing to the betterment of the country, and that does mean that they're good projects, not just projects that some party has campaigned on once. One of the things I'm most confused about is the East-West Link being included in this, because my understanding of the East-West Link is that that project already had resource consent and already had a lot of land acquired, like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of land in Auckland. So I'm not sure why it needs to be included here. Is it the case that it doesn't, or was it just put on the list because it is a project that was specified in the government policy statement on land transport or on the fast track projects list? Is it the case that these projects have been listed because the Crown believes they have a good reason to acquire additional land to put them in place, or is it just because they're on other lists and other bills? Does that make sense? Because I'm pretty sure the East-West Link already had resource consent, had already acquired land under the old public works process, and shouldn't, unless they're substantially changing the designation and changing the project, bringing it back, I don't see why there would need to be additional land acquired. The other projects in my amendment papers, and Mr. Chair, if you indulge me, I'd like to continue to take another call so I can speak to these. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the first, I've tabled some amendments. It's just 8 amendments. It's not very much. And I would rather, they're not exactly in the order I want them to be, but they don't have numbers, so it doesn't matter. So Hamilton Southern Links, Hawke's Bay Expressway, Mill Road, East-West Link, Takitimu North Link, Stage 2, Warkworth to Tehana, State Highway 1, Cambridge to Pierre, long-term improvements projects, Petone to Granada, and the Cross Valley Link. And I particularly want to make note of Warkworth to Tehana. So that's 8 different amendment papers, one for each of these projects. And I think it's because these projects in particular, I don't think can be considered critical infrastructure, because they clearly are not going to take us down the pathway of increasing efficiency of our transport system and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So Warkworth to Tehana, I've submitted an amendment to remove that from the schedule. And I have not done that. I have not suggested that the alternative to the Brynderwan Hills be removed. And I think this is an important point, because often when people are talking about why we need a 4-lane road up north, it's because the Brynderwans get closed a lot. But if that is the case, and that is truly the critical link that we need to fix, then that should be the first bit off the block to fix. We should be focusing on the alternative to the Brynderwans now, not Warkworth to Tehana. Warkworth to Tehana is not the essential problem with that link. It's the alternative to the Brynderwans. I'm just asking the House to try and consider how we actually fulfill the very intelligent strategy laid out in the Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan to prioritize our infrastructure, make better use of the infrastructure we have, and try to get the outcomes we actually want. If the main weak point of State Highway 1 between Auckland and Whangarei, and indeed the rest of Northland, is the Brynderwans, then logically an alternative to the Brynderwans should be the highest priority for State Highway 1 north of Auckland. And so I haven't proposed removing that one, but I am going to propose removing Warkworth to Tehana because I just don't see in any way how that can be considered a critical infrastructure. It's going to cost a fortune. It's going to deliver very low benefits, like no benefits really, that we couldn't do in a more efficient way by adding some passing lanes and upgrading the existing road and investing in rapid transit, intercity rapid transit, and possibly coastal shipping to make it easier to connect goods that might be coming into Northport and then moving them down around the country on the Blue Highway, rather than clogging up our roads, which are always going to be extremely vulnerable to storms and other problems. And of course, there's at no point in the near future is moving goods by road between Northport and Auckland going to be low emission. We are very, very far away from having that infrastructure unless they were to electrify the rail line and upgrade it massively, which is not on this list of critical infrastructure, sadly, although the fourth main is. So, Mr. Chair, the other one, and I know that I heard one of the ministers opposite complain that I had Hamilton Southern Links on here. Hamilton Southern Links in Schedule 2, it says develop one or more roads, associated infrastructure to support Hamilton's planned southern growth, including by improving existing roads. The reality is that if you widen roads within an urban area, you will get more traffic. And overall, like we know this from like 70 years of data, you can't add roading capacity in an urban area and not have it be filled up with cars within 5 to 10 years, at which point all your supposed benefits of spending all that money are gone. And in the interim, we have not spent the money upgrading the infrastructure that would actually make it possible for people to move and for goods to move around our urban areas without having to rely on private vehicles. So it's totally counterproductive, and it's not going to help productivity and economic growth as much as the government wishes it would. But that's not what's proposed here. This is urban highway expansion. And urban highway expansion has never solved congestion. It doesn't improve productivity. It actually is counterproductive. That's just reality. Like, that's just reality. I know there are not many people here who've extensively studied transport economics, but if you are interested in the topic, and every member here should be.
Mr. Chair. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I thank the member for her comments. I'm aware of the commentary around reduced demand. I think relitigating that at length is not going to be helpful to the committee's consideration of the critical infrastructure elements of the Public Works Act. I would point out that the Marsden Point Rail Link, Northwest Rapid Transit, which is an express busway, separated. It's a road, unfortunately, for the member, but it's going to be dedicated busway, so we think helpful in terms of projects of which the member may or may not approve. There's an active mode corridor in terms of Papakura to Pukekohe route protection, Pukekohe to Drury rail station, again, of which the member may approve. Forward tracking Westfield to Pukekohe to widen the existing rail corridor, implementation of the Aotearoa Avon River corridor regeneration plan, which is about stop banks and pumping stations, Lower North Island integrated rail mobility, and the upgrade of an existing rail work there. There are plenty of projects on which members all across the House can agree. They may disagree on others. For example, Walk with Te Tahana and getting around the problem of Brinduans quite literally are two problems that we can resolve at once, and the government is determined to do so. The fact that members may or may not agree with the government's policy statement in relation to transport isn't a reason to say that we shouldn't have a faster and fairer process for the acquisition of land or other property rights in relation to the Public Works Act regime, and that is the subject of the legislation. That is what we're debating in this House tonight, and that has been the subject of the discussion in terms of Part 2, and indeed these same general points that we've already made throughout this evening.
Tangi Utikiri.
Mr. Chair, I want to turn to a part that has not been covered in Part 2, and it's Clause 7.6b. This is about the ability for someone to object to the Environment Court. So this is the part that particular provision falls within. And so one of the things that the Select Committee did hear a lot about was the real concerns that effectively stripping away the right of appeal to the Environment Court would present in terms of natural justice. So I'm interested in the Minister's response around that, because it was a real concern and one that we have referred to from the Labour Party during particularly the second reading contributions, as one that I hope the Minister has had a chance to think about. Mr. Chair, there is Schedule 2 which identifies a list of different projects all around the country. Now, there's one project that I've been advocating for on behalf of the community that I represent here in Parliament, Palmerston North, and it is listed, as the Minister has said, as the Lower North Island Integrated Rail Mobility Project. Now, that's well known as the Capital Connection when it comes to the Palmy route. A great service. I caught it to Parliament here early this morning, and we are still waiting for that. It must happen. This is something that the Labour government did initiate the funding for this, but it must happen. This can't be delayed, and the community can't wait any longer for that. So my question to the Minister is, what's really important is that in those three columns in the schedule, The second and the third one, the project description and the approximate geographical location is sort of used as an identifier, and there are a number of changes that have been initiated there. But how important and how realistic is it that those projects are specifically defined as they are? Because, for example, over a 3-year period, there may be some change initiated with a few of these projects actually, and in some regards that might not affect the actual project description as such, but in some circumstances there may be a direct effect in terms of either geographical location or the specific project description. And so is it that these projects are specifically locked in as they are at the moment? Where is there the flexibility to deal with any particular change that might eventuate during the process of completing these projects? And one, does there need to be a provision, or again, is this captured somewhere else?
Look, rather than let the Minister truncate his answer and deprive us of his eloquence, the time has come for me to leave the chair, and the House will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.